Good evening. The August 4th special meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Isles.
Here.
Councilmember Nusma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Geracaris. Mayor Biss.
Here. We have a quorum present and are prepared to do our work for the evening. My understanding is that we've received written communication from Councilmember Davis that she is participating remotely due to a permissible reason under state law. Is there a motion to approve her virtual participation?
So move.
Second.
Councilmember Nusma moves approval of Councilmember Davis's virtual participation this evening. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Rogers.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and Councilmember Davis will be added to the roll and will participate virtually for the rest of the evening. As a reminder, that means that all votes will be by roll call. There will be no voice votes when there are remote participants. We now move on to public comment. Each person will be given 1 minute and 20 seconds this evening. We begin, as always, with those who signed up in person to speak in person, beginning with Roger Williams, who will be followed by Steve Test, and then Jane and Mike Colian.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Roger Williams. I'm a real estate broker here in Evanston, and I say the City Council should vote in favor of allowing multifamily housing by right in all zoning districts. Why? Because there has been and will continue to be an extreme shortage of affordable housing in Evanston. In review, affordable housing in monthly terms means housing in which occupants spends no more than 30% of their gross monthly income on housing costs. This applies to both for sale and rental housing. And the median price of a single family or multifamily home, that is townhomes, fourplexes, or low-rise condominiums, at the end of July was $325,000. With a 20% down payment, that's $1,680 per month, minus property tax, etc. This is significantly less than single-family detached homes whose median price is $787,000 at the end of July. Now, we need more diverse, affordable multifamily housing types that will create more affordable options for various income levels. Right now, we have a 1.2 month supply of these homes, or 43 multifamily homes for sale right now. Along with more inventory of these types of housing, we need the application of the inclusionary housing ordinance, where a certain percentage of new development units were set aside for low and moderate income rental and for sale households. This would also provide affordable housing for teachers, police officers, city workers, and tradespeople. The IHO will also help control the displacement of neighborhood residents.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Test, who'll be followed by Jane and Mike Colian, and then Susan Glass.
Steve Test, 1135 Hinman Avenue. To my friends and neighbors who are being told this plan will produce less expensive housing in residential neighborhoods, hello, everybody. You are being sold a bill of goods. We have given you many examples of what profit-driven developers will build when given the chance. If a faction of the City Council gets its way, the least expensive single-family homes will be replaced by expensive duplexes and maybe more. We haven't explained why the city wants this, so let's do some math. A $400,000 single-family home replaced by two $1.5 million duplexes, which we've given you examples of, increases more than sixfold the property taxes for that parcel, from $400,000 to $3 million. The annual property tax assessment will go from about $10,000 to $60,000. Do that dozens of times and millions of dollars will be added to the property tax rolls. The redevelopment of the least expensive single-family homes into expensive multi-unit housing isn't a flaw in the plan. It is the plan. The mayor, council, and staff won't tell you that's the plan, but when your neighborhoods are redeveloped and gentrified with expensive housing and nothing affordable materializes, please remember who designed it and voted for it and hold them accountable. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jane and Mike Colian, who will be followed by Susan Glass and then Paul Breslin.
Michael and Jane Coliani, 808 Judson. This is really not about a planning situation, but it's about poor planning by the city of Evanston in general. We have a special needs daughter who's here tonight who has been extremely affected by a gross negligence of the special education or Special Olympics program that existed here in Evanston. As of 2 weeks ago, the only full-time coach that existed was terminated for very poor reasons, missed paperwork. Whatever the reason may be, it's a personnel issue that has to be resolved. But without a plan in place by the city, this program is terminated to a great degree. Things have already been canceled. The new program that is out eliminates two of the most popular programs that existed. For that reason, we figured we had to speak in front of the commission tonight.
We get the feeling that this is not just about sports. This is about quality of life. That this program, that this man that was terminated judiciously, badly, put together and has devoted his life to, and the quality of life that he has brought to these people who are in this program is, you can't even explain how much they have benefited from it. My daughter teaches swimming because of this program. She has a life of her own. That didn't happen because nobody did anything. It happened because this man cared enough about these people to change their lives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Susan Glass, who will be followed by Paul Breslin and then Jenny Washburn.
Hello. My name is Susan Glass. My 38-year-old daughter, Renee, signed up with Evanston Special Olympics in the fall of last year, based on strong recommendation of her friend, a Special Olympian who had participated for several years. Renee had tried Special Olympics twice before in her life with other teams, but didn't stick with it because the team environment was sterile. She started Evanston Special Olympics with one sport after her friend and I cajoled her into it, then increased to 2 sports, and then 3 sports for each session. I've been fortunate enough to attend the practices as well as the competitions with her. She medaled in 2 sports and was able to go to state this spring and medaled there. None of this would have happened had it not been for Leonard Woodson. We found here a community of engaged, enthusiastic, encouraging coaches, volunteer coaches, parents, and athletes. Leonard built this community over 35 years, leading by example. He has a unique ability to meet athletes where they are, with patience, kindness, and humor, while at the same time gently encouraging them to try other sports and to improve their skills. I have seen Leonard handle a number of situations with a firm calm that diffused emotions, kept the vibe positive, and everyone on target. These skills are unique. He has forged strong partnerships with Northwestern University, resulting in many outstanding university students serving as volunteer coaches, which makes the practices and competitions so much more fun for the Special Olympic athletes and helps keep them engaged. That is why my daughter stayed with it and increased her participation to a level I had only dreamed of before. Leonard has the skill set, the personality, the commitment, and the heart, if I could finish my sentence, all of which he deployed to build a remarkable community which brought recognition and justified pride to Evanston. Reinstate Leonard Woodson.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paul Breslin, who will be followed by Jenny Washburn and then Linda Hauser.
I have agreed to read an abridged version of remarks by Alf McConnell, so that's what I'm giving you. He points out that as a real estate developer, he has certain insights into the reason why this process has been rushed forward at every stage. They are Some developers and speculators have purchase options on detached single-family homes. Purchase options typically have expiration dates, so for them, it's important to get it done fast. Some homeowners want to sell their single-family homes and move out of Evanston as soon as possible. Given that these homes will be more valuable to developers if EE 2045 is passed, those sellers want it approved quickly. Some people who don't live in Evanston but now own a single-family home because of an inheritance are looking to sell their house at the highest possible price as soon as possible. Many people who no longer or will no longer live in Evanston don't care if the character of Evanston's neighborhoods of single-family homes is changed forever. He adds that the proposed comp plan should state the following concepts. 1, Evanston will not encourage the development of affordable housing for residents who meet Section 42 criteria. No, sorry, he made a mistake here. Evanston will encourage the development of affordable housing for residents who meet the Section 42 criterion and work in Evanston for Evanston seniors. Otherwise not. For the best interests of residents of affordable housing, it will be developed near transportation, shopping, and services. R1, R2 zoning will not be revised. Evanston will not have a policy to increase its population. The proposed comp plan will only be approved by a majority of the Evanston voters.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jenny Washburn, who will be followed by Linda Hauser and then Bob Hauser.
Can I just say that 1 minute and 20 seconds is ridiculous, and also cutting off the woman who spoke before Paul is disgusting. Envision Evanston 2045 is presented as a progressive plan for affordability and equity, but many residents are concerned it primarily advances Mayor Biss's political ambitions and addresses Northwestern student housing challenges, potentially at the expense of longtime Evanston residents. Critics argue that Biss has prioritized this plan to support a broader agenda of zoning deregulation, effectively using Evanston as a pilot area, while not fully addressing the housing needs of existing families. Rather than focusing on preserving affordable family housing, Envision appears to emphasize higher density, student-oriented developments near campus, areas where Northwestern has expressed interest in accommodating overflow. Observers note that Biss has connections to Northwestern donors and advocacy groups such as Joining Forces, who have been involved in discussions influencing zoning changes that may facilitate more expensive housing options aimed at students rather than working families. While the mayor frames this plan as a progressive reform, some view it as a political strategy that could favor developers and institutional interests, raising concerns about potential impacts on rents, displacements, and infrastructure capacity. The plan was advanced during an election year with limited opportunities for meaningful residential input. In fact, the response rate was barely 3% of Evanston's population. Though affordability is a key theme, many residents feel this plan does not fully reflect community priorities. I'll follow up in an email. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Hauser, who will be followed by Bob Hauser and then Dan Lev.
My husband Bob is not here yet, so I will take his time, if that's all right with you. My name is Linda Hauser. I'm the parent of Alexandra Hauser, a 40-year-old with Down syndrome who's been part of Evanston Special Olympics since she was 10. You've received multiple letters and emails from parents, athletes, former staff members, Special Olympics, Illinois executives, Northwestern Special Olympics, and many other concerned citizens who, in hearing about the termination of Leonard, were appalled and outraged. Why has this issue gone beyond Evanston borders? Because for many in this state, Leonard is the face of Special Olympics. He's brought honor and recognition to Evanston for his work. Apparently you thought this issue would go away. I can assure you it will not. I just saw the new catalog for Special Olympics today. It does not include swimming or powerlifting, the two sports that have always sent the most athletes to state competitions. After the last council meeting we attended, I asked Karina Sanchez if the rumor about powerlifting and swimming being eliminated was real. She assured me it was baseless. Obviously a lie. My daughter participates in both sports, has won multiple medals, as have many other participants whose parents are here. It's shameful. As parents of Evanston Special Olympians, we've been advocating for our kids from the day they were born, from schools, employers, the government. The one place we could always count on is Evanston Special Olympics. Our kids were safe and secure. Leonard was helping them build skills and confidence, not just in sports, but in life. And most importantly, he gave them joy, something that special kids don't often have. You have taken that away from us with cruel indifference to our children, and for no good reason. Stop hiding behind the mantra of it's a personnel issue. Leonard has opened his personnel files. I've read them, so you're certainly welcome to. He's provided a release so that his employment history is open to everyone. If a man of Leonard's integrity, caliber, commitment, and stellar customer service record was treated like this in the private company where I was a partner, the staff members responsible for this mess would be fired for the incompetence shown in not rewarding and acknowledging him. Leonard is the essence of the Special Olympics oath. Let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. He's taught our kids to experience the joy of winning, and if they didn't win, the importance of effort, perseverance, and sportsmanship. You could all take a lesson from him. Do the job that we as taxpayers pay you to do. Give this man back his job.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dan Lev, who will be followed by Jeff Barini, and then Dana Dean.
Hello. I just did a quick Google Zillow search of properties currently for sale in the 6th and 7th Ward in Northwest Evanston, and the cheapest home I can find right now listed is for $910,000 for a single family home. So I think if we build more gentle density up to 1, 2, or 3, 4 units citywide, that would be an opportunity to build more housing units per acre. So yes, while there are some developers that will just build very luxury townhomes and try to get the absolute most out of a property, I think there's many examples. Other speakers here tonight will give examples of all homes that have already been built here in Evanston, duplexes and triplexes on a single lot, where the price per unit on that lot is lower than the $910,000 figure I just listed. I think it'll be closer to $700,000, says a recent report by Scott Roberts. So I think that it's good that you're considering gentle density allowed by right across Evanston. I hope that's one of the changes made to the comp plan. I believe it's item H2.1 to allow for these changes. A little bit of gentle density is good. And if people are upset about the change to single family housing character, you don't need to sell your house.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Barini, who will be followed by Dana Dean, and then Arthur Anderson.
Hi, Jeff Barini, 2nd Ward. I'd like to address a topic that came up at the last meeting. That was regarding the need for discussion here at these meetings here. The comprehensive plan has been sort of cobbled together from bits and pieces and fits and starts. And you've spent the last 20 months essentially building a leaky boat to take us into the future here. Discussion is how you patch those leaks. Okay. Despite the many meetings and on all the input, this is the first time that all of you have had the chance to face discuss the issues, debate the issues, and hopefully resolve some of them. So please don't limit the time. Take the time you need to do this work. Take as many meetings as you need to do. You're building a plan to last 20 years. There is no need to rush. Take your time, listen, be diligent, and take your time. Secondly, regarding Leonard Woodson, you're going to hear from a number of people that Leonard Woodson has unique abilities that allow him to excel at the hardest and most important part of his job. I urge you to reinstate him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dana Dean, who will be followed by Arthur Anderson, and then Sarah Friedman.
You're tall, Jeff. Termination of Leonard Woodson was a travesty, not to this whole community, but to those who are often the least visible, the residents with disabilities and those of us who care about them. My 34-year-old son, Dean O'Connor, has participated for over 20 years. Leonard has successfully integrated him, calmed him, things that I'm not able to do with him. I took him to the Race Against Hate year after year, and he walks 50 yards and stops. But at the 4th of July parade, Leonard got him to walk the whole parade. I asked, how'd you do that? Leonard just shrugged and said, I just told him to walk. Well, he also got him to carry a banner. I got texts with pictures of Dean all the way through the parade. I could see where he was on the route from my friends taking photos of him. To be frank, I had a feeling I knew why Leonard was let go. Early on in my experience, I knew that Leonard was not great at the admin, and at first I was frustrated, but then I learned I could count on Leonard. I could count on him to take care of my son, to motivate him, to include him. You're not going to be able to replace that. Please reinstate Leonard Woodson.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Arthur Anderson, who will be followed by Sarah Friedman, and then Caroline Caliani.
My name is Arthur Anderson. I reside at 715 Michigan Avenue, which is an Evanston landmark and in the Lakeshore Historic District.
Can you speak more into the mic? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Should I repeat? Or? Okay. That the question of zoning for rezoning single-family districts is a very complex one. I think people may not understand it. Yesterday, on Saturday, I attended a block party on our block, and either people were opposed to it, or they thought that because we were in a historic district, it didn't apply to us. Now, as a practical matter, that may be true, but it's not. It's not what's listed in the program in the plan. I suggest that that you consider providing that zoning changes can be used if it's shown that they further the plan without mandating the elimination of categories first, second, and R1, R2, and R3. Second point that I have is that there seems to be an inconsistency in the provisions relating to preservation. At one point, they encourage additional creation of additional districts, but then in the comments, they're suggesting that we eliminate provisions, or a suggestion that we, may I finish that sentence? You know, that we not recommend the creation of the district in the north. Okay.
Just finish the sentence quickly, please.
Okay. There are three districts, two of which have been approved by the federal government, one of which is recommended by the Preservation Commission, and I don't understand why we're saying the others should be created, but we should not go ahead and form those districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Friedman, who will be followed by Caroline Caliani, and then Brian Hansen.
Good evening, Sarah Friedman, 3046 Hartzell. I come to you today as a scholar of public administration. I'm a professor of public policy and public administration. I just want to talk about the fact that visioning documents like the comprehensive plan are not mandates, they're guiding documents. They are designed by policymakers such as yourselves to be used by public administrators and other public servants to guide decisions. A document like this should be broadly detailed rather than limiting. As an example, I am in support of option 2 in H2.1, option 2 giving permissions for allowing multi-unit housing by right. Even in wards like my own, the 6th ward, the current political context in which federal level funding is being held back puts us in an incredibly new situation. Local public administrators are in a space that is unknown and will remain unknown throughout the next decade plus. Change has happened in the past, it is happening now, and it will continue to happen. We need flexibility of more options in order to engage with these ideas over the next 2 decades. And I've even got 10 seconds left. I kind of wish I could sing you a song, but I'm not a singer.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Caroline Caliani, who will be followed by Brian Hansen and then Jane Grover.
I am a Special Olympics athlete. I've been a Special Olympics athlete for 19, almost 20 years. Special Olympics has been a really big impact on my life. Without Special Olympics, I don't know where I would be today. I just want to know where our sports are going and make sure that nothing else gets canceled because other competition has been canceled. Make sure we have our sports, and please bring Leonard back.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Hansen, who will be followed by Jane Grover and then Scott Roberts.
Hi, everyone. Brian Hansen from the 6th Ward, and I'm here to express support for the comprehensive zoning plan and for smart, intentional increase in Evanston's housing supply. On item H 2.1, I support option 2 to expand opportunities for multifamily housing by right. I've talked about the housing impact of this in previous sessions, but tonight I want to talk about the non-housing benefits of smartly increasing our housing supply. First, it spreads out the property tax burden, right? This is just simple math. If we have more units to distribute our property tax across, it means that each of us pays a smaller share. This is not only for city taxes, but critically important for our school taxes, which, as you all know, makes up for about 65% of the tax bill. And given the financial crisis in District 65, given a city that's increasingly drawn on dwindling reserves to pay for its bills, this is an affordability issue all of us care about. Second is boosting student enrollment. Adding more housing, especially units affordable for young families, can help reverse the 24% enrollment drop that District 65 has had in the last 6 years. We can bring in more students to our schools. And third is driving economic development. More residents mean more customers for local businesses, more jobs, stronger revenues, and a more vibrant community and enjoyable city. These challenges and affordable housing are important. Please act swiftly.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jane Grover, who will be followed by Scott Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, Madam Clerk, City Council members, staff. I have one point to make about what R3 and R4 zoning does to a neighborhood. My husband and I own a single-family home in North Evanston with 4 bedrooms, and as of this morning was valued at over $1 million on Zillow. A primo location, great neighbors, stable neighborhood with character and characters. And our lot and my neighbor's lots are all zoned R4 or R3. 2/3 of the units of the lots in this 3 blocks of Prairie Avenue between Central Street and Isabella are zoned R4 and R3, and 2/3 of the houses are single-family homes. You might think that this zoning would have resulted in the wholesale conversion of every single-family home to multifamily housing, but in the 30 years I've lived on Prairie Avenue, that has not happened. Let me give you some numbers. There are about 75 lots in those 3 blocks. In the 30 years that we've lived on Prairie Avenue, 5 of them have changed over to something more dense, mostly side-by-side townhouses. So we have, and my neighbors, at our block party several years ago, we identified 20 different passports among those neighbors, which is a different dimension of diversity. So it's the real estate market, the zoning, lot sizes have all affected how our neighborhood has changed incrementally, but mostly just stayed the same over 30 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Scott Roberts.
Hello. Thank you. I want to follow up on that about R3 zones. It's one situation where there's a number of people who forecast doom that the only thing that's protecting small homes in our community is the banning of duplexes. R3 zones allow duplexes and single-family homes. So I went to every street, every block in R3 zone in the 5th Ward and in the 2nd Ward, looking for any new development, any duplexes. In the last 10 years, there hasn't been one duplex built in the R3 zone of the 5th Ward, and in the 2nd Ward, there have been 5. 4 of those duplexes in the 2nd Ward are all connected on Pittner Avenue, which is a development where Anton's greenhouse used to be. And next to those are 2 single-family homes. All of those have approximately the same size. They all were built within the last 5 years. The combined 2 duplexes together into one unit is about the same size as a single family. The current Zillow worth for the duplex combined is 1.4 or 700 for each duplex. And for the single family, it's 1.4. So the contention that duplexes are going to be huge profit for developers is a myth.
Thank you very
I
much.
have copies of this. I gave you guys this, but if anybody else wants this.
Thank you very much. This concludes the list of people who signed up in person to speak in person. We have actually a longer list than usual who signed up online to speak in person, so we'll go to them next, beginning with Jennifer Grandy, who'll be followed by Jim O'Brien. Oh, sorry, there's some dupes here. I apologize. Yikes. Jennifer Grandy will be followed by Jim O'Brien, and then Andrea Liss.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Grandy. I'm a homeowner in the 4th Ward. I'm here to speak in favor of Envision Evanston. I've lived in Evanston for over 10 years in a few different missing middle buildings, but instead of architecture, I want to focus on the people who move into these buildings. In every rental or condo building I've lived in, the common denominator has been long-term Evanstonians. These missing middle buildings allowed my neighbors to stay in the community after moving in with their partner, having a child, or even losing a partner. Mid-size, multi-unit housing isn't for everybody, but for a variety of reasons, neither are single-family homes. In short, diverse housing stock allows for a diverse set of options, allowing more of these buildings to keep people here. On another point, I want to appreciate the effort expended to get this process done. However, I am disappointed with some of the conduct at recent meetings. Councilmember Kelly, it wasn't appropriate for you to leave the meeting on July 21st. It was disrespectful to your colleagues, constituents, and stakeholders in this initiative. If city staff had publicly quit a meeting like that, they would have likely been reprimanded or fired. But here you are. Stunts like that and other uninventive ways to drag this process out may impress your fan club, but really no one else. You are entitled to your opinion and your vote, but petty obstructionism taxes everyone. But I'm not surprised, I'm just disappointed. We expect more of our leaders. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jim O'Brien, who will be followed by Andrea Liss, and then Jesper Stelter Ho.
Good evening. I was born in Evanston. I've lived here all my life. I've never appeared before council. I'm here tonight against Envision 2045, but I'm not against affordable housing. What I'm against is, and a lot of my neighbors, people I talk with, I feel I'm representing them who feel this is just moving really fast and everyone is concerned about the scope and the scale. That's all. I'm all for affordable housing, but we're hearing a lot of examples where the numbers being thrown around to me are not affordable. And I think Evanston has a great tradition of trying to honor this. I love where you're wanting to go with it. I'm just asking what was expressed earlier, the patience, the thoughtfulness to get this right. I'd love for this to be a great plan that will last for 20 years into our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrea Liss, who will be followed by Jesper Stelter Ho, and then Sheila Sullivan.
We are living through a time in our nation when career professionals are being fired for releasing unfavorable job numbers. The idea of alternate facts is used in public discourse. This is not who we are as Evanstonians. We are home to one of the top universities in the nation, and yet, are we to ignore a basic principle of higher education? Intellectual honesty means presenting evidence fairly and accurately, even if it contradicts one's own beliefs or arguments. We must set the right example for public affairs and public policy and resist being single-minded in our approach. Ideologically driven policy is not the best policy. It leads to rejecting information that doesn't align and can lead to unintended consequences. In our case, the consequences are teardowns, displacement, and gentrification. Just look to the range of reasonably priced single-family homes across the wards that have already been torn down and replaced with $1 million plus duplexes. And this is before the changes you are contemplating. I urge you to wait for the data that will come to light in the strategic housing plan before finalizing the comprehensive plan. As elected officials with the power to shape Evanston in your hands, I urge you to demonstrate vision and leadership, listen to experts and residents, grow our city wisely, and protect the best of Evanston while improving it so that its heart and soul remain when you are done with your very important work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jesper Stelter Ho, who will be followed by Sheila Sullivan and then Virginia Mann.
Good evening. My name is Jesper Stolterhui. This is my first time giving public comment. I am a resident of the 4th Ward. And I just want to say thank you for all of your time and energy, the community, the city staff, and our council members and mayor. This has been a contentious issue. And, you know, you've been putting in a lot of good work. I've made my views known, and so I'm not going to repeat them here. But I wish you keep up the good work, and I hope you have a productive session tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sheila Sullivan, who will be followed by Virginia Mann, and then Sam Pascal.
Hi, I'm here to comment on the democratic process and Envision Evanston 2045. First, scheduling these special council meetings about revisions to the plan at 5 p.m. is really disrespectful to the working community. People who live in Evanston but work outside of Evanston or work later shifts can't even attend. I'm a condo board president, and I can never schedule a meeting this early in the evening. For a document this significant that could remake our city, this is unacceptable and unfair. Your contractors conducted community outreach sessions, but that was 6 months of window dressing. World Cafe community sessions and ward meetings were held where attendees write down their wish lists on butcher block paper, but those wishes don't necessarily make it into the reports, of which many participants never see. Combined ward meetings with as many as 3 wards to discuss the plan makes it difficult for a council member to get a direct read on what their constituents think. Residents of one ward are deluded by residents from other wards with perhaps different opinions. A council member duty is to first and foremost represent their constituents. I attended a ward meeting in which everyone had the same opinion, but the council member said they would essentially make their own decision. There is no decision to make. You vote the way your ward residents want you to vote. Disrespecting the input from the Land Use Commission, those volunteer commissioners had 12 meetings over 6 months and allowed the public to provide comments for an unlimited amount of time. I was one of those grateful speakers. Those meetings went late into the night. As a technical advisory body to the City Council, their decisions on wording are now being changed to fulfill the Council's agenda.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Virginia Mann, who will be followed by Sam Pascal, and then Kira Kelly.
For 30 years, I've been periodically coming to this council on subjects of great importance. Never before has there been one as important as this topic, Envision Evanston 2045. Your actions on this ill-conceived, poorly managed, and misleading program will change the character of our city. It will negatively impact our quality of life and drive lower-income people out of Evanston. If I wanted to live in Lincoln Square, Edgewater, or Rogers Park type community, I would have. If I wanted to live on a block with 2 flats next door to me in Evanston, I could have. We have those choices. To propose a program that would allow all types of housing by right throughout the city is just irresponsible and, quite frankly, I think criminal. I chose to live in Evanston, in Northwest Evanston in the 6th Ward, because that is the type of community I want to live in. And there is nothing wrong with that. And for you to decide otherwise, that that's not a proper place for me, is so offensive, I don't even have words for it. Beyond that, I also do want to briefly address an issue about this council. Your behavior last week was appalling. You talked over Alderwoman Kelly, who seemed to be the only one standing up for people. You were dismissive of her comments, and you cut her off. Many of you didn't speak into your mic, so people in the audience couldn't hear you. And today you put out a meeting with 4 days' notice at 5 o'clock when many working people can't be here.
Thank you very much.
I would encourage you to think about becoming a much more collaborative council as we've had in the past and discuss these issues rather than rushing through a program that most Evanstonians don't want or need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sam Pascal, who will be followed by Kira Kelly, and then Mary Rosinski.
Thank you. So the supporters of this plan, like myself, have been attacked over this process, and especially tonight, as ideologically rigid and single-minded. But through all these meetings and all the people who have come up here and made comment, I think I'm the only one who's actually come up here and quoted research papers from PhD academics. And so I'm going to do some more of that again. So we're going to start with the just general idea that increasing supply won't help affordability, with a literature review, research roundup, The Effect of Market Rate Development on Neighborhood Rents by Shane Phillips of UCLA, which covers many papers that confirm that increasing supply will increase affordability generally. And we're going to get into some more specific arguments of that man there. The first one being this idea that Evanston is part of a regional housing market. I'm going to point you to low-rise multifamily and housing supply, a case study of Seattle. Seattle created an urban village which covered about 10% of its land area, which converted a previously single-family neighborhood to allow low-rise multifamily. It enhanced affordability, increased neighborhood vitality. And then we're going to also point to that paper for this idea that's been floated around tonight that new homes won't be affordable. Besides the fact that the examples they're pointing to are based on a zoning code in which townhouses need to be on 2,500 square feet, it's based on the false dichotomy between the current use and the new townhome. The dichotomy is between new single-family homes and new townhomes. In that urban village, new one-unit single-family homes were 180% more expensive than the previous use, whereas two-unit homes were 79% higher and 8 units were 30% lower.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kira Kelly, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski, and then Linda Damashek. The next speaker in that case is Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Linda Damashek, and then Joel Cohn.
Hi, thank you very much. You know, I know last week I asked if possibly you would consider hanging our zoning map up on the board so that people who maybe haven't had the opportunity to study this can. One of the things I've been saying for months and months and months, we are not a suburbia neighborhood. We are one of the most diverse community in housing and housing types in the entire North Shore outside of the city. And I just wanted you to, everything where it says R1, R2, R3, R4 has legal non-conforming uses, townhouses in R1 areas. These are things to consider that we haven't been given to by our consultants. We don't have an adequate housing stock thing. And that's why I want to say, you know, what is a neighborhood? What are we trying to do? We are a diverse community. But supply does not equal affordability in this case because we are not planning for it. If we create a land trust, we have property in Evanston, Emerson and Jefferson, Emerson and Jackson. We can build affordable housing. We can do like what Oak Park does. We can create mixed use, mixed income, permanent affordable housing. That is not in this plan. And what we're doing is we're relying on just market fantasy trickle down affordability, and it doesn't work. You can just look at the Glen in in Glenview. When they built that, they added 2,000 residents in like 3 years. Those houses have doubled, and they started at, by the way, for townhouses, at that time in 2000 was 300,000. Today it is 600 and 700. So you got to look at the.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Damashek, who will be followed by Joel Cohn, and then Christine Bray.
Linda Damashek, there's so much to say and so little time. Number one, the strategic housing plan absolutely must be completed before you even consider voting on the housing section. To do anything else would be so unprofessional and irresponsible. Number two, the wording that the Land Use Commission gave to you was to preserve and increase housing diversity. Evanston's housing stock is 32% single family, 48% multifamily. This language is the result of extensive input to the professionals on the commission and language that you should respect and not override for political ambition. It's important that R1 and R2 single family housing zones areas remain. We have given you information, factual information, about new construction duplexes that are extremely expensive, not at all affordable. Affordable housing economics is not the same as Apple economics. Just getting more apples does not give you a cheaper price. Your current plans will cause gentrification and displacement of residents in the 2nd and the 5th and the 9th wards. Council members, you will be personally responsible for the gentrification and displacement when it happens in your wards. You need to listen to the professionals in housing and finance that are explaining to you the real risks, and this is not just a political game for you.
Thank you very much.
It affects everyone in Evanston's quality of life.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Joel Cohn, who will be followed by Christine Bray.
Hello, thank you very much. I'd like to say I've been an Evanston resident for a total of 72 hours. So, I feel that my voice carries a lot of weight in this regard. I just moved here from the San Francisco Bay Area, and I was a little concerned that I'd be homesick. But I must say, some of the comments here have made me feel right at home as it regards comments in opposition. The statement about complaints about process, the evil developers, criticism about housing not being affordable, statements about gentrification. Very, very familiar. I do appreciate people making me feel at home in that regard. Naturally, as a new resident, I'm not super familiar with the precise details of the plan, but I would say generally building more housing is good. Basic supply and demand economics would state that the more you have of something, the cheaper it becomes. There might be people that disagree with that, but, such is their opinion. But, we do have a top-tier university here with probably a very good economics department that I would say probably you could ask some people there. Hell, you could even go down to the people at the University of Chicago if you're concerned about conflicts of interest. Be that as it may, I would say generally this plan sounds like it's relatively good insofar as you are recommending that people do more construction. It sounds like it's not overly coercive. Apologies. And I would say generally support this plan, but also don't consider the views here as being entirely universal. There are a lot of students coming in that aren't going to be able to make their voices heard here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine Bray.
Hey y'all. So I saw a news item recently about how there are a bunch of Texas legislators that are fleeing the state and being taken in here by the governor. As a fellow Texan myself who also fled, it's good for them. I hope it goes great. There are a lot of us who need to do similar things. It's not just legislators who want to get the hell out of Texas. It's not good down there. Recently, my Texas friends shared a story of a trans woman who was at Barton Springs. I don't know if any of y'all have visited Austin, but Barton Springs, nice little spring area, just randomly assaulted by a stranger, right? Like brutally beat. Somebody tried to intervene, they beat them. There are a lot of queer people who need to get out of Texas. Are you guys building homes for them? If you consider yourself a progressive, why are you not building homes for queer Southerners who need to leave? Like, set affordability aside. If you can't read the studies that say that, building more housing makes housing costs go down, that's between you and the Lord. But the fact is that you just raw numbers, even if it's not helping the affordability, which it is, there are tons and tons of people who need to flee southern states. They need to come to places like this where they are valued, where they are treated right, where they are respected, where they are safe. So are you going to build homes for them, or do they just have to stay down there forever? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe this concludes the in-person portion. Was there anyone here in person seeking to comment who did not get called on? Yes. Okay. Is there just one? Yes. All right. Come up.
Thank you.
And please identify yourself for the record, hello, sir. Thank you very much.
I'm Bob Hauser. This is my daughter, Alexandra. I figured we should put a face on what, in fact, you have a chance to undo. She has been in Special Olympics for the last 30 years, approximately. She's won numerous medals in swimming, powerlifting, but always coached by Leonard Woodson. The reason we're here is because of the fact that you can undo this injustice. Mr. Stowe conducted a 30-minute hearing and then went on vacation and basically just said denied it. And when in fact people contacted him, he said, well, it's a personnel issue. As you know, you folks are his boss, and you're the boss of also Andre Thompson and Lauren Ruiz. You have this chance to undo what this injustice has done to our Special Olympics. We were told by Mr. Stowe, I got an email from him, from Ms. Sanchez, and Mr., I can't think of his last name, Mike somebody, who stopped me as I walked out last week and said, we're going to keep this continuous quality programming. And yet today we find out that the swimming and powerlifting has been canceled. A society is judged by how you treat your most vulnerable. You can undo this. Please undo it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes the in-person portion of this evening's public comment. We now move to the online public comment, which will begin with Kira Kelly, who will be followed by Michael Lohr, and then Michelle Klebeck. Ms. Kelly, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, I'm having trouble, technical trouble. Could I come back and after a few people?
Yeah, we'll put you at the back of the list. We'll go ahead with Michael Lohr, who will be followed by Michelle Klebeck, and then Jeff Smith.
I'm Michael Lohr. I live in the 7th Ward. I've been a resident of Evanston for close to 20 years. My comments are primarily focused on the housing section of the plan and the extensive work of the Land Use Commission. First, in the housing section, section H21, I urge that the council retain the original Land Use Commission language to preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing options. I reject the council members' reasoning that this language should not be included because it is found elsewhere in the plan. This one policy sentence will certainly shape the council's direction on housing and zoning. We must have guardrails to protect our middle housing against gentrification. Second, respect the work of the Land Use Commission, the experts who were designated to lead this 6-month-long 12-meeting process and who heard the broad outpouring of community input in many hearings. The Land Use Commission and public participated in good faith, believing that the Land Use Commission meetings were fully part of the process. To disregard the Land Use Commission's key decisions and replace them indicates that the process was for show and had a predetermined outcome. As a result, Envision will lack credibility and taxpayer resident buy-in. Finally, the strategic housing plan, presumably the essential housing gap analysis data, reportedly will be available in advance of the September meeting. This housing data is foundational and often mandated for consideration in comprehensive plans. Some council members have advocated delaying approval of the plan's housing section until we have this data. We must have it before the council makes final decisions.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michelle Klebeck, who will be followed by Jeff Smith, and then Judy Lubin.
Hi, this is Michelle Klebeck, Ward 1. I want to draw a comparison today between the comprehensive plan process and what happened with the District 65 recent decision to build a new school. In the name of equity, the school district became so narrowly focused on a single goal, and in doing so made a series of flawed decisions that destabilized the entire school district. Budget realities, cost data, and inflation were ignored in favor of a predetermined outcome. That same pattern is happening here. The comprehensive plan has been overly focused on a few polarizing ideas, while key context like the strategic housing plan or basic housing data is being overlooked. Decisions appear to have been made months ago and are not based on real data or public input. We should be learning from the school district's mistakes and not repeating them, especially when the stakes are this high. Let's be intentional. That means not blanket upzoning the entire city in one sweep. Look, we all want to prioritize affordability, but we need policies that actually accomplish that. That means preserving the affordable housing we already have, keeping it out of the dumpster and out of the hands of speculative developers. Let's stop the overly narrow conversation around R1, R2 upzoning. Instead, let's talk about creating subsidies that might actually help reduce the cost of housing. Let's broaden our focus by considering more sustainable options such as infill housing and adaptive reuse. Please consider supporting the Land Use Commission's proposed wording for H2.1, preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing options. It strikes the right balance, allowing for new development while protecting the existing housing we have. And it gives flexibility to adapt once we have real data. Finally, regarding the Northwestern Committee meeting, the last neighborhood meeting, there was a unanimous agreement to preserve T1, T2 buffer zones. These zones matter. Please support the language that reflects this consensus.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Smith, who will be followed by Judy Lubin, and then John Story Williamson.
Friends, planning and zoning were progressive ideas. In Evanston a century ago, and more recently when we did the downtown and Central Street plans, one of those ideas was to put a damper on the inflation in land value. Zoning and downzoning do that by capping opportunity for speculative profits. In Evanston, it's not R1 zoning that's made housing expensive. We knew by 1940 we'd overzoned for apartments. That made America's favorite housing form, single-family houses, relatively scarce here. I sent each of you this afternoon the stats that show we're probably already below 30% for single-family detached. That makes us a freakish outlier among Cook County suburbs. We won't relieve price pressure by adding more apartments and condos, whether they're in two flats or downtown towers. You don't put a fire out with gasoline. Upzoning Evanston, however, will raise assessments, which means raising taxes on Evanston homeowners. It's not lack of supply that's been pressuring housing prices, it's demand. Analysis of demand is almost completely lacking from the draft plan. Without that analysis, it's not real planning. I urge this council not to bake supply-side economics into the plan until we've done real analysis of demand, and not to reduce housing diversity by making single-family detached in Evanston even scarcer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Judy Lubin, who will be followed by John Story Williamson, and then David Schoenfeld.
Hi, I'm Judy Lubin, and my husband and I have been homeowners in Ward 1 for 15 years. I consider myself to be a good neighbor to Northwestern. I work with several student groups and have also attended the International Town Gown Association Conference as a representative of Evanston. I participate in a group of residents, city officials, and NU officials tasked with improving NU-Evanston relations. Because of my support for Northwestern, not in spite of it, but because of it, I believe strongly that the transition zones, the T1 and T2, need to be maintained in their current form, including keeping setbacks, massing limits, and building heights the same. The transition zones were put into place 30 years ago to serve the purpose of providing a buffer between the university and the residential neighborhoods west of Sheridan. They facilitate good relations between residents and the university and help to maintain the unique character of the neighborhood surrounding Northwestern. I am surprised to find that these transition zones have not been given specific mention in the Evanston plan. Envision Evanston plan. These buffers were put into place due to a consent decree and are important to the character of the neighborhoods in which they are located. As good neighbors, we should support Northwestern's growth. However, as Northwestern grows, these buffers are needed even more. I urge you to explicitly address the T1 and T2 zones in the Envision Evanston plan and to commit to maintaining these buffer zones as they currently exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Story Williamson, who will be followed by David Schoenfeld, and then Dominic Voss.
John Story Williamson, lifelong Evanstonian, 3rd Ward resident, and real estate broker and property manager. I oppose the inclusion of policy directives that would enable by right multifamily development in R1 and R2 single-family zones. This proposal is not a minor update. It is a fundamental betrayal of the long-standing expectations homeowners and residents have built their lives around. The zoning code isn't just a land use document, it's a social contract. People made the largest financial decisions of their lives, buying homes, raising families, and investing in community based on a clear understanding of what Evanston's R1 and R2 zoning meant. To include these statements in the comprehensive plan is both irresponsible and a breach of trust. Let's also be honest about outcomes. New construction duplexes are not cheaper than existing single-family homes. Allowing multifamily by right doesn't produce affordability, it produces displacement and disruption. It invites speculators and tear-down developers to replace modest older homes with expensive market rate units that do nothing to help working families, young buyers, or people you claim to want to serve. Evanston is already more dense than 95% of Illinois municipalities. We are already exceeding the state's affordability benchmarks. What we need now is targeted strategic planning, not deregulation. We need policies that respect the architectural fabric of our neighborhoods, honor the residents who sustain them, and provide real pathways to ownership, not just more investor-owned rentals. The residents of our neighborhoods didn't ask for this. There's no groundswell of support from the people who actually live in R1 and R2 zones. To push this through anyway would be a top-down imposition and a dangerous precedent.
Thank you very much.
Like these directives, respect the people who call Evanston home.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Schoenfeld, who will be followed by Dominic Foz, and then Cecile McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to address a proposal I understand has been made suggesting that the city consider revising the University City Committee to include more city and community stakeholders. I've been a member of that committee since it was formed in 2004, and I believe that this suggestion is impractical in important ways and would not produce the benefit that I think may be envisioned. One thing to bear in mind is that the composition of the committee is set by a federal consent decree and can't be, what it involves from the city's perspective is that it involves the first ward council member and then two community members appointed by the council. That can't be changed without unilaterally by the city. It would require Northwestern's agreement and then the court's agreement. And I'm certain that Northwestern wants something in exchange. So the city would be opening up a Pandora's box to change the consent decree to accomplish this goal. I also think it would not benefit out of stakeholders outside of the first ward and maybe the seventh in any material way. 99% of what we talk about on the committee is hyper-local activities, hyper-local issues. Things like noise at the basketball courts at Foster Walker, or where trash cans are going to be placed on Dillo Day. This committee hears about the University Cities Committee activities only very rarely when some issue comes before us that is of broader interest. But that's a once in a 5-year, once in a 10-year event. And almost everything we talk about is far less interesting to people even outside of the neighborhoods directly adjacent to Northwestern.
Thank you very much.
Within the first ward, to say nothing of the rest of the city. So I think it would be an inadvisable change to
Thank you very much.
The focus of the committee from that current focus.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dominic Foz, who will be followed by Cecile McHugh, and then Kira Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. So folks kind of know Open Communities' position. I'm here representing Open Communities for Housing Organization. I'd heard a few things that keep getting repeated, like, we need to listen to housing experts and that this idea of supply and demand is a trickle-down fantasy. So I just want to read, there was another really important piece that came out just on the 31st, so not a week ago, from the Pew Charitable Trust on this topic. I'm going to read just the first little bit. New housing, the title of the article is, of the research piece is New Housing Slows Rent Growth, most for older, more affordable units. The article begins, the nationwide housing shortage has driven up rents more in low-income neighborhoods than in the U.S. overall, but in areas that have recently added large amounts of housing, rents have fallen the most in lower-income neighborhoods with older buildings. The article is sort of adding on to a corpus of literature. There's not really any debate among think tanks, academic institutions, that adding more housing is good for keeping costs down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Cecile McHugh, who will be followed by Kira Kelly.
Hello. I don't believe this draft plan reflects the opinion of a majority of Evanston residents. The council recently considered a contract from a software provider said to provide a statistically valid survey, or plural, ensuring a representative sample of a population. Please create and report the results of such a statistically valid survey on EE45. Without doing so, you cannot say that this process is community-driven, which seems to me instead to be driven by advocacy groups who recruit members. In city meetings, I've heard studies cited reporting the effect of very large cities upzoning to increase housing supply. Have there been related studies of the effect of upzoning to increase housing supply and supposedly affordability within a small, appealing suburb on the border of an extremely large city such as Chicago? It seems extremely likely that in this situation in Evanston, demand could never be satisfied, and therefore affordability never increased as more and more residents of densely occupied Rogers Park and Chicago beyond moved to Evanston with its many advantages over much of Chicago, such as overall appearance, schools, services. Please carefully consider the impact of Evanston being on the very border of Chicago before continuing. A buffer between NU and residences is critical to the relationship between NU and the city in both directions. I live across the street from Northwestern, and as neighbors, we support NU students and will continue to do so. However, we require a buffer between ourselves and NU, which makes living across from NU an option for families, which current zoning has enforced for at least the last 20 years. Thank you very much, and really please consider these points. Haven't seen.
Thank you very much.
I expected a lot more discussion here at City Council.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kira Kelly.
Hi, I want to counter Scout Rogers for a second. There are actually two $1 million duplexes being built on Darrow and R3 zoning in the 5th Ward, with developer says more on the way. Other homes on the block are $240,000 and up. So that will be the pattern so far: demolish moderately priced homes and replaced with luxury homes. And many developers came and spoke at the LUC meetings. Not sure if you watched those, that said, 5th and 2nd Ward will unfortunately be targeted because of the pricing. Anyway, asking you to please approve the original Land Use Commission language for Policy Statement H 2.1 to preserve and increase Evanston's diverse housing choices. No matter the ultimate language, however, it is imperative to include language like preserve, or I know some that don't like that word, so substitute maintain. Maintain our housing that offers a guardrail to protect Evanston's most attainable middle housing from widespread demolition and gentrification of our beloved neighborhoods. Alderman Isles, Nusima, Mayor Biss, and others, you've been fighting so hard to omit these words that would ensure we preserve our affordable and middle homes and have one tool for gentrification, and instead are focusing solely on supply. And supply comes via deregulation of our zoning, primarily for the benefit of luxury developers. You've claimed that this language exists elsewhere in the plan, but I think we all know that this is a key operative policy statement. Evanston now wrote, quote, "While this sentence is just one line in a nearly 200-page document, once adopted, it will shape the council's vision for the upcoming zoning. Please be respectful of residents and the LUC. This was their most important topic. It was over, as everybody said, so many months, so many meetings. It's a legal hearing. They did their best. They listened to the public, and that was the wording they came up with, which was actually negotiated. Right now, we only have 31% single-family housing, and I just want to know what you're aiming for. Is it 25%, 20% of single-family home houses and fewer families?
Thank you very much. This concludes this evening's public comment. We now move on to
I was not given an opportunity to speak, and I did register, Mayor Biss. This is Greg Hummel.
Hold on, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, you sure did. I don't. Anyway, my bad. The final speaker is Greg Hummel.
Thank you, Mayor Biss. You've got the cart before the horse. and there will be a lot of unintended consequences. Many speakers have spoken eloquently on that point. You've got it dead wrong. You inventory land first and underutilized buildings that can be adaptively reused. Then you do a financial analysis of the tools available: tax increment financing, low-income housing tax credits, historic tax credits, PACE financing, HUD financing bonds, also things available to Evanston because we were uniquely positioned to do TIFIA 49. Secretary Duffy on Sunday night said they were going to 49% on all TIFIA projects, a half a mile from transit, of which Evanston's got a lot. You can get 50% of your capital stack. You guys are focused on a plan as opposed to a process and an analytical technique that will allow you to achieve objectives that many, from my point of view, want. I want corridors, and I want financing associated with that. I want development strategies that allow you to accomplish that. Evanston is unique in terms of its intellectual capital, relationship capital, and financial capital. You need to get your house in order and not try to do something where the tail of a comprehensive plan wags the dog of really getting something done and not putting people at risk. In R1 and R2 neighborhoods are going to see their homes eliminated because of this pig-headed, not thought through approach to development strategies.
Thank you very much. This concludes this evening's public comment. We now move on to special orders of business. Is there a motion to initiate a discussion on the comprehensive plan? Councilmember Harris moves that we discuss we continue the discussion on the draft comprehensive plan. Councilmember Nusma seconds. We will simply continue where we left off on the discussion items in the in the packet that's in front of me. We were beginning on page 6 of 66. That's page 4 of 64 in this particular item. In chapter 10, we'll continue through these. When we reach the end, we'll then resume with the items that were tabled at various points in the previous meeting. By the way, would the clerk please add Councilmember Burns to the roll? We start with item 10C. Is there a motion relative to item 10C?
I'll move item 10C.
I'll second.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept the change in item 10C. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, so I would very much like to see these descriptions in tables, but I would like to see more tables. And again, historic trends. I think it's so important that we see trends over the last 20 years to really be able to assess what's happening in Evanston, particularly in terms of diversity. We say we're very diverse, but I think if people see the trends, we'll see that we're actually declining. And so we should look at what we can do to stem that. So there are a lot of tables that I still would like to see and I've been asking for. I would like to, if I could, just make a small, well, anyway, there's a lot of tables I'd like to see. Can I put those out as amendments now for each type of table? I'd like to see like group quarters by type, basic unit housing counts, tenure, ownership versus rental, affordability and value, age and condition of housing, the comprehensive affordable housing inventory by type, subsidized inclusionary shelter, NOAA, et cetera. I think all this gives us a far better picture of what we're trying to figure out. So I just would like to know what would be in order to ask for that information now or at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly withdraw your motion and replace it with a motion that does more than what you've so far done.
Okay, so, well, it's not in here about the historic trends. So I don't know who wrote this housing stock into table. I mean, that's not somebody wanted that changed, which I think is a good idea to have tables. So I guess I would ask for I'll send along a motion for other charts that I feel like we should have, tables that are really important to making decisions. I think even including like, anyway, so I read off some of them, but I think this is really important that we see this. Student housing including, we should have some graphs and charts of student housing on campus, off campus. So shall I take a moment and send those along to amend this?
Well, I guess I would first suggest we see if there's a second. Is there a second? Is there likely to be a second to that motion? Yeah, second. Okay, so yeah, then let's stand at ease for a second and just go ahead and draft it.
Okay.
And Councilmember Kelly, as you do that, there is a long list in your packet of additional charts and data that has already been requested. So just wanted to point that out as well, that those have been noted.
Thank you. And that, I did see that, and that's on, just so I don't repeat any of these. But again, historic trends, so 10, it should go back even further, but at least back for over the last 20 years. So I think the lists are here, but it doesn't include trends. What page is that on in our packet? Okay, well, I'll send this along because I think, okay, I see that, right, so many of these aren't here. So I will, give me just a couple minutes and I'll send this along. So I also asked that we have both numbers and percentages so that we can get a better understanding in the charts, not just percentages, and that the tables be categorized. In those categories, I listed those on the email I just sent. And the few little adjustments I'd like to see, I think we should add in terms of housing structure type, include 2-unit duplexes as a separate line category. So these are all listed here. Housing structure type, basic housing unit counts, tenure, ownership versus rental, affordability and value charts, age and conditioning, and then the comprehensive sort of affordable housing inventory. And I know that's, but a chart where we can get an idea of that, subsidized inclusionary shelter and NOAA units, and then student housing. I think that's, I did.
I mean, we should. All right, so this is, so Councilmember Kelly moves to add a variety of things. I'm trying to sort of summarize this quickly. It's a long list.
So, I mean, it's a list. If you want, I can just extract the little bits underneath it, but it is, I made some amendments to the housing structure type, just adding the duplexes, I think. And also, since we now do have, I thought we should also have a column since we have container homes, even though it's rare, but that should also be included there for record. And then group quarters by type. So if you want, you can ignore the bullet points underneath.
All right, so Councilmember Kelly makes that motion to add a collection of information and data in this table, which would be kind of begin from the housing stock information. Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just so I understand what Councilmember Kelly is proposing, you're proposing that on page 86 of the unmarked up draft, we have 4 paragraphs of text under the housing stock section. We take that text out, put it into table format, including the categories that you put in this email.
Exactly. And I just put, yes, I mean, in some of the first one, the housing stock, some of that information is there. I just asked to have it segregated out just a teeny bit more, not much more, but a little bit more. When I looked at other housing charts that did have like 2 units and then another column for 3 to 4 units, since that is a big topic here. So, but yes, and then I added the other tables that I think would be very helpful for us to see.
Yeah, and there are quite a few categories there, and it looks to me
It's
at
not that many.
first glance at 6:24 this evening like good information to have. I'm wondering if staff has had an opportunity to review this list and like how reasonable is it to pull this data together?
I think to the extent that the data and information is readily available, we will do our best to incorporate it, but I can't guarantee without having more time to review it that we would be able to deliver on all of these requests.
And it sounds like, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 pages worth of data, which might fit better in an appendix rather than in the body of this chapter. So I'm not arguing against having more data. Let's just be reasonable with what we're asking for and put it where it makes sense. That's all. Thanks.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly, who has 1:40 left.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I'm sorry. With the bullet points underneath, there aren't that many categories, but there's student housing table. It's really 4 categories. It looks a lot longer. I just think this is really vital and crucial that we have this data, especially around affordable housing, around student housing. All of this impacts our housing, and to look at it will give us far better guidance.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and the amended and somewhat expanded 10C will be implemented. And I just want to echo what Councilmember Nusma said. This is great data. I think some of it will be there off the shelf, some of it may not, and we'll just ask you to make your best effort to include anything possible. Now on item 10D, is there a motion?
My hand is up.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I would like to motion for proposed 1. So policy addressing housing options for families needing multiple bedrooms. But I wanted to modify that to instead be something we can put under, this is supposed to be for H1.4. It was something that I proposed. And I guess the exact language that I'm looking for, which I emailed other council members earlier today, is increase the availability of housing options that families find desirable for long-term living.
I'll second.
Councilmember Davis moves the acceptance of a somewhat modified first proposed action to policy number 1 under item 10D. The modification is as follows. It would include, the wording would be, increase the availability of housing options that families find desirable for long-term living. I'll say that again because I think it's new language for some, although not to the council. Increase the availability of housing options that families find desirable for long-term living. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Will the clerk, Councilmember Burns?
Oh, well, my hand was actually up first, but.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Burns.
Yeah, so basically, originally I did say specifically I wanted housing options for families needing multiple bedrooms. As I've mentioned to all the other city council members repeatedly, and I've mentioned here on the dais, I'm very worried about our lack of affordable housing and just housing in general for families. If you saw the most recent Evanston Roundtable article, D65 enrollment is down 24%. That is compared to 12% in Wilmette. It's down 12% in Wilmette, but it's up 7% in Skokie. So we have a serious issue with our ability to, and it could be, I know some might argue that these are just people being pulled from D65, but I think that's only like half of it at best. I think that it is the case that we are having a hard time maintaining families. And in order to do so, when we talk about all of our changes for zoning, a lot of the developments that we approve here in Evanston, a lot of the high rises that come by and everything, they do studio apartments up to 2 bedrooms. And families overwhelmingly tell me, and I know personally, that we want 3 or more bedrooms. And in order to make sure that this happens, we have to act intentionally, and we need to make sure we prioritize that and put that in our zoning code and see what we need to do in order to make that more possible, especially for these more dense developments. And so I'm asking that we consider that. But in addition to that, one of the things that irritates me to no end is that I feel that we are more likely to see support for people to have animals than we do people with children. So in particular, this is just a side rant, but I can't get an Uber that has a car seat, but I can get an Uber for my dog that allows for a dog to sit in the back seat. But on a similar note, when I see these high rises or these denser developments, we're more likely to see a place where dogs can urinate inside the building than we are like playscapes or space for children, in addition to a lack of outdoor space for children. And so this doesn't have to always be the case. Every type of housing isn't for everybody. I get that. But if we do not prioritize families being here, what we'll find ourselves and we'll find a future city council doing is sitting here on the dais trying to figure out how we can attract more families so that we have a tax base of people between the ages of 20 and 40 who are not, or 20 and 50 who are not retirement age and who don't qualify for the senior exemption in order for us to have a thriving tax base and also for us to have a population that grows or at least maintains stably. Because again, a lot of the people who live in Evanston are return people who grew up here and enjoyed living here. In order for us to not have all of these financial and population issues in the future, we have to prioritize encouraging families today. And by every stat that I've seen, we're not doing that. And so we should probably start here. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Councilmember Davis was just trying to see if we can find a way to retain the multiple bedrooms. I mean, based on your explanation, I think your motion gets at that, but which I appreciate. I just very specifically though, what I always say is the lower income you are, the more bedrooms you need, the harder it is to stay in Evanston. And I think that multiple bedrooms is important. That's something that previous District 65 board members pointed out, and I just would love to figure out a way to retain that. So particularly, multiple bedrooms, including multiple, just some way to include that in your version.
Yeah, so I want to say, I don't know if I'll wait for the chair to.
Well, he asked you a question directly, so if you want to respond.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then, yeah, I completely agree, Councilmember Burns, because I find a lot of people tell me that even if they are staying in less than 3 bedrooms, they consider this a temporary situation, which is why I added in the aspect of long-term, because I think that when people look for their forever homes or where they're trying to really settle down at, they are looking for 3 or more bedrooms. But I'll take an amendment, and I would say find desirable for long-term living. Well, actually, housing options, maybe housing options, increase the availability of housing options that families find desirable for long-term living. Would that look like just including multiple bedrooms at the end of that statement?
Yeah, however you want to do it, I would support. We can, if we need to make another change at the next meeting, we can. But
no, I think that's totally fine. I think that gets. It's not my language, but just for me as a reader, that gets the job done. Just adding, including multiple bedrooms at the end of Councilmember Davis's existing draft.
I'm fine with that. Yeah. Do you need me to email that, or is it okay just how we said it?
No, I think I'll just say it like a kindergarten teacher a couple times, and we'll call it a day. So Councilmember Burns makes a friendly amendment to simply add the words including multiple bedrooms at the end of the previously moved language, so that it now reads the following: increase the availability of housing options that families find desirable for long-term living, comma, including multiple bedrooms. And if everyone's okay with that language, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the modified proposal 1 is accepted. Councilmember Newsma.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to item 10E, I will move the adoption of option 2, which I will read. Option 2 reads, increase Evanston's housing choices by allowing multi-unit housing by right in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves acceptance of option 2 in item 10E. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
I'm sorry. I thought we were going through 1, 2, and 3. On the previous one, I had an amendment I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So in item 10D, 1, 2, and 3 were not mutually exclusive. Right. So there's not, just because we accepted a modified version of 1 doesn't take 2 and 3 off the table. The motion.
I can withdraw my motion, and we can.
All right. So if you want, so Councilmember Newsma withdraws his motion. We'll return to you, Councilmember Newsma, at the end of 10D. Councilmember Kelly on item 10D.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. So I thought we were going to go through those, but if we aren't, I had an amendment I wanted to add to establish for this part for actions.
So let me just explain. So I would say you could. It's totally in order to say like, hey, we've done an amended 1. I like 2 and 3 as well, or I like 3 but not 2. I move that we accept 3, or 3 is close but not quite there. I move that we accept a modified version of 3. Sort of anything is in order at this time. Okay. On 10D.
Okay, on 10D, I'd like to move that we accept the action to establish coordinated policies and procedures to address the needs of the unhoused population in coordination and collaboration with neighboring municipalities to ensure a comprehensive and effective response. So, and I will email that to everyone now. I'd like to add that as one of the actions under 10D. And I'm happy to explain that, but I think that what's lacking is sort of regionalism in this overall document, and I think particularly here it's really important to identify that. So I'm sending it now.
While Councilmember Kelly sends that over, Councilmember Burns.
And I mean, you said that's an amendment to propose 2, right? The second proposal?
That is under 10D. I'm amending 10D.
Yeah, I think she might envision it. It's sort of not that close to 2, but it's perhaps instead of 2 or inspired a little bit by 2.
I was hoping it was 2, and maybe we can just say that, because what I'm concerned about, and I know I seconded the last motion like this, but my understanding is that we're supposed to really stick to the items that are here, which is why I think an amendment to proposal 2 would be in order. If it's outside of that, my concern is I got a bunch of stuff that's not, we all have stuff that's not one of the items that we're going to discuss after this, and I just don't want to anybody to skip the line on that, just for the sake of process and in order, good order. So, but an amendment to proposal 2, because it talks about those who are on house, I think would make sense.
Okay, I'm happy. Well, I just want to say, though, that this does apply to 10D. I mean, there are other items, for example, the title of, there are other things that I wanted to address that aren't listed here, and I'm not bringing those up. So I am just bringing this up as part of 10D. So I think that's appropriate. I mean, again, there's, for example, I mean, I could like increase the housing supply. That title I would like to address. I think it should be about as a challenge.
Right. So I think both of you are making fair points. It's sort of a gray area, and I think Councilmember Burns' point is well taken. That in the interests of fairness to all council members and orderliness to the meeting, let's try to, and I'll as chair own this particularly. Let's try to stay as focused as we can. I do think that the current motion is in order. If for no other reason than because it's so close to, it's so related to the topic in proposal number 2. So let's go ahead.
Okay, so I sent it.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to add action under policy 1 in lieu of proposal 2 in the packet. The following.
Well, it's not quite in lieu of, because I don't, it's, I do think we should have a policy addressing assisted living. Okay, all right, we can put it, I should add that wording then, assisted living for non-seniors. I think that's a different category, but, so I do think this is in addition, but I welcome thoughts on that.
All right, well, let me read the addition. It is to establish coordinated policies and procedures to address the needs of the unhoused population in coordination and collaboration with neighboring municipalities to ensure a comprehensive and effective response. Seconded by Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Harris.
So I'm just trying to understand what that collaboration is with the different municipalities for a comprehensive and effective response. What does that look like? What does that mean? We've just tried to engage with somebody who we haven't engaged with.
It means working with our surrounding communities to address a regional problem. I mean, it's common practice throughout the nation with cities dealing with this very serious problem. It's collaborating to, like I say, to address this problem. It's not just an Evanston problem. It doesn't just reside here. It's something
most
that we
definitely
can,
it's worldwide. In my travels, it's worldwide. St. Martin, there were homeless people, but other municipalities have reached out to say they want to do that.
I say that this is something that we should encourage and start, and I'm certain that this is already being done to some extent. I'm not suggesting it's not being done, but I think this, since it is already being done, we should put this in our comprehensive plan, that this is very important that this continue and that we maintain collaboration and coordination with our surrounding communities.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Kelly, Suffredin, Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am fully supportive of this conceptually, but am concerned about the practical implications of adopting this, and I'm not quite yet ready to support it for that reason. It certainly makes sense to coordinate our response here in Evanston with other surrounding communities when it comes to unhoused individuals. We are not an island. We are at the at the end of, or near the end of, the Purple Line. We're accessible by bus lines. We're immediately adjacent to Chicago. But one of the challenges I am aware of is that the city of Chicago's system, the database they use to manage and track service delivery to unhoused individuals, is not a system that that Evanston's system can talk to or is even allowed to by some HUD requirements. So I'll ask staff to fill in some details there, or maybe Councilmember Isles, who has some knowledge in this regard. Like, I'd love to coordinate better, but if our hands are tied, let's not set ourselves up for something that is practically more challenging than it seems like it should be.
Chicago has its own continuum of care, which is the organizational structure to deal with unhoused people. We are part of the suburban Cook County continuum, which is kind of like a donut with a bite taken out of the east side for the lakefront. There is some work between the two, but they're not using the same database. You're right. I mean, it's the same type of database, but they don't share data directly all the time. That's been discussed in great detail. One of the problems is that would be such a huge combined continuum of care. Managing it would be really a nightmare. The suburban Cook has 3 sort of areas, south, west, and north, and they're coordinated among that. I think we want to continue to work on this, but I don't see us necessarily working that closely with Chicago at this time.
So if I could maybe get on board with this, if Councilmember Kelly would accept a friendly amendment to switch the word establish to use the word explore, because it's something that requires a lot more thinking before we immediately launch into action.
And I do want to point out that if federal funding for this is diminished, we can explore things as long as we want. But I mean, that's a really major concern right now. And that's something that you can all send in comments about and support this sort of funding.
So, may I respond? So I just sent modified version, if that works. I put strive for, but I think that's similar to explore. And I removed the first word, coordinated, strive for policies and procedures to address this in collaboration and coordination. I think that's about similar, but it puts a little more.
The use of the word explore is congruent with terminology we've used in other places, so it's kind of the same idea, but that's all for now.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Suffredin Rogers.
I think that's it. I changed it out. I just want to make sure everybody saw the modified language. And again, I think this is something absolutely, we're better for anything we do if we work with our surrounding communities in partnership. Thank you.
And yes, for everyone, just the substitute motion is strive for policies and procedures to address the needs of the unhoused population in coordination and collaboration with neighboring municipalities to ensure a comprehensive and effective response. Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Rogers.
Sure. One, I think Councilmember Harris's point is well taken. We can't compel anybody to do anything. And not to get too deep into wordsmithing, but in other parts of the document, do we use the term neighboring communities or do we use surrounding communities? Because my interpretation is neighboring is 3 and surrounding is a lot more regional and inclusive.
We can certainly ensure consistency if you let us know what your preference is on the dais. But let me just do a quick word search to see how it's currently.
And Councilmember Kelly, it's your amendment, but would you be open to replacing neighboring with surrounding?
Yeah, I think surrounding is better. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Suffredin makes a friendly amendment to replace the word neighboring with surrounding so that the text now reads as follows. Strive for policies and procedures to address the needs of the unhoused population in coordination and collaboration with surrounding municipalities to ensure a comprehensive and effective response.
Yep.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Isles.
I definitely would support something like this as someone whose ward is immediately adjacent to 2 other municipalities. We have situations where people are moving back and forth across the borders, And I do realize the complexity of Chicago's. I work at a church in Chicago. We have unhoused people who regularly come in wanting us to help them. And the best we can do is give them a phone number to get them into the system, really. So it's not the ideal situation, but I think when we're talking about surrounding, we're talking about also Skokie, we're talking about Lincolnwood. We're taking in a much larger area than just the Chicago itself, although I would love to see anything we can do. And in 20 years, who knows, maybe we'll all be working together on the same system.
Councilmember Isles.
Would you take a friendly amendment for continuum of care instead of comprehensive and effective response? You heard Director Flax use it. That's sort of the common terminology in the field.
Sure. To ensure
A continuum of care.
Okay.
Is generally how it's wordsmithing, but it's sort of the language of the field.
That's fine. Thank you.
Councilmember Isles makes a friendly amendment to replace the words comprehensive and effective response with continuum of care, so that the proposal now reads, strive for policies and procedures to address the needs of the unhoused population in coordination and collaboration with surrounding municipalities to ensure a continuum of care. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nuzema.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles. Sorry. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
And Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the last item enumerated is accepted by the council. Councilmember Kelly, you're still on item 10D.
I am.
Councilmember
One more
Kelly.
for 10D, one more action I'd like to add, and that is given based on studies and based on some of the biggest think tanks like the Institute for Policy Studies that have, undeniably shown that the large that the increased corporate control over our housing has been driving the trends, driving pricing upwards. And I think we really do have to, we haven't really had a discussion about this, about all that is, what the driving forces are, but that I think has been shown over and over again. And again, I'm referring to a recent study out of the Institute for Policy Studies, one of the largest think tanks in DC and progressive, that does point to the driving, one of the major driving forces being increased corporate control on the housing market. So with that in mind, and understanding that is making it harder for people to buy homes, harder for people to stay in homes. It's leaving a lot of vacancies as there's wealth parking going on. So with that, I would like to add this also: to develop and implement policies to restrict the growing influence of corporate investors whose speculative practices contribute to rising housing costs, increased displacement, and also undermine efforts to preserve and expand permanently affordable housing. And I'll send that to everyone. So again, it's develop and implement policies that address that impact on our community. And I believe that we all do care about affordable housing. We do all want to protect, whether we use preserve, protect, or maintain our existing affordable housing. But if we don't address this, then this is something that we need to address. So I'll share that, and I'm open to, changes in wording.
I'm sorry. We're just swinging for the hips. I got a whole list of things.
Well, it's still just under
Even in
10D.
10C, I would include something about Northwestern. We're just shooting for the hip on things that aren't here.
I mean, the item 10D is add actions to policy number 1.
But I thought we were specifically looking at
Like I said, it's a gray area. I'm going to allow this one, and then we're going to move on after this one.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis's hand is up. I don't know if that's intentional or, okay.
It is. I wanted to move proposed 3.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Kelly moves to add the following item. Develop and implement policies to restrict the growing influence of corporate investors whose speculative practices contribute to rising housing costs, increase displacement, and undermine efforts to preserve and expand permanently affordable housing. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Isles.
I appreciate the sentiment. I'd like to hear from staff whether this is legally possible. Is that possible?
You want me to repeat the? Yeah, and one moment. The wording is, so develop and implement policies. And policies are very broad, by the way. That can be just about anything from land policy, zoning, to just practices, to restrict or address, I'm willing to say address, the growing influence of corporate investors whose speculative practices contribute to rising housing costs, increased displacement, and undermine efforts to preserve and expand permanently affordable housing.
Thank you for the question. For the record, Alex Ruggie, Corporation Counsel. I think that's something that my team and I would have to look into further. It's pretty lengthy and has a lot of different layers to it. We'd be happy to look into it and get back to you before the next meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for stopping hedge funds from buying up Evanston property and making it more unaffordable, but
Great.
I am concerned that
Sure.
we can't legally do that. So maybe we could table it until we get an answer.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I think it is really important, so I appreciate your support of that idea. And again, this is something that is being proposed at the national level.
For sure.
And others. And I think there are cities that have implemented some different policies, but absolutely.
So do you want to withdraw the motion for now?
We'll
while
table. We're going to move to table that until
we get an answer from,
Okay.
until we give council a
Okay,
chance
so
to
I'll move
research.
to table, and you're second
I'll second the table.
to table to the next council meeting?
to when they get the information. I don't know if that'd be now or the next council meeting.
I believe it'll be the next council meeting. Yeah.
Councilmember Kelly moves to table this proposal to the next council meeting. Councilmember Isles seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and this will be tabled to the next meeting. And now on the item 10D, Councilmember Davis with a motion that I think is unambiguously in order. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion for proposal number 3, but the exact language that I'd like to see is develop community land trust policy and map sites suitable for addition to the land trust.
Second.
Councilmember Davis moves to adopt the following modification of the third suggestion. Develop community land trust policy and map sites suitable for addition to the land trust. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Burns, followed by Kelly.
Just want to make sure that when we say the land trust, are we talking about Community Partners for Affordable Housing's land trust, which is the only land trust in our area that I think is currently in operation? I say that because I've heard other people suggest maybe that, or community members at public comment suggest that maybe the city should create its own land trust. And so I think it's important to decide how specific we want to be. And then I'll also use this time to say that that through SEPA's land trust program, I just want to make this clear to the community, because sometimes during public comment, I think people bring things up as if they've come up with a new idea. The city has been supporting and expanding SEPA's land trust for many years now. Geometry construction program is one example. There's some more recent examples in the Fifth Ward that this council has supported. So it's something that we're aware of. The city has been expanding the land trust, and not to say we don't need policies to see how we can expand it further. And that leads to my question. How specific do we want to be? Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that, Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, I basically took that part of the language from Councilmember Geracaris that had to be taken out because Liz basically said we can't be so specific as to mention the geometry program as it applies to like how the land trust is organized. That's what I'm saying that we need to decide. I'm okay with it being SEPA, but I think that for the purpose of this document, it's okay to keep it a little broad and vague. I know that you say that we are involved with SEPA, and I know that, but if you look on our website, there's no mention of like our collaboration, and we're not explicit in that nature. So I'd like us to just say, yeah, we're here for land trust. This is how we're doing it. And this is like the plan. But I don't see that written anywhere. I think it's something that will probably be included in the housing plan. But the main point is just like, you mentioned, Councilmember Burns, that people come up and propose it if it's a new idea. And I think it's because we have not really clearly stated how we are implementing and supporting that idea, which is why we need a written developed policy for it, I think.
Can I just interject here with a proposal? Would both of you be comfortable if the word "the" were replaced with "a" for addition to a land trust? So
yeah,
it's just totally agnostic. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Councilmember Burns.
I just wanted to give another example why I think this is important is because what we have been, we've been in discussion with SEPA internally on implementing a program that they have had some success with in, is it Lake County, Director Flax? And so this, I forgot about this. This is probably more importantly why we need to decide how specific we want to be. So since they're already a partner that we've had success with, and since we're already in discussion with them about developing a plan, I can send over emails and materials to you. We've been in discussion with them for quite a while. We could provide ourselves with direction to do that, right? To expand the land trust through developing a plan that's similar to what they've already done in Lake County, or we could keep it general. I'm open to both, but I just wanted to share that information that people probably weren't aware of. Thank you.
I would just suggest, since this wordsmithing is in response to concern from staff, there was too much specificity, I would recommend for this document that we keep it general. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Rogers and Nusma.
Thank you. So just as a matter of procedure, we're looking now at amending option 3, is that right?
Yes.
And then we would vote on that amendment, but that would be just how option 3 is amended, but not yet on the overarching modifying 2.1. We would first vote to amend that, and then we would vote whether or not we're going to vote on option 3 to modify, preserve, and increase Evanston's diverse housing.
You are in the wrong section. We are still in 10D.
I'm sorry. I thought she was modifying. Pardon me. My apologies.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Nusma.
I would just quickly say that I don't think we should get too specific about organizations or anything, because this is a 20-year document. Who knows what players will be around at that time, so.
Councilmember Nusma.
I was going to suggest the same change to the indefinite article.
Councilmember Nusma makes a friendly amendment to indefinitify the article. So the word "the" is replaced with the word "a," and it now reads policy expanding. No, sorry, I'm in the wrong place. I apologize. Develop community land trust policy and map sites suitable for addition to a land trust.
I guess I'll offer that as a friendly amendment.
I think it was already accepted as friendly by the.
That's what I was going to.
Yep.
You beat me to it. So.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Harris. No, that was you. Councilmember Harris.
No, I too agree that we should figure out, in a general aspect, the land trust to help preserve the integrity of what we really are trying to do. So I'm in favor of that.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4.5 minutes left.
Can you read how it stands right now?
You bet. develop community land trust policy and map sites suitable for addition to a land trust.
So there's nothing about expanding it or increasing it. I'd ask that to Councilmember Harris. Because now we're just developing policy, but we're not expanding it. I would like to see it expanded and increased, our land trust.
Well, you can,
If I may, there is an existing policy under Policy Action 4, Prevent Displacement of Evanston Residents. It's 4.3, which reads, research and develop technical and financial support for shared equity housing models, including community land trusts and limited equity cooperatives. So that is currently within the draft plan as it is written.
And that's fine. That also doesn't say to expand and increase, though. So that's fine to fund and support. I'm all in favor of that. So, Councilmember Harris, did you want to see these increase the amount?
I think you mean Councilmember Davis.
I'm sorry. I meant Davis. Sorry. Councilmember Davis. Did did you not want to see this expanded or increased? Our community land trusts.
It just didn't seem to me like we had a concrete, or written out policy. I know that we give a little bit to SEPA and other land trusts, but we don't have, I guess, you say increase as if or expand as if we have a set cadence already, which I don't think we do.
I agree. And I do like the idea of having policy, but I also like the idea of trying to move us forward with increasing our community land.
So what is your amendment?
So I
what are
guess
you
I would
recommending?
say, can we, I don't have it written out in front of me, so it's hard to wordsmith this, but if we can add a word expand or a word that's synonymous with expand, increase, broaden. I don't have it written, so if you send it to me, I can.
At this time, the language is develop community land trust policy and map sites suitable for addition to a land trust.
Okay, I can change that to expand community land trust policy and map sites suitable for addition to a land trust.
Councilmember Kelly makes a friendly amendment to replace the initial word develop with the word expand so that the text now reads expand community land trust policy and map sites suitable to addition to a land trust. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and that modified version of Proposal 3 will also be accepted. Now on item 10E, Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will renew my motion for 10E, which is to adopt the language in option 2.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves to adopt the language in option 2 in item 10E. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is kind of the heart of a lot of the discussion here. And before I talk about the specific language, I just want to address the underlying concepts. And I've been fairly clear over the last year that my hope for this process is that we would allow increased types and diversity of housing throughout Evanston. And there are different ways to say that. There are different ways to qualify that, whether we're talking about 2 flats or 3 flats or 4 flats, and on what size property, each one of those housing types might be allowed. And that discussion is going to be really important when we get to the zoning portion of this discussion. For right now, I think it's very important that the comprehensive plan establishes a clear direction endorsed by a majority of this council that we want to increase the number and types of housing available in Evanston. And so with that in mind, I sat down with Councilmember Rogers a few weeks ago. We went through various iterations of wording. We came up with this one. I'm not sure if Councilmember Rogers still supports it. We left that conversation with Matt saying, you know what, I might need to keep thinking about this. So I'll let Councilmember Rogers speak for himself. But I think option 2 accurately increases my desire to allow more housing units to be built throughout Evanston.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Rogers
And then Davis.
and Davis.
I'll go after Rogers, if that's okay.
Okay. Councilmember Rogers, followed by Davis, Kelly, Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, Councilmember Newsman, I did meet on things. We had a little bit of tweaks in our languages, which is why there were two different options which read very similar in here. The concern that has come to me is I support 2 flats in most of our neighborhoods. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The problem that I'm having is providing too much language that guides, that allows too much interpretation when it reaches the zoning process. And so that's my concern, which is why I will not be supporting even my language on this particular one, because in seeing how we've engaged as a council, these comments were written before we really had gotten into having many of our discussions. And I feel uncomfortable at this point putting forward something that is as open-ended as the wording that we had. I know what my intention is. I know what your intention is. But I'm very concerned about how that intention is interpreted elsewhere outside of our conversations. So that's basically where I am.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Kelly and Burns.
Yes, I have a couple of questions, and this is more for Liz. When we say allowing multi-unit housing by right, would this mean that, like, so there's a high-rise downtown right now, and I can't recall the exact numbers, but let's say that they wanted to do 40 stories. Would it allow for a 40-story building to be built, and we wouldn't be able to object to the height?
That would depend on the future zoning code. Multifamily housing is typically 3 or more units, so it could be anything 3 plus. So I think here a little more specificity or explore allowing multi-unit housing would likely then provide the opportunity during the zoning conversations to calibrate the allowances based on the surrounding area and what may be compatible with it.
So the language here implies like more than duplexes in like R1 areas then, right? It's like up to 4 units or 8, or what does it imply?
3 plus is what multifamily is traditionally assumed.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just say that I thought that at the very most where we were at in the conversation was to allow duplexes. And so I guess like I wonder why we're doing option 2 over option 4. Obviously, I would ideally prefer option 3, but if this is where we are in the conversation, Councilmember Nusma, if you would be open to changing multi-unit by right to 2 units, allowing 2 units by right in residential districts.
If I may. Yeah, to be clear, it is not my intent or desire that this language would allow high-rise construction unfettered in all neighborhoods. And so what I had in mind, and I think Councilmember Rogers had in mind when we were talking about this, was up to and possibly including 4 units. As I've been saying for a while, I'm fine with duplexes. in threeplexes in some cases, and in fourplexes maybe. And so that's kind of the idea that I'm trying to condense into this language. And so I think I would be I would be amenable to some kind of qualification or modification of in that regard. I wouldn't want to limit it to 2 flats, however. So maybe somebody else has some.
Can I just interject here? Because I will confess to having been a bit taken aback by Ms. Williams' comment. Those of us who are not housing professionals, just colloquially use the phrase multi-unit housing. Just sort of, it instinctively sounds like it means more than 1 unit, and I think that was the intent here. And just Googling around, that's the definition I most often find. So if you could say a word about why that phrase triggers 3 or more in your mind, because I think getting that distinction right is going to matter a lot to folks tonight.
I think I'm responding specifically to how we classify multi-unit or multi-unit development. It's typically by building code 3+. It's multifamily is how it's looked at. To your point, you could also say that that's a duplex because it is more than 1 unit on a site. So I think really the intent of council needs to be clarified here of what you're talking about when you say multi-unit housing.
Well, for sure. And also, I guess what I would ask you to guide folks is and I didn't make the motion, I'm just a guy wearing a tie, but to the extent that the intent of the motion was more than 1 as opposed to 3 or more, can you say what language that would have to be?
I think what is concerning or unclear at this point in terms of the council's direction is what is the cap of multi-unit. To Councilmember Davis's point, multi-unit could be any number of units within 1 building. So if the intent of council is to cap that in residential districts to 4 units, I think it would be best to say allowing up to 4 units by right in residential districts, just so that it is very clear that that's the intent.
But I want to be very clear. Up to 4 is, by some measures, a much more aggressive thing than 2 or more, which could mean 2.
Correct.
So if I'm understanding, again, I don't want to speak for the mover, but if I understood the mover correctly, he was trying to say, hey, do multi-unit everywhere, which might mean just 2. Maybe in some circumstances we can talk about 3. I don't know. We'll leave that for discussions later. So that's not about setting a cap. That's about finding the right language to say, the right wording to articulate what means 2 or more. And again, I think you're completely right. We've got to be clear with what we mean.
I mean, I like what you just said, 2 or more units by right in residential districts. That's very clear that the council's intent is to allow more than just single family homes in residential districts.
And 2 flats.
And it would include 2 flats, yes.
More than 2 flats. When you're saying 2 or more.
My hand is up.
Yeah, again,
So-
I think council, it's.
So we're just to be clear, Councilmember Davis still has the floor. But I
Okay.
wanted to clarify that because I think your technical analysis was probably pretty surprising to folks up here. It certainly was to me. All right, Councilmember Davis, you have the floor.
So my next issue then is, even if we change the language to 2 or more units, I do feel like we are unfairly targeting single family homeowners, because my understanding was that we wanted to increase density in general. So is the idea that we are only expecting this provision to result in the increase in housing for the residential districts? Basically, like, if it's residential districts, everywhere except for R1 already allows 2 or more units. So we're making no type of directive or push for any of the other housing developments that we have, which again seems to be unfair and solely target one class of homeowners here residents here in Evanston.
Mr. Mayor, if I could respond. Yeah, also I'll call Councilmember Davis and everyone else's attention to the second half of that sentence, which does indicate some direction to allow a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts. So the idea is more and different types of housing throughout Evanston, residential, mixed use, downtown, everywhere. So I believe Councilmember Davis, I hope that addresses your concern, which is indeed valid.
No, it doesn't, because we have R1 through R6. So this would, for R2 through R6, which are residential districts, we would make no difference. This has no impact on R2 through R6. But the mixed use and the downtown districts, which are D1 through D4 and MU, MUE, and MXE, are impacted by the second statement, but there is no impact on them by the beginning statement.
Mr. Mayor, as a point of order, R1 and R2 both are single-family districts. So it would be R3 through R6.
I think that's a point of information.
Okay, point of information.
Thank you.
Point of something.
Councilmember Davis.
That was it. That was my statement. I mean, I don't agree with, I was never going to pick option 2, but I'm just pointing out that it feels hypocritical, but it also just points to what happens when we try to have a broad zoning discussion and condense it into a one-sentence statement. We're not going to cover every edge case, but at the same time, again, it feels like we are unfairly targeting one class of residents by creating this provision that expects us to, increase our housing supply off of the backs of conservatively like 1/3 of the 1/3 of the houses that we have here, and 1/3 of the residents or households that we have here. But anyway, so there's no plan to amend this to have any impact on R3 through R6. We're just solely focusing on impacting the single-family homeowners.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns, followed by Suffredin.
First, I feel like there's far too much specificity, like zoning specificity, when we're supposed to be talking about our overall goals. And, Councilmember Newsom, I'm not sure what your goal is here. I think we're facing a housing affordability crisis, not a housing crisis. So, let's be clear on that. It's a housing affordability crisis. So, sort of simplistic focus on expanding supply or increasing density really misses the key drivers of the housing affordability crisis. And it suggests to me that we don't really want to regulate, the hedge funds and the institutional investors that are really fueling the affordability crisis with this statement. That's why I think it's important to at least have a word like preserve in there to let us all know that we also are there to protect, maintain, whatever word you want to use. I don't mind if we take out preserve, but I believe that we all do want to protect and maintain affordable homes in Evanston. So that's where I have a problem with this. This to me doesn't say that we're about addressing the housing affordability crisis. In fact, it feels almost like it's reverse engineering to deliver more to institutional investors. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Suffredin.
I'm still wrestling with trying to understand how this could potentially impact R3 in particular. And so I don't understand why it would only impact R1 and R2, why people feel that way. I need to think about that more, but I don't think that's the case. I sent over some language. I didn't frame it as an amendment because I'm happy to find a way to incorporate this language into option 2. I do recognize tonight to approve this, it will require, I think, my vote if the people who aren't going to support this don't end up supporting it. However, when we get to the next meeting with Councilmember Geracaris returning, I don't think this will be the case. That being said, I am happy to not vote for this and to do my work during the zoning process because it is important that aspects of what I'm going to say now be incorporated into any language that I would support. But again, I'm happy not supporting it and doing my work in the strategic housing plan and zoning process. So what I came up with was identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing and residential and mixed-use districts. If doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process, these changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the forthcoming strategic housing plan.
Councilmember, can I just,
Yes.
in the spirit of 20-year plan, can I just ask you to strike the word forthcoming?
Yeah. I didn't know how to handle that piece, but that's fine because we don't have it yet. But the reason why I said this is this. One of the main complaints that I'm hearing is people don't think we're being thoughtful enough about this question of density. And so the reason why I like identify language, although everybody may not, it's not going to appease everybody, but the reason why I like identify, implement, the reason why I like talking about policy changes is, to me, it acknowledges like there's still missing information. There's still information that we're going to get for the strategic housing plan, specifically the kind of housing gaps analysis. And to me, what is most exciting about a more dense Evanston that grows more than we are now, or is on track to grow more than we are now, is the potential for that to reduce costs for everybody. That's why it's important to me. I know there was another speaker that talked about people who are kind of fleeing other places, needing a place to go to, which I completely understand where that's coming from. But for me, like at its most basic level, it's really about reducing overall costs for everybody in Evanston. And I don't think we have enough information that really that we can kind of get behind that would suggest that we know that would happen in the context of Evanston, not what's happening in what happened in Texas and Massachusetts, but specifically for Evanston, what does that mean for us here? And which is why I like to identify the policy change language better than just simply allow. What's also important to me is it goes back to this same thing. What are we doing this for? Again, some people, it might be fine to just, we're trying to grow just because we're trying to grow, and it's a good thing. I'm not like that. Like, I want to know that I think what it's about, at least what it is for me, is reducing housing costs. That's what I hear about from developers. I work with mid-sized developers, affordable housing developers. Like, the reason why I would support more by right development is a special use process inserts costs and political unpredictability that can create more costs for developers, right? That's how I understand it intellectually from my conversations with developers. I need that to be the reason why one of the reasons at least, that we're expressly saying this is important, and which is why I would want that in there. And then it also like binds us to something real that community members can hold us accountable to. So it's like, yeah, let's do this if it will prove that it will reduce housing costs, increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. And then the last piece, again, is a nod to the strategic housing plan, which we keep hearing over and over again, and we should be hearing that over and over again, which is these changes should not conflict with. Because everything I'm hearing from community about, it's like you have people that literally think that there's interest in doing this because we want to make Evanston more affordable. And that couldn't be furthest from the case of anybody that supports this language. But if we feel that way, then let's just say it in here. This should not conflict, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. So that, and not a motion, just language. I'm sure there's a way to incorporate this into option 2 if there's a willingness to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you threw me for a loop by it not being a motion. Okay, Councilmember Sufferton.
Yeah, so, I mean, the votes are going to fall however they're going to fall, and it's pretty easy to predict, but I just want to confirm what I just saw. The mayor was legitimately surprised that we're talking about up to 4, or we're talking about more? I mean,
No. I was surprised about a technical interpretation of a particular word that I think was also, the interpretation shared by staff was different than that held by the person who drafted this as well. Go ahead.
I mean, I just think if there's any part of this plan that requires precision, clarity, and specificity, it's this piece. This is the thing that everyone's been most concerned about since we started. And I think any ambiguity in this section is incredibly problematic. So I would just encourage the people who are going to support this to make sure you have this right. and that it's clear what you're voting for.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time. Oh, that's wrong. All sorts of new lights. Councilmember Isles.
So I agree with Councilmember Suffredin. I think that the point of this particular section is so that the language should be specific enough to guide our zoning discussion when that comes up. I've been really clear through the election process and afterwards that I was in favor of 2 flats, duplexes, and anything that exists within the envelope of a building. And so I also was a little bit thrown by the fact that multi-unit means 3+. And, you know, if you take a mansion on Forest and split it into 4 units, I'm fine with that. I've said repeatedly that just building a 4 flat is one step too far for me. And so I do think we need some additional specificity on this. I think there's a way to weave Councilmember Burns's thoughts into this option. I think that's what we need to work on here.
I would just like to correct the record. So my understanding of the question was the definition of multifamily, which typically, from a building code standpoint, something flips from a residential classification once you hit 3 or more units. So that is where my response was coming from. If you want to go by multi-unit, it is more than 1 unit within the footprint of a building. So I just want to clarify the record of my statement previously so that there isn't this confusion, and I apologize.
I appreciate that.
I'll pull the pregnancy card. Brain fog, my bad. I'm not trying to create confusion on the dais here. And what I'm hearing from the council is that you want to explore allowing more than 1 unit in residential districts as part of future conversations with zoning. So a suggestion would be to change the word allowing to by exploring multi-unit housing by right in residential district and a range of higher density options in mixed use in downtown districts. So that is one option that the council can consider, which then kicks this conversation to the zoning code process and allows you to evaluate the different zoning districts across residential areas in the future. And it does not specify that it has to allow them by right. It's an exploration of allowing different multi-unit housing types in residential districts. My apologies.
I appreciate the clarification. And multi-unit that's how I interpreted multi-unit. And so thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Nusma with 3:20 left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of taking in what Ms. Williams is suggesting about changing allowing to exploring. And hey, if that gets it done, and maybe that's the way to go. In any case, what we're doing here is providing direction for ourselves and other community members, community stakeholders, and staff when we get to the zoning discussion. And so what I want to make sure is happening when we get there is that we are not just exploring it and then, allowing ourselves an out to say, no, we thought about it, we're not going to do it. I want to do it. What do I want to do? I can't say exactly because that's going to depend on the specifics of the neighborhood. It's going to depend on a lot of input yet to come. But what I would like to be on the table is 2 flats, 3 flats, and 4 flats. And maybe 2 flats are acceptable almost everywhere. Maybe 4 flats are acceptable in only a handful of locations, but we're not having that particular discussion now. But that's the discussion I want to have, and that's the intent of this language, is to kind of force that discussion with clear direction that is the from the council that that's the direction we want to go. So I guess that's a question for staff, is if we downgrade the language from allowing to exploring, am I giving up too much?
I don't, because of the fact that to other council members' considerations or points earlier, we do have districts that go up to R6. And so, multi-unit in one residential district versus what we may explore and land on in another district are different things. Mm-hmm. Also, this will come before this body, I hope, or a future council for their decision as to whether or not this exploration is acceptable across the different proposed zoning districts. So this exploration will result in a proposal that'll go through a legislative process, the Land Use Commission, City Council, and ultimately it will be your decision on the dais whether or not to accept that exploration.
So I'm just not sure we're providing the specificity that Councilmember Suffredin is reminding us that we need to include here. So
I would just like to make a point. Technically, we allow 2 units almost everywhere, subject to lot coverage and impervious surface because of ADUs. And I'd like to consider using just the number of units rather than always saying 2 flats, 3 flats, 4 flats, because that limits us to a specific housing configuration. And I think that the flexibility to have different configurations of housing, you might have a 2 flat with an ADU, and actually technically you can already do that. So to expand from that, it really makes it a kind of different equation.
So that's the challenge, is how to be specific enough but not overly specific. And that's the lake we're swimming in right now. What if we did something by just inserting the word appropriate, by allowing appropriate multi-unit housing? Obviously, we would have to have a discussion at some later point about what appropriate means, but we're going to have that discussion anyway. That's not a bad thing. That's a feature, not a flaw. So if we said increase Evanston's housing choices by allowing appropriate multi-unit housing by right, or if somebody has a better word, appropriate, I would argue that that provides hopefully clear enough direction to subsequent steps in the process without being overly prescriptive.
Is that a substitute?
So I will, can I friendly amend my own motion?
Sure, or you can withdraw your motion and make a new one right now.
I'll add the word appropriate.
Councilmember Nusma withdraws his motion and replaces it with one to add the word appropriate in option 2 between the words allowing and multi-unit housing. So it reads, increase Evanston's housing choices by allowing appropriate multi-unit housing by right, ... Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Newsom, you still have the floor if you want it.
Yeah, and so I also just want to remind folks that we are talking about one of the action items under one of the goals here. This is not the entire comprehensive plan. This is not the zoning discussion. We have, this is under the goal, implement a comprehensive housing strategy. We still have a lot of work to do on that. In fact, so much it's going to be its own document. We have another, a whole separate goal, increase housing supply and housing choices. Another goal, preserve existing housing stock, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot more to this discussion than just this particular action item. And I think we need to kind of be very careful about making more of this than it is. This is pretty critical here, but I will argue in favor of the option 2 as amended, as providing sufficient direction to staff and future stakeholders in this process that is the direction this council would like to go.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 3:40 left.
Thank you. First off, I've been working with the zoning and everything probably longer than most people in this room. Not everybody. Ms. Flax, you probably have me on time. And this is part of the problem, is when we're trying to address these things like this and give guidance so that our guidance is understood and properly interpreted. Yes, we have 6 R districts right now. We probably will not end up with 6 R districts in the future. So I'm keeping an eye on that sort of stuff and thinking, well, what does this mean for those? I've been very adamant that in terms of like anything that is a single family district currently, I would never go to a 4 flat in those. That's just a no. I would not go to a 3 flat on those. That's my interpretation. The other thing that greatly concerns me is we're hearing like, well, we should do this not in conflict with our strategic housing plan, which is something that is pretty close to being prepared for sharing with us, if I'm not mistaken, staff. A nod?
The draft is anticipated to be released in September.
So next month. So I'm greatly concerned when I hear that we're going to approve things and put language in that says not to be in conflict with the future document. That causes me great concern, which is why I sort of went back on this whole idea of giving too much specificity that is open to interpretation, instead of just keeping it very vague and giving our ideas, sharing our concerns with staff as we move into that zoning process. Because as a land use commissioner, I can tell you one of the greatest problems we ever had was not seeing clear direction from council. And that's exactly what this land use commission is going to see, is not real clear direction from this council, in my opinion. That's just my thoughts. Like I said, I won't be voting for this language.
This time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 3:45 left.
I agree. I mean, as I said before, I think we should be, I don't see any issue in approving our strategic housing plan first. We're talking a couple of months. No one's trying to delay tactics. It's about doing what's responsible. And so, I think this is really good. We're finally having these kind of discussions that we should be having. And the discussions over the past year we've had have not been related to the content of our comprehensive plan. So make no mistake, we just started these. And this is really good. And I think it's, really healthy and important. So I still think we should be waiting till we get our strategic housing plan in September, and then incorporate that into our Chapter 10 housing. But apart from that, I also can support this language that Councilmember Newsma advocating for. And Councilmember Newsma, I assume that you want this language to address the housing affordability crisis. And if so, this greatly concerns me, because there really is no language in here, that suggests any intention to protect us against predatory institutional investors, hedge funds, and anything else. There's no language at all. It basically just says, have at it. And that is a major driver. And we should talk about the driving forces of the housing affordability crisis. I would challenge anyone to deny that isn't a driving force. And I'm happy to share, like I said, from major institutions out of, think tanks. I don't think this is denied anymore. And I'm glad that I hear some council members agree that we should implement measures to stem that. And so that's my big concern here, that we should absolutely have language in there that whether it's maintain, diverse housing, I'd also say housing for low and middle income, or but I think the way it reads now at least leaves that open to suggest that we understand that the hedge funds and the REITs and the private equity are in fact making housing unaffordable. Right now it's 28 vacant homes across the nation for every unhoused person. And the market right now, construction is outpacing market need. So, the growing need, and it is. And so I think we really should have a really robust discussion about the driving forces and make sure that what we're doing, if we're all, I'm really dedicated to ensuring that we are not displacing more of our Evanstonians. Every week, every month, another one's being forced to leave, with language in our comprehensive plan that says that we are about that. And we have a lot of really beautiful neighborhoods, and I want to see people continue to leave traditional neighborhoods where families have continued. And I don't want to open those up to those threats. And that language right there says nothing about our concern for that. So I can't support that either. Thank you.
At this time, At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time. So we go back to Councilmember Burns. Councilmember, your time was about to expire when you finished. You had a few seconds left. You drafted a proposal, you explained it, you then made a point of not making a motion. I guess I would respectfully suggest, whether it's that specific proposal or something closely related, I think making a motion might be productive at this time, but obviously it's your prerogative.
I do, if council will allow, I do want to just briefly touch on one thing. The motion that I'll make, though, is really, honestly, at this point, we just need to table this. We're not ready. If Councilmember Geracaris was here again, it's possible that we would have been ready. I'm not ready to support this tonight. I think we need more time to workshop this, and so my motion will be to table it. I do want to say that because Councilmember Kelly keeps bringing up a lot of things, and I just want to point everybody to right now we're talking about increased housing supply and housing choices, although that may change, and then there's maybe 10 different policy that come out of that. The very next one is preserve existing housing stock, and there's a mention of work with local housing providers to protect naturally occurring housing, affordable housing, increase funding to rehabilitate housing that is affordable to low, blah, blah, blah. The very next one after that is prevent displacement of Evanston residents. Because I just want people to understand that sometimes what goes up here is what I would call political theater, and I have to say it only because it's literally right here. And so the thing to do would be when we discuss those, just make an amendment to add to it. There's already some really strong language in here, anti-displacement strategy, et cetera. I won't go through all of it because I don't have time, but it's all here, and we very easily could add to this if Councilmember Kelly would like to improve and strengthen it. We're talking about a different section, which focuses on another area of the comp plan, and so I just wanted to make sure everybody was understood that. I would like to move to table this.
To when?
To the end of the
world.
the end of this, wherever that we've already. I think we've already tabled two other things. So after that, just at the end of these items. But items for this, I think we're still in items for discussion. So not after.
Yeah. So the way the agenda
to the end of all
is structured is there's the items for discussion, which goes on for a couple more pages. Then there's 4 items have been tabled, one from chapter 2, one from chapter 4, one from chapter 6, and one from chapter 7. So you could table this to after the chapter 7 one.
Yes. Wait, thank you.
So that's going to be 11:30 tonight. And then what happens? Like, no new information will be in front of us.
You think we're going to get to it tonight? I didn't know how far we were going to get. That's why I said discussion.
Yeah, I will say I'm very uninclined to schedule any more special meetings on this topic, period. I think it seems to me the special meetings are kind of an invitation to drag things out. And obviously, if we don't finish, we'll have to add this to regular meetings. But I think I don't think scheduling another series of special meetings makes sense.
I guess my point is I don't think it's wise. I don't think the votes are here to adopt language right now. And so instead of spending the next 10, 20 minutes, we probably could get through a whole lot of other stuff that's not as controversial as this one. And then if we need to come back to it at the end of the night, that's fine. What I do is for the stuff that's really not controversial, I stop paying attention and I'll use that time to focus on trying to come up with some compromise language for this. because most of this stuff is not controversial. So I think an earlier point, this is it. This is the thing that we get the most comments about. So we need to spend a little bit
So
extra
we
time.
heard the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Councilmember Burns moves to table the current item to to immediately after the resolution of the getting around 7A discussion. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
All right.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
With 3 in favor and 5 against, the motion fails and the item is not tabled. We now move on, and since no one is asking to speak for a first time, we go back to Councilmember Davis, who has 140 left.
Yeah, I just wanted to move for Bobby's amendment. I liked it. So the one that he emailed us, do I have to read the whole thing and use my time on it? I'd prefer not to.
No, you don't need to. I'll read it if there's a second. Councilmember Burns, do you want to second your own?
If that's where we are, yes. I'll second.
Councilmember Davis moves to amend what has been proposed with the following language. Identify, and Councilmember Davis, are you okay with my little one-word removal?
Sure. Yep.
So Councilmember Davis's motion reads as follows. Identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing and residential and mixed-use districts. If doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use process. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Davis, you still have the floor if you want it. What's that?
Yeah. So, I appreciate Bobby's original item. I don't, again, understand. So in option 2, we have mixed use in downtown districts. And in Bobby's motion, Councilmember Burns' original statement, we had residential and mixed use districts. I, again, do not agree with the idea of us maybe possibly losing, because all of these terms actually matter. We have separate definitions of mixed use districts, residential districts, and downtown districts. So I'm actually going to amend my own statement. I'm going to take out the particularly the dashed part. We're just looking into it carte blanche. We're not hyper targeting any specific areas. We're trying to increase affordability, and we're leaving all of our options available. So amending my own motion to have that part taken out. That's it. Actually, no, that's not it. Otherwise, I'll say that I like this because I do like the idea of.
Just hold on. Councilmember Burns, are you still seconding this motion?
I'm sorry.
She removed the particularly for multi-unit housing and residential and mixed-use districts part.
If you want to keep it in, I would ask that we also add and downtown districts.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, my feeling about this is we really should be looking everywhere. I think the multi-unit and all of that language I just borrowed, I think we should be looking all over the town for opportunities where this makes sense. That's really how I feel.
All right, so the amendment now reads.
Exactly what
The amendment now reads, identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential and mixed-use districts, and, sorry. Well, I mean, there's already multi-unit housing downtown, so I mean, I think the way to mirror the other language would be identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts, dash, if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process, these changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. So what I've done there is simply to import the language from Councilmember Newsom's motion, which is a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts, and swapped that in where it just said and mixed use districts. Is that okay with both of you guys? Yeah. Councilmember Davis, it's your motion. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. Are you able to email that?
Yeah, let's just take a pause. I'm going to email this to everybody. So I'm going to read out loud what I'm about to email to everybody, and after I read it with sign off from Council Members Davis and Burns, I will send it. I'd like order in the chamber, please. Identify and implement policy changes that expand by, I'd like order in the chamber, please. Identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts, if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. Is that okay?
I have a quick question for Liz. Liz, is there no way to add density to increase like housing supply in mixed use districts?
Can you repeat your question?
Is there something similar that we can be doing for mixed use districts? We're touching on what we can do in residential and downtown districts. Is there anything that can be done in a similar vein in mixed use districts?
Just for the record, the text that I just read said higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts.
Yeah, I would recommend including both mixed use and downtown districts.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
All right, with that in mind, I am sending the language that was moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Davis, you still have the floor.
I'm done.
At this time, no one is seeking to speak for a first or second time. So starting with one person who's requesting to speak for a third time and is not out of time, Councilmember Kelly with 40 seconds left.
So I was going to make a comment, but after we got the language, if that's okay.
What's that, Councilmember?
I'd like to make a comment once I see the language. Has it been sent to us?
It has been sent.
Okay, one moment. Sorry. So I guess if doing so will reduce housing costs. So that part to me just seems like, so what do we do? Develop, go ahead, build. In 20 years, we'll check it out and see if it reduces housing costs. I just think there's no safeguards in here, again, against what we should all know is a driving force of the housing affordability crisis. So I'm very concerned that the if doing so will is an effective guardrail. So I can't support this.
Continuing with those who are requesting to speak for a third time and have some time left, Councilmember Rogers with 1:20 left.
Thank you. Yeah, the language here has a lot of caveats kind of attached to it, which doesn't make me feel real comfortable. Because if it does accomplish this thing, then we move forward with it, and that it shouldn't conflict with our strategic housing plan. I think anything that we're putting in here should be pretty straightforward without a bunch of language that's like if then, yet but, etc.
Now moving on to those whose time has expired but are asking to speak for a third time, Councilmember Nusma, if you could be brief.
Sure. I share some of Councilmember Rogers' concerns with some of these, some of that if language. But the way I read this, it kind of accomplishes the exact same thing that, my modified option 2 does. I think my modified option 2 does it in a lot cleaner and more straightforward manner. And let's be clear that we're not necessarily looking for the lowest common denominator here. It's okay for this council not to be unanimous in the direction that we decide to go as a city. It's totally okay for us to advocate for what we believe is right for our neighborhoods, for our city, and then let democracy happen and let's vote. I'm concerned if we try and drive this language down to something that is the lowest common denominator that we can all agree with, we're just punting the conversation down the road and going to end up exactly where we are tonight, having the same discussion again about, well, should it be 2 flats? Should it be 3 flats? Should it be 4 flats? And I'd like to have that conversation now. I've been clear about the direction I would like to head, and we don't all have to agree with it.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so you go back to Councilmember Suffredin with 4:15 left.
Thanks. I'd like to make a motion that we eliminate the term by right.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
So the friendly amendment strikes the words by right. So I think we all have this in front of us. I'm not going to read it out loud again. It begins now saying, identify and implement policy changes that expand development, not by right development.
And I don't know if changing the word expand is required for grammar purposes. If you eliminate that, encourage, but expand, if that works, I'm good with that.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first or second time. Councilmember Burns, if, again, your time has expired, so if you could be brief.
Does it not start over when there's a new motion? How are we? I just want to know how to handle this.
I mean, yeah, so we've got, the reason I'm letting people go over is there's motions upon motions, but traditionally we're still on the same underlying topic. So just use your best efforts to.
I guess a few things is, I think, I don't know. I mean, this goes back to what I was saying about, I think we probably should have tabled this, but here we are. I don't know. I think by right is important. I might be able to get around just development, but I think by right is an important thing that we should add, which is why I kind of honestly separated that out from everything else, because I think the thing that is good that can lower costs, and to Councilmember Kelly's point, the reason why I put reduce housing costs, I'm really thinking during the approval process. So as if a developer can build something more affordably, then the cost should be lower, right, for those who occupy. That's what I'm trying to get at. And we should be able to prove that is going to happen with these changes. So that's what I meant by that. I think by right is important.
So do you want to move to add that back in?
But we got to have a discussion, because we're not going to have votes on any of this. We're going to be doing this. I think to Roger's point, because I think also people are thinking about that, anything we say is at this level is going to be interpreted, can be interpreted a bunch of different ways. Until we have like very specific zoning language, which is not going to happen no matter what right now. It's just not going to happen. Whatever we put on here, it can be interpreted in a bunch of different ways, and it's up to this body, right, which is going to be the same body that adopts a new zoning code to decide exactly like what specific policy changes we feel comfortable with. Therefore, we're just trying to give some enough direction. If you read what we started with, everything we've discussed tonight provides a whole lot more clear direction than what we started with in terms of I don't know if it just said preserve and blah blah. It was really no direction. So that's why I think by right is important, because we need to focus the conversation on something that will be more likely to make a difference. By right will, so I think that's important. So I just wanted to comment on that, because I don't know what we have the votes for Mayor Biz right now. So I'm trying to help to move.
I mean, I think the way to find out is to make motions and take votes. So
I think people needed clarity around what I just spoke to, and hopefully, because I'm not comfortable with removing by right. I think that's important.
But no motion.
No motion right now. No.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Isles with 340 left.
I make a motion to put by right back into it.
Councilmember Isles moves to add the words by right back into the text before the body, so that the beginning prior to the first dash would read, identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on? This is a motion just to put the words by right back in, and then if that were to pass, then there'd be more discussion and at some point a vote on this language. Or if that weren't to pass, there would also be more discussion and at some point a vote on this language.
Are we still on Councilmember Davis's motion or not? This takes that place.
So this amends that. So it's so if it will dispense with this amendment and then go back to debating the either amended or unamended, or the re-amended or unre-amended Councilmember Davis's motion. Would the clerk, Councilmember Kelly, is your light on for this amendment? No. Okay. Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion, which is just add by right back in, and whatever happens, we're going to keep talking and then have a vote on the whole thing at some point, God willing.
Okay, Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there is a tie. I break the tie by voting in the affirmative. With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion carries, and by right is added back into the text. Councilmember Isles, you still have the floor if you want it.
No, I'm good.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first, second, or third time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 15 seconds left.
So it does feel like we should avoid writing zoning in our comprehensive plan, but expressing our overarching ideas. Could we replace, I'd like to see identify and implement with explore policy changes as guidance to our staff as we move into the zoning, once we complete this. I think that's better direction than identify and implement. So I'd like to move that we change identify and implement to explore policy.
Councilmember Kelly moves to amend by replacing identify and implement as the initial words of this with the word explore. So it would then read, prior to the dash, explore policy changes that expand by right development. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Isles, are you speaking to that amendment? Councilmember Kelly, you still have the floor if you want it. Councilmember Isles.
Yeah, I think it's important that we provide enough guidance in the language with enough specificity to guide the zoning discussion. And I think that identify and implement is much stronger language than explore. So I won't support changing it.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first, second, or third time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 45 seconds left.
Thank you. I think the problem that I run into is identify and implement if. I think explore makes much more common sense if we're going to use the word if and have qualifiers on it. But that's how I'm interpreting the language. So.
At this time, no one's asking you to speak for a first, second, or third time. Councilmember Newsma, whose time has expired, so if you could be quick, please.
We're going to call a point of order. I think my option 2, my motion is still on the table. Is it not? And then there was another motion that was made, and we're discussing that motion now. But we haven't disposed with my motion, and
great point. Let me tell you what I understand to be happening here, and I'm going to rely on Corporation Counsel to tell me what I did wrong. You made a motion. What I think happened was Councilmember Davis made a motion to amend, so that amendment is nested inside, which we're debating. And then there's now a series of motions to amend Councilmember Davis's thing, which we're handling in a third layer of nesting. So we addressed one, and then another one's now come in. We'll address that. At some point, that'll bring us back to Councilmember Davis's amendment. And then when that gets addressed, if her amendment passes, then your thing will have been superseded. If that amendment fails, then we'll be back to your thing, and it'll have felt like a long, strange trip. Will the clerk please take the roll? Just to remind us, this is Councilmember Kelly's amendment to replace identify and implement with explore, correct? Please take the roll.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. I break the tie by voting in the negative. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the proposal is not amended. And right on cue, no one has signed up to speak. So the motion before us now is Councilmember Davis's amendment to Councilmember Newsma's motion, which has been modified and unmodified, and then there was an effort to modify it that failed. So it is, at the end of all that, it's exactly the motion that Councilmember Davis made, which I'm going to actually read it out loud again. Identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts. If doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries, and this modified version of option 2 is accepted. Now on item 10F.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Rogers.
Could I make a request that we take a 3 to 5 minute break to go to the bathroom, since none of us want to miss these important discussions?
The City Council will stand at ease for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 8:14 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, the City Council will come back to order. I'd like order in the chamber, please. Now on item 10F, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item option 1 for 10F.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Newsma moves option 1 for item 10F. Councilmember Isles seconds. Would the Councilmember Kelly?
I would like to, so you move to modify 2.2, right? Updating zoning. Okay, I'll second. Did we second? Do we move it in
It
second?
was second.
Okay, so I would like to change the proposal for modify 2.2 to read instead develop policies and procedures to reduce the cost and increase the ease of housing, rehabilitation, new construction, because there's a lot more besides zoning involved that can impact this. And I think overall zoning is a type of policy. It's a land use policy. So I would rather see it read develop policies and procedures to reduce the cost, et cetera. So I'll send that.
So Councilmember Kelly moves something that I did not quite follow. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Could you please send an email?
Sure, and I'll repeat it again, see if you can follow it. So instead of saying update zoning regulations, it would instead read develop policies and procedures to reduce the cost and the rest of it and increase the ease of housing, rehabilitation, and new construction. So I'm just changing the first few words to develop policies and procedures.
That's entirely different.
Yeah, that's the reason. Let me explain why I didn't understand the motion. It sounds like you're trying to. It sounds like you're returning to the text that's not in option 1 at all, correct?
I'm returning to the text with an option that I'm proposing.
Okay, great. Please send it in writing then so that we can all have it in front of us.
It's the same thing I did on the other one.
Motion.
Correct. Okay. Well, it was 10F. There was just the motion 10F.
Yeah, there was a motion made by me, seconded to adopt option.
To adopt option 1. And it sounds like you're not trying to change option 1 at all. You're trying to do something completely different. So I don't.
All right, I'll circle back to that. I'll send that, and I would like this to be considered as an option.
Would the clerk please take the roll on Councilmember Newsma's option motion to accept option? Wait. Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, so I want to, so the aspect of remove parking minimums, I would like to strike and remove parking minimums. So we had a discussion about parking minimums earlier, and I think we have like more nuanced and specific language about that. This seems like another carte blanche removal of parking minimums across the whole city, which I thought we had agreed was not exactly what we were looking for.
Councilmember Davis moves to strike the words remove parking minimums. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Burns seconds.
I can take that as a friendly amendment because we did have that discussion.
All right, so there's a friendly amendment made to reduce the words and remove parking minimums. So now we have the motion as amended is to accept option 1 with the 4 words and remove parking minimums struck. Would the clerk? Oh,
sorry,
that was exciting. Councilmember Rogers.
Ding! It was very exciting over on this end.
As the guy who watched the light come on during the ding, it was particularly exciting.
Councilmember, would you accept a friendly amendment to place the word help in between and reduce? Because there is no guarantee that this will reduce, but we can help reduce them, hopefully.
Help reduce them?
Councilmember Rogers makes a friendly amendment to add the word help. The option now reads as follows: update zoning regulations to reduce minimum lot and dwelling sizes to allow more housing units and help reduce development costs. And I will take the roll. Councilmember Kelly.
So can you read it one more time?
Update zoning regulations to reduce minimum lot and dwelling sizes to allow more housing units and help reduce development costs.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. No. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and option 1 with the 2 amendments is accepted. Councilmember Kelly.
So to have an option considered and discussed, I just sent that forward. But that wasn't on here, there's a lot of things that were, so I would like it at least to be discussed. the option that I sent.
Councilmember Kelly, is that a motion?
It was, and I think it was earlier moved and
All
seconded.
right, so Councilmember Kelly moves to amend H2.2 by replacing it with the following text: develop policies and procedures to reduce the cost and increase the ease of housing rehabilitation and new construction. Would the clerk please take the roll? Oh, that's me, sorry. So I'm going to now I'm going to take a roll for vote on this. Again, it's replacing the language in the packet with the language that I just read that's also in front of you. Councilmember Rogers seconded. Sorry, you're right. This is the motion is being renewed. Is the renewed motion? Is there a second for the renewed motion?
I will second, but I have some clarification issues.
Councilmember Rogers seconds. Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to ask. Hold on. Just want to be very clear. I saw no further discussion and did the correct thing in calling for the roll because there were no lights on, and there are now lights on. Councilmember Rogers, followed by Nusma.
I'm going to start with the point.
Rogers first.
Sorry.
I guess I'm a little confused because we're voting for language to replace language we just voted for, or is this something new that you're wanting to bring into the conversation?
So this would replace it. I wanted to move on this language rather than option one. I think I want to reduce costs, I want to streamline, but I don't necessarily want to, I definitely don't want to remove parking minimums and reduce the dwelling size, reduce lot size necessarily. But I do, and I wanted to say develop policy as opposed to just speaking to zoning. I think it should be broader than just zoning in order to streamline the procedure for new construction. It's not only zoning.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Kelly that what she's proposing is important. I think it's kind of already addressed elsewhere in the comprehensive plan. If we look at what we just approved in 2.2, but H2.5, streamline zoning approval and entitlement processes. H2.6, speed up the entitlement process. So these concepts, I think, are already adequately covered in this document. So I don't find it necessary to undo what we just did.
I'll now move to a roll call. Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Nusma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
No.
With 3 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails. We now move on to item 10G. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'll move 10G.
I will second.
Councilmember Davis moves the deletion reference in item 10G. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So could someone just explain what's behind this, whoever put this in here to delete this portion? If someone could speak to that, who added this?
Councilmember Davis, it's your motion. Would you care to respond?
Yeah, I'll respond. So essentially, oh wait, is my mic? Yeah, my microphone's on. What I understood this to be is in contradiction to, well, actually, let me double check. Yeah, I guess my issue with this is that it essentially prevents my original concern was that this was related to the upzoning argument, which basically allowed for triplexes and everything else to be built on R1. And what I I suppose if the language in here is actually meant to say that for areas that already allow for this type of a development, that it's fair to, and I guess that maybe that's the ambiguity, and so perhaps Liz can address it, but if the idea is that we could put these approved of developments on any plot of land as long as they're like pre-approved, then I'm not okay with it. And that's what it seemed to be.
So the intent behind pre-approved design plans would be that the city would come up with a standard design plan that anyone where these types of uses are allowed could pick that up and know that it meets the zoning and or building requirements here in the city of Evanston. So it just expedites things. It also cuts down the costs for homeowners that want to invest in this type of development where it is allowed, to essentially say this is a pre-approved design plan that is like plug and play and does not require a high level of review. It's something that the city has already said, if you do this, you can move directly to building permit, essentially.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kelly still has the floor, by the way.
So thank you. Okay, so the idea is to delete all of H 2.8, correct? If I'm understanding. Right? And if that's...
It's to delete this, everything except for ADUs.
Okay, so I can accept that. I also think this would be something the Urban Design Commission can look at and potentially develop if that seems appropriate. So I do support that. Thank you.
Councilmember Newsmith, followed by Rogers Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to be clear, the idea is to have some pre-approved plans available that a developer, a builder, a homeowner could use, but they're not obligated to use those. We're not setting ourselves up for a cookie cutter kind of Levittown type situation.
Correct. It is something that someone could take off the shelf and just apply on their property, and we would know it meets the zoning requirements, design requirements, and building requirements.
Right. So it's kind of pre-approved for the
Yep.
mechanicals, pre-approved for the plumbing, pre-approved for structural, yada, yada, yada. It takes a lot of the time and effort out of the process. So
correct.
Yeah, what's not to love? I will be voting no because the motion is to delete this.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Burns.
My concern with this is how are we doing this with the various different neighborhoods and various different parcels of land that we have throughout? I have a problem with the word plans. That's my biggest problem in this this language, particularly when we get into duplexes, things like that. I mean, as you know, there are no two lots in this city that are exactly the same. And so if we're giving plans, to me, this reminds me of the Montgomery Ward house book that you could order, but it doesn't always work on every parcel of land. And so I had actually, in one of my notes, had put in pre-approved design guidelines to help guide the process, but not necessarily to give the blueprints, as it were, to somebody to build something, because it just may not work. And are we opening ourselves up to issues if we're saying here's ones you can choose from and then people can't choose one to fit their particular situation?
So typically these plans are established for certain lot parameters as well. So you could have, a pre-approved plan for a lot that is, 60 by 120. You could have a pre-approved plan for something that's 70 by 150. So again, it is intended to be something that is pre-designed and helps to expedite the development costs associated with these types of construction.
The ETHS houses have been almost an example of that. They aren't absolute, but they're really very much, there is a house that fits on the certain sizes of lot sizes that we have tended to have. But we would never promise that somebody could find a pre-approved plan that could go anywhere. I just don't think that would be, it would be, as Liz said, specific to certain types of lot situations in certain zoning districts.
Okay, I still see many problems with this in terms of, looking at how other properties are situated on neighboring, our other houses are situated on neighboring properties, on trees, all these sorts of things that have to be taken into account. And so I think by just kind of saying, here's a plan, go at it, creates issues for us.
Councilmember Burns. Sorry, Councilmember Burns.
I appreciate that you mentioned the lot parameters, because that's what I want to make sure, and I don't know if it's worth adding that language to this, but I do think that part is important. And if we can kind of come to terms at some point about what those parameters would be, then I could be comfortable with this. I was also going to bring up geometry and construction, that most of those homes don't need to go through any zoning process, correct? So it's the example, you gave that example to say, when we don't put any kind of extra process in the way of certain types of development, what it could produce is something like the geometry and construction homes, which for the most part, most people kind of agree that these are nice homes. They fit, nicely into the neighborhoods that they're in. And so again, I think as long as we kind of understand how we're going to develop those parameters, and then also, I guess, who's going to approve the designs? How do you imagine that we would come to an agreement on the designs, on the specific designs? Will that be something that's kind of determined by staff alone, or would council have any ability to weigh in? Perhaps the design commission, if we develop that?
Yeah, if there's a design commission, they could weigh in on this. I believe it would be part of either zoning or building code requirements. As these pre-approved plans are developed, they would be added to the suite of options as an appendix, if you will, to either zoning or building code.
So would the actual design go through land use as well then? I just mean, like, who approves the design, what it looks like before we say yes to this? Somebody's got to review what these designs are.
I think typically we would have a design professional architect who would go through our code parameters in terms of zoning and building code to develop these. If council desires that these pre-approved plans come through you for final authorization before they are added as an option, that's certainly within your purview to add to the language, just to clarify.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak.
One other things, can I just add? Maybe this is one where we ought to explore the development of pre-approved design plans, because we aren't necessarily going to do it for all of those types of housing that are in there, but I think the whole idea is to make it easier to build. And I think probably everybody's seen the Cook County housing program, where they're using actually it's a modular or it's it's not built on site housing.
Director, I think that would have to happen after the current motion is dispensed with. So at this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4.5 minutes left.
Thank you. So I support Councilmember Davis in wanting to strike this language. I just think it's not that I'm necessarily opposed to it, but I think we leave that to our Urban Design Commission to ponder that. But I don't think in Evanston, I think everybody values our architecture, and just to have a statement like that in our comprehensive plan, I think is somewhat not appropriate to give that sort of guidance. The home of Daniel Burnham and Frank Lloyd Wright houses, and everybody enjoys the architecture whether you live in them or you don't. It's a beautiful part of Evanston, so I don't want to see that in there, but I'm not opposed to the concept potentially through the Urban Design Commission if that's something they take up. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 3:15 left.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that the geometry is a little bit different, because that's a house searching for a property as opposed to a property searching for a house. Because obviously our geometry homes cannot go on just any property in the city of Evanston, nor would we want them to. I'm also assuming that if any of these plans did not meet any of the requirements, they would still be required to go through land use to request the major variation. I'm assuming that's the case. I just want to make that statement, and I see Ms. Williams is nodding to me as well.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Newsome with 4.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear. What I made clear the last time I had the floor was that we are not requiring developers to use these plans. They are simply options that are available to them that will, in a sense, be just kind of the easy button. You could go, if you want to do your own thing, you totally can. That might take more time and cost and in community meetings. If we have a pre-approved design, you can use it if you want. You don't have to. And I assume there would be some variations that you could choose and still maintain compliance with the design, different roof angle or different siding or different color or different placement of the doors. So this is, we have said elsewhere in this document, we want to eliminate barriers. This is one way of very clearly eliminating a heck of a lot of barriers in one step without requiring anybody to take those steps. So this is a clear no-brainer to me that we should keep this.
Would the clerk please take the roll? Again, the roll is on the motion to get rid of all the languages except for the ADU part.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns? No. Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie that I break by voting in the negative. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the deletion does not occur. Before we move on, does someone want to take Director Flax's recommendation relative to Explore?
Could you remind us of what that was?
It would be to replace the beginning of H2.8, which currently reads develop pre-approved, with explore the development of pre-approved. Councilmember Kelly?
I would move that.
I would second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to replace develop with explore the development of as the beginning of H2.8. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
And Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries and develop is replaced with explore the development of. Now on item 10H, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, item 10H, I would move deleting the word and financing from H2.9.
I second.
Councilmember Rogers moves the deletion proposed in item 10H. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Sorry, I have a quick question.
Councilmember Davis.
We see and financing, but all I see is just ADU financing. Do we just mean that financing, or is there like another one?
No, they mean financing and. So now if it passes, it would say develop an ADU technical assistance program.
Okay, thank you.
So that's a good, thank you for the flag. There's a little typo in the packet. The deletion being proposed is financing and, not and financing. So it would read develop an ADU technical assistance program, ... Councilmember Rogers.
Just real quickly, can someone explain to me what is income restricted housing units in high cost neighborhoods? Just what does that phrase mean?
It would be, actually, LA did this. people got help building an ADU if they would take a household at 50% of the area median income for a specified period of time. So it's a way of getting small subsidized units throughout the city.
Okay. Thank you.
This was also in our pro-housing grant that was approved.
Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to delete financing and?
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma? Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and financing and is deleted from item H2.9. Now on item 10I, is there a motion? Councilmember Kelly.
So are we to motion one of the proposals? Are we going to go 3? I'm just a little confused about how we're handling this.
We're at 10I still.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, I'll move to delete 2.11, prioritize transit-oriented housing development.
I will second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept the deletion proposed in item 10I. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Isles, followed by Rogers.
Followed by Davis.
I don't understand why we would do this. Transit adjacent development would be a benefit to Evanston in most circumstances. I'm not sure why this clause has opposition.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Davis, Newsma, and Kelly.
I think my problem is with the first word prioritize, because everything has become prioritized, so nothing is prioritized. I was going to make an amendment to this, or a different motion to encourage or support or whatever, but I think prioritize, we have way too many priorities all lining up, and so the question becomes which one takes precedent when we're prioritizing everything.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Newsma and Kelly.
Yeah, so my question was going to be why we would delete this, but to Councilmember Rogers' point, I think that if we were trying to decide whether or not we wanted affordable housing versus transit-oriented housing, if that was a trade-off we had to make, I would say that I don't think that transit-oriented is our top priority. So I would like to, if Councilmember Kelly will take it, I'd actually like to make an amendment, friendly amendment, to change it to encourage transit-oriented housing development.
Councilmember Kelly, would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
It's not my language. I was going to ask who wrote it, and if
Didn't you make the motion?
Oh, I made the motion to move it for discussion. But.
So you have to decide if you accept that as a friendly amendment.
Sure.
So Councilmember Kelly accepts the friendly amendment to now accept not to accept the deletion, but rather to replace the word prioritize with encourage, so that the text reads encourage transit-oriented housing development. Councilmember Newsma, followed by Kelly.
I can get behind that. Transit-oriented development is super important. It's mentioned in multiple places in this document. There's diminishing returns on wordsmithing, so I'm happy with what's on the table now.
Councilmember Kelly.
I guess my question was this, Councilmember Rogers, was this yours for the language prioritize?
I don't believe.
I'm just trying to understand why someone wanted it deleted. Okay.
Mine was not to delete it.
Right.
I did not make that.
So I was just wondering if someone wanted to speak to that. Okay. Well, it's interesting to hear.
Would the clerk please take the roll? Again, what we now have is no longer a deletion, but replace prioritize with encourage.
Okay. Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none against, the motion carries, and the language is retained except prioritize is replaced with encourage. Now on item 10J, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move proposal number 3 to restrict or prohibit deconversion of multi-unit to single-unit dwellings.
I'll second.
Councilmember Nusma moves acceptance of proposal 3. Councilmember Isles seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Nusma.
And just to be clear, this statement would initiate a process of developing language that would be, fully legally compliant, acknowledging the rights of homeowners that purchase their property, perhaps with the intention of doing a deconversion. So, there's more to it than just this, but I think if we want to maintain existing housing supply, one thing we can do is to keep 2 flats as 2 flats.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember.
My hand is up.
Councilmember Davis.
So I actually don't agree with this, and I don't understand why we would do this. Again, coming from someone who's trying to represent young families, I know quite a few people, and it seems like deconversion is most beneficial when you need more bedrooms, you need a bigger house, which would be in the benefit of families. So I'm not sure why we are punishing families for needing more space. I don't think that deconversion is happening very often I don't think it's the case that the people deconverting are usually young singles or empty nesters who are just like, hey, what would be great is if the second floor of my house, instead of renting it out, if I just used it for no reason, and just like deconverted it so I just had more space for, I don't know, what we're even imagining here. So again, I'm asking, how is this not a restriction and basically a knock against families who need more bedrooms and more space?
Councilmember Suffolk.
Like, who are we?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's it. That's my question. And I'll ask Councilmember Nusma in particular, who are you imagining are doing this, if not families?
One could also argue that maintaining a smaller unit would be, that smaller unit would be available for another small family. Yeah, so that, we could kind of get into a circular argument there. I understand your point. It makes sense. But I think in the context of increasing the supply of housing so we can exert a downward pressure on pricing, we should maintain what we have. And our people on this dais have argued for maintaining what we have, and this is in line with that desire.
Okay, it just seems to me again that the point is that if people, presumably these people are deconverting is expensive, right? Like, you have to take out a second kitchen and everything else. The assumption is that these people could afford a house that had enough bedrooms if they could find one. I'll remind everyone in the dais that we have less 3 or more bedrooms by percentage than every city, Wilmette, Skokie, and Chicago, neighboring us. So, and I think that this idea that we're demonizing that there's a bunch of families, really rich families, people, because everyone knows that there's so much disposable income when you have children, who are coming in and taking homes that otherwise they just do not need. And we're deciding who that we are willing to try to house two smaller families at the expense of a larger family because we care more about smaller families than we do larger families. Is that the argument? We're just trying to house small families at the expense of large families if we can get more small families. That calculus feels very inappropriate and unreasonable. And I can't see any other explanation it doesn't make sense. I'll leave it at that. I've said my piece. Thank you.
Councilmember Sufferton, followed by Burns.
Yeah, in addition to legal issues, I assume that the work related to deconversion requires permits. Do we have any data that suggests this is an issue in Evanston?
Great question.
I don't doubt it happens, but does it happen so much that it needs to be addressed in this comprehensive plan?
I don't have good numbers on it. The Equity and Empowerment Commission actually came to the Housing and Community Development Committee 2 years ago, I think it was, and actually proposed banning the deconversion of 2 flats. It has also been something that's been done or attempted to be done, and there's sometimes been changes in the language in parts of Chicago, including Pilsen and some of the other neighborhoods that were had plenty of families living there. But these are your traditional 2 flats and 3 flats that generally are not super small, and many families with probably 5 people would live in them. They'd be 2 or 3 bedroom.
Okay, but
small. Do we have it?
We don't have any data to suggest that this is a concern in
No.
Evanston that requires.
Not.
I would imagine there are a lot of
It's
people
been
living
raised.
in multi-unit buildings as a single-family unit, but they're not making the renovations to convert them. But I don't know that either. We don't have any data on any of this at all, do we?
We don't have strong data on how much of it has happened.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Kelly, followed by Rogers.
I do recall this was something that came up at a Equity and Empowerment Commission meeting. At the time, I think my initial thought was, my question was the same, I think is what I'm hearing, which is, is this, how much of this is happening? And, is this something that we should prioritize? I guess I feel a little different when I think about our comp plan, because I think this is, and so maybe this is an opportunity to say explore again. What I will say is that what I found is that people that are able to lower to moderate income people that have been able to buy in the Fifth Ward, and this obviously doesn't include everybody, but in most cases, they were able to work out a deal with an owner, typically somebody that has owned for a while, and they were able to kind of negotiate a good deal. The land trust program is a big one that comes up, but the other one that I think I just got that I've been thinking about more and more is it's also during the underwriting process when you have a multi-unit property, and I could be wrong on this, but based on information I'm getting from people who are going through it, that the bank will look at the future income that you could get from renting out to a tenant as income. They'll include that income as part of your personal income as they're considering what type of mortgage to give you. And so more and more what I've found is getting families into these 2 or 3 unit apartments is actually has been a kind of path for people who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford to buy in Evanston. And I don't know how much of that is happening. I just know it's something that has led to many people being able to buy in Evanston. So I think for that reason alone, I would want to at least explore it as part of our kind of next steps. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Rogers.
So I support the concern about eliminating affordable housing, but I do think that I know in several instances where buying a 2-flat was more affordable for a large family than finding a home. And I think frequently it does offer a more affordable option. So I don't feel comfortable voting up on this unless we have some data to support a negative impact from deconversion. I understand the desire, on its face, sort of simply looking at it looks like we're going to provide more affordable units, but I would need the data to be able to know that in Evanston that's happened in a way that's undermined affordability.
I just wanted to offer, there was, I'm going to give credit to Evanston Now, an article published when this was going through Equity and Empowerment and HCDC, based on their Freedom of Information Act request over the last 13 years, so 2010 to 2022, there were 26 deconversions of 2 flats to single-family homes. So that's 2 flats to single-family homes. That's the data we have readily available.
And I'm sorry, I missed that. Can you say that one more time?
Yep. Between 2010 and 2022, there were 26 deconversions of 2 flats to single-family homes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Is this only addressing 2 flats being converted to single family? Because if not, I have concerns because as a condo owner, and one of the few condo owners, the only condo owner I believe up here, we've had people who have expressed interest in purchasing the unit across the hall, connecting them together. It doesn't meet the language here because it has not become a single family building, but I want to clarify that point. Because it is still removing a unit, but...
I mean, I think single unit dwellings is a pretty clear...
I just want to make sure that that's the intent here.
The language that I'm moving did not contemplate and is not intended to include that possibility which you're bringing forward.
Well, I think it clearly doesn't. It says 2 single unit dwellings as the endpoint. Speaking of whom, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Newsom with 4 minutes left.
Thank you. So thank you, staff, for giving us some numbers here. The numbers went back to 2010. So those numbers do not include my house, which my wife and I purchased in 2008. We purchased it as a single-family home. It was built as a single-family home in 1908 or thereabouts and converted to a 2-flat sometime in the post-war period when presumably that was allowable by zoning at the time. And we purchased it from, you might say developer, you might say flipper, you might say investor, pick your word. We purchased it from somebody who bought the 2-flat, very intentionally converted it into its original configuration, into a single-family home, and we bought it. So perhaps I'm arguing against my own, hypothetical self-interest here, or at least past self-interest here. Somebody made what sounded like a potential friendly amendment to add the word explore, which I would be certainly comfortable with, because there is a lot of conversation that would have to happen here, and I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
I don't think you can be your own friend, but you can make a substitute motion if you want.
So why don't I add the word explore? Let me find my place here.
Councilmember Newsom makes a substitute motion to go with
explore, restricting, or prohibiting.
Exactly. To replace the proposed item 3 with explore, restricting, or prohibiting deconversion of multi-unit to single-unit dwellings. So replacing the first 3 words, restrict or prohibit, with the 4 words, explore, restricting, or prohibiting. Is there a second? I think it's a substitute motion. Councilmember Harris seconds. So now would the clerk please take the roll? And again, this is on accepting, explore, restricting, or prohibiting deconversion of multi-unit to single-unit dwellings.
This is a final vote on this item.
Councilmember Kelly. So I wonder.
Wait, this vote,
go ahead.
This vote is on the amendment to add explore or for the whole thing?
No, it's for the whole thing.
Wait,
Okay.
these are all different actions.
No, just the one.
It's on accepting modified number 3, which now reads explore, restricting, or prohibiting deconversion of multi-unit to single-unit dwellings.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
I think you can't with the roll open. I think it's against the rules.
Okay, and no. Okay, Councilmember Kelly? No. Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the modified version of number 3 with explore is accepted. Councilmember Isles.
I make a motion to adopt proposal 4.
Wait, you said, I said no. And it seems like you said no one was against.
No, I said 6-2, and I believe that the no votes were yourself and Councilmember Kelly.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Isles.
I move we adopt proposal 4, develop new policies to regulate short-term rentals and eliminate non-owner occupied short-term rentals.
Councilmember Isles moves the acceptance of proposal 4. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Kelly, followed by Rogers.
So I wondered if you'd accept an amendment, develop new policies to regulate and restrict, which is missing from there, short-term rentals, period.
Sorry, no, I don't think it's specific enough.
So I don't want to just regulate. I'm interested in restricting them also, so that we don't have, homes being bought up as VRBOs. But I would like to just keep it broad by ending it at rentals, to just say develop new policies to regulate and restrict. I mean, regulate, we kind of do that.
So is that a motion?
So that would be a motion to modify that to develop new policies to regulate and restrict short-term rentals.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Rogers.
No, I'm fine. I was reading the wrong line.
The motion before the body is the acceptance of proposal 4. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and proposal 4 is accepted. Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move proposal number 2. Protect existing affordable housing stock from being converted to market rate housing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to accept proposal 2. Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Burns, your light is on. Was that for this or for later, a different item? Okay. Councilmember Rogers.
I hate to ask the question, but when we say affordable housing stock, what exactly are we talking about here? Is this an IHO
right.
thing?
That's why I would like to see. No, I think this is all of the above. I think it's NOAA's. I think it's subsidized housing. So, including inclusionary housing ordinance housing. So maybe we can change the word to develop policy to. And Councilmember Burns, I welcome your collaboration on this one. Wording that would encourage us to develop policy that would protect existing affordable housing, whether it's naturally occurring affordable housing or subsidized housing, from being converted to market rate. So how about develop policy that that protects, yeah.
Can I just interject here? To me, converted to market rate housing as the sort of counterpoint essentially defines affordable housing stock as anything not market rate, which means either IHO or externally subsidized, for instance, through federal or state subsidy. I don't know if that's a good outcome, but I read that as being relatively clear because it describes market rate as the.
So I guess I would say protect existing naturally occurring affordable housing. I would substitute, take out market rate housing, protect naturally occurring affordable housing and subsidized housing from protect them, period. Period, right there.
Councilmember Kelly makes a substitute motion, protect naturally occurring affordable housing and subsidized housing. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Rogers, you still have the floor.
I fully get what this is attempting to do, and I support the ultimate goal of it. I guess it's kind of what protections are being proposed, and that's part of the. So what I'm thinking about in particular is, in my neighborhood, we had a bunch of, if you go back 20 years, a bunch of apartment buildings that were very run down, not being taken care of. Some of them were converted to condominiums that did take what we would consider naturally affordable or naturally occurring affordable housing off the market and make it market rate. But one can also make the argument that that's an improvement to the neighborhood overall. So I guess it's kind of what protections are we talking about? It's not a prohibition on it, or is it?
Right. So I think it would be more developing policies that developing policies that protect. Now, I mean, and that's broad, right? So that could be,
yeah,
in some areas you don't, some areas you do, but it's acknowledging that we do want to develop policies that do ensure protection. And again, a very broad language. It could be, a small percentage. It could be a large. We don't have any data. We haven't even said how much affordable housing, how much we want to increase. So I would change that to develop policies to protect existing naturally occurring affordable housing and subsidized housing. And again, that doesn't mean all of it. Doesn't mean.
Councilmember Kelly makes another substitute motion. So this would now read, develop policies to protect naturally existing affordable housing and subsidized housing. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Rogers seconds and still has the floor.
And I yield.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Isles.
Actually, initially, I was trying to figure out a way to bring 1 and 2 together, because I think they're both trying to achieve the same thing. So I'm still trying to work on language, but what I have right now is develop policies to preserve existing income restricted and naturally occurring affordable housing by partnering with current operators and pursuing strategies to prevent these units from being converted to market rate housing. When we say preserve current subsidized income restricted housing, what we're talking about is preserve it as that and not so it won't flip to market rate. It's the same. We're trying to achieve the same thing with both of these. So if we can find a way to bring both together, I think that's what I would support. I'm close on some language, but I'm trying to figure out a way to minimize it. Go ahead.
Councilmember Isles.
I just want to point out that 3.3 already says protect naturally occurring affordable housing. So I think the point of this proposal is more what the mayor was talking about. Like, it's the opposite of, it's about IHOs. We've already talked about naturally occurring affordable housing in a different part of the same policy.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes left.
So I do think that an important aspect to this is it doesn't have to be. You can partner with other partners, but you can also have strategy that doesn't require partnering. So I wouldn't want to have this restricted only to partnering with third parties. So I would say we could say including partnering, including partnering as needed. But I think that developing policy to protect existing naturally occurring affordable housing and subsidized housing, I think you're right, Councilmember Burns, that this does, we can say including partnering with other operators, agencies. I think that covers 1 and 2.
Councilmember Newsome.
I think 3.3 addresses naturally occurring affordable housing in collaboration with local housing providers, and the language which I believe we're settling on for the proposed 2 supplements that in an effective way.
Well, the good news is no one else is asking to speak, so will the clerk please take the roll? And again, this is the following slightly modified item 2,
develop policy 2.
Develop policies to protect existing naturally occurring affordable housing and subsidized housing.
And
from being converted to market rate housing?
Well, by including by partnering with
No one made that motion. So do you want to make that motion?
Sure. Including, just I'm merging 1 and 2.
The substitute motion, I believe, is develop policies to protect existing natural occurring affordable housing and subsidized housing by partnering with...
No, not by, including. As I made the point, there's a lot of ways you can do that. It doesn't have to include, it doesn't have to be by partnering. So I wouldn't say including, like as one means of doing that. One of many ways.
Develop policies to protect existing naturally occurring affordable housing and subsidized housing, including by partnering with operators. Is there a second?
Have we lost the language from being converted to market rate housing?
Yes, that was deliberate.
We're not adding anything here. That's already not in there.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Burns?
My motion would be to develop policies to prevent existing subsidized / income restricted and naturally occurring affordable housing from converting to market rate housing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Burns, can you please email that around? I see you have it in writing.
Yes.
All right.
The motion reads, develop policies to prevent existing subsidized and income restricted and naturally occurring affordable housing from being converted to market rate housing. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, which is to accept the language, develop policies to prevent pre-existing subsidized / income restricted and naturally occurring affordable housing from being converting to market rate housing. Now on item 10K, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I would move item 10K to replace the word increase funding with explore partnerships with nonprofits and foundations to rehabilitate housing, etc.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to accept the replacement at item 10K. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
I'll wait till we finish with this. I had a different comment.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly,
No.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Isles,
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton, Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting, 1 voting against, the motion carries, and the replacement in item 10K is accepted. Councilmember Kelly.
So I just wanted to comment, at our last Monday meeting, we voted unanimously at the time at the dais to, that we wanted to meet in closed session. I'm only saying this because I see that Leonard Woodson is here with, I presume it was maybe his attorney. As soon as possible. We didn't know we were going to have this meeting Monday night, and I feel like out of respect to him and the community that's come out, I would like to move that when we adjourn this evening with this meeting, that we move into closed session to discuss the situation that has so negatively impacted our Special Olympics program and our community with Mr. Woodson and his attorney, so we can get a complete understanding as council members representing the residents.
Yeah, and I will, of course, recognize that motion when we get there. So
Well, I just wanted to, since they're here, out of respect to them, so they know. I don't know when we're going to finish with this, but I thought it would be the decent thing to do would be to get that secured now.
I don't know if the motion is literally in order, but I take your point. So if you want to just poll your colleagues to see who's comfortable having that session, I think that would make sense, so that folks who might be waiting around for that would know whether it's coming. So if you'd like to have the discussion at this time, I think that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to know, I thought it doesn't have to be a formal motion to move into.
No, it shouldn't be a motion. So let me start here. Luke, I think you understand what the request is. Can you just kind of update us on where things are at this time?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. As I've suggested before in email and also in conversations with council members, my suggestion was to cover the topic when we meet in executive session on August 25th.
So I understand that currently the situation is, sorry, let me.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. That the situation is not entirely finalized yet, and unless you can give us some sort of assurance, maybe Mr. Woodson, that you will extend the decision by all sides until then. Otherwise, I'd like to have this meeting tonight so that we can see if there's a creative solution to remedy what we're witnessing as, clearly a very harmed community.
Does anyone else on council just want to weigh in on this question?
I guess I'd like to know, would you all be in favor of meeting this evening while Mr. Leonard is here with his attorney to discuss this? We did vote unanimously last time. We didn't know we'd be meeting tonight. Otherwise,
I don't think we had a vote, but
I just want to say, right. I would have moved that we meet tonight. And last time I asked that we move into closed session, took a poll, it was unanimous, and I said as soon as possible. So this would have been as soon as possible.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, when that happened, I was under the impression that we would do it at our next kind of regularly scheduled council meeting, which is typically when we go into exec. Not necessarily we can go into exec in any council meeting, but that's what I assumed. I would, if we're going to discuss this, I would prefer to discuss it now as opposed to at midnight or whenever we're going to get done with this. So, but I think what would be most appropriate, because I did talk to Manager Stowe about this, is to, if there is a path that would allow us to support the process that he is recommending, which is August 23rd, then I'd like to do that. But I hear your point too about timing. I would rather do that now than at midnight or whenever we're going to get done with this.
Alex?
Thank you, Mayor Biss. I just want to ask a clarifying question. I heard Councilmember Kelly, you say go into executive session with Mr. Woodson and his attorney.
Correct.
And so I just need to know if that's the direction of council, because I would greatly advise against it. It would waive the confidentiality of the executive session. And in my time here with the city, we've never had anyone external join the executive session other than people presenting or representatives of the city's attorneys. So I that would be highly irregular.
So yes, that would be, my direction would be that we convene with them so that we have a complete understanding. And I believe Mr. Woodson has already waived his privacy rights at this point. So I don't see any harm in that. And I see only a benefit. Again, we serve the residents, and us getting a full understanding of what transpired from all sides, so that we can give appropriate direction to City Manager Stowe on behalf of our disability community participants of the Special Olympics program.
Councilmember Alex?
I was just going to say that under the council manager form of government here in the city of Evanston, personnel matters are left entirely up to the city manager, outside of personnel for the city manager. So I don't understand the purpose of this, and I really want to advise or suggest that we do not set a precedent wherein which disciplined or employees facing termination are allowed to come to executive session and present to this council. I think it violates the form of government and sets a really dangerous precedent going forward.
Councilmember Newsmith, followed by Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this situation does merit some discussion and council's role as oversight. I really do feel for the Special Olympics athletes and their families. And Mr. Woodson is here, and by our reports, you were well loved, and if nothing else, that message should be clear. But in respect of the form of government that we are operating under, and also cognizant of the fact that we still have a lot of work to do on the agenda for which this meeting was officially convened, I would defer to council or to City Manager Stowe and look forward to a discussion in executive session on August 25th. And I think we need to take the legal advice very seriously that it would be improper to involve anybody who's not on the city council or city staff.
Councilmember Rogers.
I would support us having a discussion in executive session. I would like to make sure that all policies were followed. I've discussed this with the city manager, making sure the policies were followed, everything was done according to our procedures and policies. And then my main concern also is making sure that we have a plan where I'm hearing programs are being cut. I don't want to see programs being cut. I want to make sure that we're picking those up. And so, like Councilmember Burns said, I think this is a discussion that needs to be a timely discussion. I don't know that I feel comfortable waiting another 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I guess, for this discussion to occur. So I would definitely like to have that. I am not necessarily advocating for Mr. Woodson to be joining us in executive session, because I think we need to get the answers from the city manager's office first before we weigh in on all of that.
Does anyone else want to weigh in for a first time? I've heard from 4 members of council, but not from 4 others. Councilmember Davis.
I just wanted to say that I'm open to tonight if we have time. If it would be timely, and if not, I do think that waiting several weeks would possibly be too much. It seems like there's a chance that we're going to end up scheduling. Well, let's hope not. But whatever next meeting we have, if we can't do it tonight, I'd request urgency. That's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak for a first time? I guess since this is a tie-breaking night, I should weigh in here. I'm profoundly personally profoundly committed to resolving this problem and making sure that we're providing the services that the city is so known for providing. Very, very deeply uncomfortable for the reasons the Corporation Council mentioned with the idea of having an adversarial panel essentially inside of executive session, and I would strongly oppose that. I'm certainly comfortable at the end of the work that we have tonight with us going into executive session as a council, and as Councilmember Rogers said, asking the questions, getting answers, and making sure that we're comfortable that there's a strong plan moving forward. At this time, no one is asked to speak for a first time. Councilmember Kelly in that case.
So I would just say it's absolutely, that's why I asked for a meeting with City Manager Stowe, because of our form of government. It's our responsibility to make sure that our city government is running smoothly and serving our residents, particularly vulnerable residents. And we've seen that there has been a severe misstep, a bungle, and it's harmed our residents. And I think we've received a ton of new information. We've received lots of emails from the Illinois Special Olympics referring to our prestigious our Special Olympics program and owing it entirely to Leonard Woodson. I think none of you knew this before, and I think this is all very important information for us to process in order to figure out how we can ensure that our city manager moves forward in a responsible way to continue with the prestigious Special Olympics program. And to date, I can say it hasn't been working. And I think we owe it to our residents to meet with him and to hear from Mr. Woodson, who's created such a magnificent program. Now, whether we do it in 2 segments or not, that's fine. But we need to hear both sides for you all to think that everything you're going to hear from one side, from the side that made the decision to potentially let him go, is going to be the whole story. I hope you don't really think that. So I think we owe it, and even going forward on other cases, I will be expecting to hear from the other side. I've seen people, anyway, I think we owe it to our residents so that we can ensure that we're moving forward in the right direction for our residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I don't, I certainly don't think it's appropriate for our first meeting to include outside counsel. I don't think that makes sense at all for our first meeting. I want to better understand what took place from our administrator. Again, it's been said already, but it is not our job to decide who is hired and fired beyond the city manager. That is very clear. But I've been somebody that has said both publicly and in our exec session meetings that I do think it is our responsibility to understand why decisions were made, and if we disagree with those decisions, we have a way where we can deal with that, and we can decide, for instance, to separate from a particular city manager, but that's done through a broader kind of review process, and to me, as long as we handle things in that manner, I don't see that being in conflict with our form of government. So again, as I have in the past, I have called for these conversations to happen, and so we should be aware of what happened. I do think we should get both sides as we can. At this stage, it is not uncommon for things to be provided in writing. So it's not like the only way we can get their side is to invite them into an executive session meeting. If that is important, we have ways to get it if they're open to that, which I think is a conversation for that something that they can consider. But if we are going to do this at the end of a late meeting, I don't know if the poll is next, but I just want to know, because I would love for us to do it now if we're going to do it, so we can put our full attention to it and give it the kind of mental clarity and kind of focus it deserves, or to just agree to have it at a subsequent meeting.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. I think what we're about to enter into is a place where, if we believe missteps have happened, we're about to join that and be problematic. We've heard our law department tell us this is not appropriate, and we are now trying to make decisions about our city manager and his decision making. I don't think that's appropriate in this manner right now. Yes, there's always three sides to the story. One person's side, the other person, and the truth lies in there. But I don't want to be forced to. I'm not feeling good about any of this, and I need more information that needs to happen in private, because you don't wait to have a plan in place if you need to remove somebody, depending on what that egregious incident is. You don't wait and say, oh, let me get things in place and then remove this person. So I'm going to believe, and we're still working on it, am I correct? It is not a done deal. So I think, as residents say all the time, due diligence is important, that is what we need to do right now. It is unfortunate things unfolded the way they did, but I also don't want to be bullied today to make a decision and misstep if there were other missteps to follow in that line of action. I want to know what's going on. I want to understand it a little better and understand why the city manager took the position that he did. The city manager, from my experience, is sometimes too level-headed. I've told him to let people go, and he would not. He wanted to take 10 steps and look at it. So I just want to understand more, right or wrong. I understand people are, programs had to be cut or stopped at that time. I understand that, but I want to understand why and what's going on. I don't have that information. I was out of the country, so I don't have that information. But I also want to make sure everybody's in a good place. Residents, the city, the staff, and most definitely legal. I can't imagine us going into a room with a lawyer that's against us and having a discussion. That's not how it works. I watch Perry Mason. That ain't how it works. So, I'm done.
So, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing is that I think there is, maybe without unanimity, there's support for us to go into an executive session at the end of our work this evening. I think there's clearly not support to have a kind of a both sides in the room together. Yeah, that's my read of the temperature. Councilmember Kelly?
So, Mr. Woodson has waived confidentiality, so that's not the issue. We could have the discussion right now and hear from them, and maybe that's what we need to do. We need to hear both sides in order to decide if we think that our city manager acted in the best interest of our residents. We can't possibly make that decision, and that's what we are charged with doing, with ensuring that our city manager is acting in the best interest of our residents. And we're not going to get that if we go into closed session without hearing from them. But since they've waived it, maybe we should just have the discussion now. We're in a room with an attorney right now.
Councilmember Harris.
So then let me just ask the question, why weren't you here earlier for public comment to do that? That is where we allow people to do that. So why was that not used? And I'm not even asking, it's rhetorical. We have a period in which people are allowed to do that, which the parents and our residents came, and then you weren't here to do that. So there was an opportunity to do that.
All right, I think we've reached a clarity on where everyone is. Councilmember Kelly, you have the last word.
So I'm sorry, but there was a hope that we would have a closed session meeting. When we voted, I said as soon as possible when I took a poll. So it's not reasonable to right now to denigrate or attack them for not speaking. I think the expectation was that we would all move into closed session and not have to do this in the public with, I had asked for that Leonard and his representative and a community member be there all. When we go into closed session, it's going to be probably a battery of 1, 2, 3, 4 people speaking as to why he was let go, and he's not, and there's going to be nobody there speaking in his defense, and we're not going to get the full story. So I'm sorry, but I don't think we're really looking out to do due diligence on behalf of our residents right now. And you all know how that conversation is going to go. We've seen it a million times when we talk about employees in closed session.
All right, Councilmember.
I'm not comfortable with it.
All right, so I'm going to ask folks to reel their rhetoric back in, among other things. I think it's really unwise to render judgments without having the full information. Councilmember Harris, one last comment, please.
I wasn't denigrating. I asked the question. Okay, you have an opinion. All I'm saying is we have an opportunity to do that.
All right,
This was not in writing. I didn't have anything in writing saying we were going to have this. So maybe I missed the email,
all right,
but
I think it's. I'm going to ask us to move forward. I want to reiterate that I am supportive of having a closed session discussion at the end of this meeting for us to ask the questions that need to be asked. I am personally strongly opposed to ignoring the legal advice and all of our precedent and having a kind of ad hoc debate in closed session. But I suspect that the majority up here share my willingness to have a closed session at the end of this meeting. And so I'm going to ask us to move ahead to item 10L.
Sorry, I just want to make one other, based on some requests, another alternative would be to ask City Manager Stowe to extend until the 25th. I'd be fine with that, and that we, whatever the decision-making that's involved, be extended until that meeting of the 25th, and that we receive in writing from Mr. Woodson and his attorney, that we receive everything in writing so that we can read it before our next closed session. So, and that would give us time to process written material and then just postpone any final decisions with regard to this situation. So, and I think that might be, and then we can get out of here at our hour.
Mr. Mayor, may I add to that?
No, I want to just ask Alex to speak because I'm not a lawyer, but my form of government spidey sense is tingling, and I want to hear legal advice on that question.
So I think this is setting dangerous precedent again, because the city council, and I mean this in a very respectful way, is not the decider of this issue. And to suggest that a closed session would sway his decision one way or another really, it sets a bad precedent for the form of government. So I highly suggest against that.
All right. I'm going to ask us to move forward at this time.
Right, but we have two lawyers in the room, and I think we are interested in hearing both sides. But I'd also like to say it's not about dissuading. Wait, let me just one more thing.
This is really Councilmember Kelly. I'm going to interject at this time because this is really critical for the integrity of this body.
The integrity of this body.
Yes.
So
I'm going to continue, please. We have one lawyer.
Right, but
and so it's important for us to remember that when we are making determinations, they're based upon legal advice of our attorney.
Okay, that's
and
fine.
it is important that there are a lot of other people in the world, and the discussions we have with other attorneys are relevant. But we get legal advice from our we get legal advice from our legal department, and we can't stray away from that.
Right. So I just want to make the point that the meeting is not about deciding or pushing Luke or anyone. It's about us deciding if we think that Luke operated in good faith on behalf of the residents. And that's what that meeting is only about. And I think if we receive the written information from Mr. Woodson and others, and we can postpone this so there isn't the urgency, it seems to me that from what I'm hearing from everybody up here, that's what council would probably prefer.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, all I was going to add is if anybody wants to meet in the meantime, avoid the problem with the Open Meetings Act, and meet with two from your board and two from our side to sort of hear our side of things, we'd be happy to make ourselves available on a number of occasions to accommodate that so that both sides are heard or to respond to questions.
Thank you very much. Continuing now on item 10L, is there a motion? Councilmember Isles.
I'll make a motion to add 6.7, explore a vacancy tax on unoccupied housing.
Second.
Councilmember Isles moves to accept the addition in items 10L. Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I'm opposed to putting a vacancy tax on housing. I think it works for retail establishments, things like that, but there's so many variables that come into play with housing. So just having it be a vacancy tax on unoccupied housing seems very, very vague to me. Without having some more specificity, I can't really support something this vague.
Councilmember Burns.
All this stuff is going to be a little vague because I see you bringing that up. It's just we're not creating policy, in the comprehensive plan discussion, and I want to better understand what you mean by that because you've said that a few different times. So I'm not trying to attack or criticize, but all of this is meant to provide direction for a future more policy making oriented process. Some of that may be the strategic housing plan, some zoning, some separate referrals maybe, but all of this to me is going to be a little vague. I think Explore, is recognizing that there's not enough information there, which is why it doesn't have like binding, we will adopt or we shall implement. It just says Explore, which is why I'm supporting it.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll basically just reiterate what Councilmember Byrne just said. To me, on this one, the operative word is explore. I share some of the concerns expressed by Councilmember Rogers, but explore gets the job done for me in this context.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Explore is vague enough, but I have a question. The current vacancy rate that we have, are we doing anything to address that? I mean, I think when you talk about a tax on something that can be outside of a property owner's control, I doubt that there are a lot of people who are turning down potential leases. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why there could be a vacancy. Do we have anything that we do when we have a long-term vacancy in the residential world right now?
No, not currently. We do not have any policies or requirements if a property is held vacant for any duration.
Okay. Well, I mean, with the understanding that explore is a very broad term, I can support this, but I think there are a lot of reasons why there may be a vacancy, and a tax is a pretty intense thing unless we can demonstrate that there's a willful reason for a vacancy to exist.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 4.5 minutes left.
I would just add that we have a 7.1% vacancy, which is considered a healthy vacancy. Anything between 5 and 10 is considered a healthy vacancy. With our actual owner-occupied housing, I believe we're at 1.1%. So I would just like to throw that out there. I think this is a policy maybe ahead of its time. I understand the word explore, but so many times things come back after being explored that are like, here's the new policy that we're going to do. So that's all.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Davis?
Sorry, aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and this item will be added. Now on Chapter 11, is there a motion on item 11A?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item 11A, delete guaranteed income home ownership and home repair programs from H1.2. Although I don't think that's the right number, is it? Or beyond 1.2 and H's?
I'll second.
Oh, health, I'm sorry. Does health and housing have the same code? Okay, that's what confused me.
Councilmember Rogers moves the deletion referenced in item 11A. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I have a question. I had put in the guaranteed income. I don't know if somebody else removed home ownership and home repair programs.
So I also only removed guaranteed income.
So if no one else has made that request, I would reiterate my motion to just strike such as our guaranteed income as the only language being stricken from this.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers withdraws his motion and makes a new motion which simply strikes the words guaranteed income, so that it now reads ... that support wealth generation such as home ownership and home repair programs and support for ... Councilmember Suffredin seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and the words guaranteed income are removed. Now on item now on chapter 12, is there a motion on item 12A? And I want to remind folks that it's possible we move to somewhat less controversial territory, and a motion that covers all of item 12A would be totally in order if someone feels comfortable doing so. Councilmember Burns.
Just a quick point of information. So, such as was not removed. It doesn't say it is in the last one. I just want to make sure.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Newsma.
I'm ready to move on with 12A.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, I am going to move adding policy number 9 and the 9 action items that are included in our packet under that policy. In fact, I think we've already added the policy. So this motion is to adopt those 9 action items. The policy we're talking about is to promote Evanston as a destination for arts, entertainment, and culture. We voted to include that policy already. The 9 action items that are before us tonight, I developed in collaboration with the directors of the special service areas and the Chamber of Commerce, some representatives of the arts community, as well as the Chicago North Shore Convention Visitors Bureau. So there was some stakeholder engagement involved in coming up with this language, and I hope we can all support it.
I'll second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Newsma moves the adoption of the 9 items under policy number 9. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So where did these come from?
As I just stated, a conversation that I had with members, the executive directors of the special service areas, the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce. We exchanged ideas over email. What I'm presenting here represents the synthesized consolidation of their feedback in a way that is appropriate to be included in a strategic plan.
So from the special service area directors.
Correct.
And you, okay.
Yeah.
So I felt like we should have on Economic Development Committee, we should have as a group come together and made some recommendations, but okay, so this is the next best.
Would have been great.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, thank you, that's all.
Councilmember Rogers.
Sorry, under Econ 9.8, I just want to clarify, owners to identify tenants that support the objectives of Envision Evanston and Evanston Thrives. Is that the intent? When you say support Envision Evanston, you mean the goals of not necessarily this particular program like they have to.
Correct.
So I just want to clarify the language there.
Correct.
Okay.
If you're offering that as a friendly amendment, I will accept it.
Councilmember Rogers makes a friendly amendment that in Econ 9.8, the words "the objectives of" are added after that support. Is that correct, Councilmember?
The objectives of Envision
Yeah.
and Evanston Thrive, striking the last objective.
And also striking the last objective, sorry. So it now ends with that support the objectives of Envision Evanston and Evanston Thrives. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4:40 left.
So, Councilmember Newsma, can you explain I'm sorry, I just don't quite grasp the purpose, the benefit of 9.8.
Let's focus on Evanston Thrives, which involves revitalizing our business districts from a placemaking perspective, and if we can have property owners and tenants that are supportive of those initiatives, whether that involves murals on the wall or on the ground, or financial support of placemaking. That's what we're trying to get at here in 9.8, without getting too prescriptive.
So tenants that can, so to identify tenants.
Right.
That can do those things? I'm sorry, I'm just not quite, I think it's probably me, but I'm not getting really what we want the tenants to do.
The idea is for institutional landlords to be encouraged to invite tenants to town who are supportive of what we are doing in Evanston, as expressed through the Evanston Thrives program, as expressed through Envision Evanston.
Yeah, I don't think that, I'm sorry, I just am not quite seeing that as something that we need to add to a comprehensive plan. I think institutional landlords are, I don't understand what you mean by go out and attract people. They're attracting people to Evanston for everything that we are. I don't know.
Yeah,
it seems like fluff to me.
Yeah. The language did come from conversations with SSA directors, so they might have their own spin on this. I don't want to speak for them. But.
Okay. I would move to strike that. Just it seems like superfluous language.
Councilmember Kelly moves to strike Econ 9.8. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Davis seconds.
Oh, no, I don't second. I feel like maybe my packet is wrong. I don't see a 9.8. I only see, where's 9.8?
So I'm on page 8 of 66 in the packet. We're in chapter 12, item 12A, and it says add policy number 9, promote Evanston as a destination for arts, entertainment, and culture. And beneath that are 9 kind of sub points, Econ 9.1 through 9.9, and this one is 9.8.
And this isn't today's packet. You might possibly, like I am, be looking at an earlier packet for a lot of this, but this language does not appear in earlier packets. It's only in the packet for this evening's meeting.
Oh, okay. You could give me a minute because I actually have comments on that too, and I guess I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Okay, the motion failed for lack of a second while Councilmember Davis continues to look at the other document. We go back, since no one's asking to speak for a first time, to Councilmember Rogers, who's got 4.5 minutes left.
I think, Councilmember Kelly, if I can offer some clarification, I think what I'm reading into this is the other policies that we have adopted in the economic development section. We're looking for businesses that will fit into that. So when we talk about maybe a symbiotic relationship in a district, businesses that will help fill a missing gap in that, or will help fill the gap of a specific need in a certain type of a business district. So I think that's what 9.8, that's what I'm reading into it.
That would be fine if it said to encourage businesses that are, would be good fits, but this is to encourage the business owners to go out and find tenants that would support our Envision Evanston objectives. So I would, I'd be happy to see it amended to say develop policies and programs that encourage businesses that support our, our groove here in Evanston. Businesses and institutional and, real estate developers. But I just think
if you want to put that in language that's a little bit more official than supporting our groove, I think I can.
Right, I won't say that. Okay.
I'd be down with that.
Councilmember Rogers still does have the floor, though.
I was going to just make that same suggestion, that if it were reduced to a motion, I can support having property owners to identify tenants to just be businesses that support Envision, the objectives of Envision Evanston and Evanston Thrives. Because a lot of our property owners are their own tenant.
So the friendly amendment, as I understand it, is to read it, make it read, develop policies and programs that encourage businesses.
No, I think it's property owners to identify businesses, right?
No, because some of our property owners are their own business.
Okay, then, right, gotcha.
Yeah, so I think it's just businesses that support.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
So the friendly amendment now, subsequent to Councilmember Rogers' friendly amendment, the proposal now reads, develop policies and programs that determine property owners to identify businesses that support the objectives of Envision Evanston and Evanston Thrives. Is that correct?
No.
Gosh darn it.
So it is to develop policies and programs that encourage businesses that support the objectives of Envision Evanston and Evanston Thrives.
So after the friendly amendment, it now reads, develop policies and programs that encourage businesses that support the objectives of Envision Evanston and Evanston Thrives.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
I have a question about 9.3. I don't know if I can make a suggestion now or if we're still talking about the other part.
Yeah, I think that would be in order.
Okay, great. So I'm worried that the language of 9.3 basically suggests to some degree that we want more athletic events and more cultural events to be hosted by Northwestern. So I would request that I'm making a motion, or maybe Councilmember Newsman will accept it as a friendly, to add in the word maximize the economic impact of permissible athletic and cultural events.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
Councilmember Davis makes a friendly amendment so that item Econ 9.3 now reads, collaborate with Northwestern to maximize the economic impact of permissible athletic and cultural events. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4 minutes left.
So I'm sorry, I didn't know I had my light on.
Would the clerk in that case please take the roll? We've seen modest changes to Econ 9.3 and 9.8, and the vote will be on all of these, including the slightly changed versions of 9.3 and 9.8.
I'm sorry, could you reiterate Councilmember Davis 9.3?
Yep, she adds the word permissible before the phrase athletic and cultural events.
To maximize
the economic impact of permissible athletic and cultural events.
Okay. And then if you could reiterate 9.8 again, I'm sorry. Develop policies and programs could we change encourage to attract businesses instead of encourage? Because that's what we're trying to do.
Councilmember Rogers? Councilmember Newsman?
I was just a friend.
I think we're at the point of diminishing returns on wordsmithing, so I'm ready to take the vote on where we're at now.
All right. In that case, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Nope.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Sorry. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Oh, it's not here. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the policies with the modifications just described are accepted. Now on item 12B, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move adopting the 8 actions under policy 10, which is to continue revitalization efforts in downtown Evanston. That policy having been previously adopted. So similar discussions with the downtown Evanston organization and also council members Harris and Kelly. I ran these by you since you share a portion of downtown. So I think we're ready to hopefully adopt these 10 actions.
Councilmember Newsome moves adoption of these 8 items under policy number 10, continue revitalization efforts in downtown Evanston. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
I would like to modify or amend 10.3. Support appropriate residential development that enhances the downtown experience and stimulates more street level activity, as well as, I'm sorry, I want to say patronizing our businesses, not just activity. And I'll finish that. But support appropriate residential development that enhances the downtown experience, stimulates more street level activity, and encourages greater patronizing of our local businesses.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Davis.
What I guess I know that we already have the referral in, but since we agreed to try to impose a vacancy tax on homeowners and residents, I think it's only appropriate that we call out explicitly an interest in a vacancy tax for commercial buildings as well. So I'm requesting amendment for, I'm requesting that, I guess like for 10.6, it feels like we're dancing around the street level vacancy, but I'd like a amendment. So I'm making a motion I'm moving to amend to add, comma, including commercial vacancy tax.
Second.
Councilmember Davis moves to add the words including a commercial vacancy tax at the end of Econ 10.6.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, if Councilmember Davis would be willing to qualify that with the word explore, which is consistent with what we've done elsewhere, I'd be willing to accept that as a friendly amendment.
Sounds good.
Councilmember Davis makes the following friendly amendment. She adds to the end of Econ 10.6, including the exploration of a commercial vacancy tax, which is accepted as a friendly amendment. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. I just have a question about, while I support it entirely, repairing and maintaining the fountain at Fountain Square being part of our comp plan. And I'm looking more to staff here than to you, council member.
It is rather specific, but it also is a land use and placemaking tool that we have here to drive visitors and patrons downtown.
Do we feel in 15 years we will be repairing it once again? In 10 years we'll be repairing it once again?
To be determined.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4:45 left.
So I agree with the question and the concern raised by Councilmember Rogers. The list could go on. I would love to add repair the HVAC at Noyes Cultural Arts Center, and on. The list could go. So I agree. That doesn't seem like it fits in a comprehensive plan necessarily. I think I would say, I would like to motion to change that to maintain and upgrade all essential placemaking, maintain and upgrade regularly all important
Key features of downtown.
Sure, that works.
Okay, say it again.
So regularly maintain and upgrade all essential. Councilmember Davis, how did you finish that?
I said key features.
Key placemaking features, I guess. Public spaces downtown.
Second it.
Regularly
maintain and upgrade.
Regularly maintain and upgrade all key placemaking features.
Public spaces.
All key
public spaces downtown.
We're making a word that.
Okay, so regularly maintain and upgrade all
key features and public spaces.
All key placemaking features and public spaces downtown?
Yeah.
Councilmember Davis seconds. So it says regularly maintain and upgrade all key placemaking features and public spaces downtown.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Would you accept a friendly amendment to remove and upgrade, because we will not be constantly upgrading? We should maintain the spaces, but not everything will need to be upgraded on a regular basis.
Councilmember Rogers makes a friendly amendment. So now this reads, regularly maintain all key placemaking features and public spaces downtown. Would the clerk please take the roll on that amendment that'll swap this new version of 10.2 in?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and 10.2 is adopted. Now, would the clerk please... No one's requesting to speak for a first or second time. Councilmember Kelly with 4 minutes left.
So I'd just like to take a stab at 10.3 again, modified to only add one word. Just because I don't think we just want any developments just going up for the sake of downtown packing and people. Could we just add just support appropriate residential development? I would only add that one word. I just think I don't want to give the message that we're just trying to pack in buildings without being necessarily appropriate in many ways.
If you're requesting a friendly amendment, I am with equal amicability going to respectfully decline, because I think in terms of housing, we've addressed that elsewhere in this document. This section is specifically for economic development and specifically downtown. So of course, we want development to be appropriate. I don't necessarily think it needs to be added here.
Councilmember Kelly moves to add the word appropriate after support and before residential development. Is there a second? Second. Councilmember Suffredin seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on this amendment?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. I break the tie by voting in the negative. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the amendment is not made. So now we have seen a significant amendment to 10.2, but not the others. Would the clerk please take the roll?
So what if we don't want to support? Okay. I mean, a vote yes on all of those, but like I want to vote no on 10.3.
So the motion is on all of them, and
So
vote
I
as
have to
you
vote
vote
no
as you
on
wish.
all of them?
You vote as you wish.
No, but I mean, why can't we just vote on each one?
A motion would be in order to strike 10.3.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the 8 recommendations, one of which has been modified, are accepted. Now on Chapter 13, Councilmember Burns.
I'm sorry, was that, did we just do 9? We did 9, I thought, right? Did we do 9 already, the economic, chapter 12?
So the economic development basically had 2 different sections, policy 9 and policy 10, and we just did the second of them. We've done both of those now.
Okay. Because it's going back to 9, where they're just quickly, is there any mention of parking, wayfinding, and parking downtown in this draft? I don't think there is, but I wanted to add that to 9. I didn't know I missed my opportunity.
If it's downtown, it would, I think, more properly fit in 10.
In 10? The language being expand wayfinding for downtown parking through improved signage, maps, and digital tools that help residents and visitors easily locate available parking, understand costs and access public garages at lots. If there's support, I can send that around. That's something that comes up a lot. We talk about it, but we haven't done anything with it.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
You want me to send it around?
Yeah, it sounds like you've got it in writing, so please do. While we're waiting for that to arrive, Councilmember Rogers.
We have wayfinding in other places. Is this just specifically parking wayfinding that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's specific to parking. People say that people are having a challenge finding our garages. This is something that has always come up when we talk about downtown parking.
We have wayfinding and that sort of stuff in other sections of this plan.
About parking?
Not specific to
Okay.
parking,
Yeah,
but
this is
just
specific to
general.
parking. It's just something that comes up a lot when we're talking about downtown. So I think so we'll see. I'll send it and we'll see where it goes.
For 10 and 10.
All right.
So Councilmember Burns moves to add Econ 10.9, which would read, expand wayfinding for downtown parking through improved signage, maps, and digital tools that help residents and visitors easily locate available parking, understand costs, and access public garages and lots. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and item Econ 10.9 is added. Now on Chapter 13, is there a motion relative to item 12A?
I will move item 12A.
Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Councilmember Rogers moves the deletion in item 12A. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
So what you're suggesting, or what we're proposing here, is just shortening the title to make it Chapter 13, Arts and Culture.
Yep.
kind of makes sense. Although if you read the context of the chapter, it's really more about community building, placemaking, and connection making, as distinct from the economic development benefits of arts and culture, which we've just talked about in Chapter 13. As clunky as the current chapter title is, I think it really is more accurate in reflecting the content of that chapter.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and the deletion is accepted. Now on item 13B, is there a motion? Seeing none, on item 13C, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item C to delete require new construction projects to dedicate a percentage of their budget for art in public spaces.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves the deletion proposed in item 13C. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I just think that this is, when we're talking about all new construction, that seems very vague. When we do plan developments, this is a public benefit that can be requested as part of their plan development. And so I feel that this could be adding additional costs onto smaller developments that may not be able to absorb additional costs like this into their budgets. So I would not, or I would support removing that language.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the deletion is accepted. Now on Chapter 14, is there a motion relative to item 14A?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move option 1 to add policy number 1, implement Preserve 2024 as a comprehensive preservation strategy, and then delete replicated language from elsewhere in the chapter.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Now on item 14, Councilmember Kelly.
So I just want to make sure I understood. So we're keeping that, right? We're keeping the language from the Preservation Commission, correct?
That was the motion that did not receive a second was to delete a bunch of language. That motion did not get a second.
Good. That's fine.
Now on item 14B, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item 14B, deleting policy 8, increase the number of professional staff charged with administering the preservation program, et cetera, through preservation efforts.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Rogers moves to accept the deletion and then replacement proposed in item 14B. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I just feel it's inappropriate to be putting a staffing decision into a comp plan.
Agreed.
Would the clerk please take the roll? Nope. Councilmember Kelly.
So I just wonder if the overarching goal here isn't to support preservation, invest in preservation. This is my question, I guess. I don't know if there's anybody here from preservation, but it would be nice to have a better understanding of that statement about increasing the number of professional staff. So I guess I would move to change that to support and invest in our preservation program, period. I guess, let's see. I mean, I just think, so we're looking to delete about, I agree that we shouldn't be talking about increasing professional staff. Could I move option 1?
That was the motion.
That was the motion. I'm
Yep.
sorry. I thought it was about, okay, so it was deleting the staff and adding option 1?
Yeah, so in practice, it's basically deleting the first half of the sentence.
So we deleted what?
So we're deleting the increase the number of professional staff charged with administering the preservation program.
And.
Okay.
But we would still have the enact.
Okay.
Correct.
Sorry, it's getting late.
Councilmember Nusma.
Okay.
We clear? All right. So again, the motion is to do the full 4B thing, which is it's listed as delete policy 8 and replace it with option 1. But in practice, what that really means is deleting all of the words in policy 8 prior to the word enact. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma? Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 7 in favor and 1 against, the motion carries and option 1 is accepted as a replaced language. Now on item 14C, is there a motion? Seeing, Councilmember Rogers?
I mean, somebody's put these in. So, it may have been Councilmember Geracaris, but we'll at least give it the due. So 14C, I move deletion of 2.3. P2.3.
Motion fails for lack of a second. Now on item 14D, is there a motion?
Okay, I'll move, no, I won't. It's deleting it, yeah. Never mind.
All right, seeing no motion, is there a motion on item 14E?
Mr. Mayor, I would move the deletion of item P3.5, create a Oakton Local Historic District to be coterminous with the Oakton National Register District.
So you're deleting 3.5, but not 3.4 or 3.6, correct?
That is correct. I do not want to speak for other wards.
Yep.
But just for mine.
I'll second, since it's your ward.
Councilmember Rogers moves the deletion of P3.5 only, not the full deletion contemplated here. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I've been having discussions currently with people in the Oakton Historic District. They, at this point, are not quite ready to go to a local historic district. And there's quite a bit of history here that I won't drag us all through at this late hour. But I would just ask for this one to be removed from the list of requested changes.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Yeah, P3.6 is the same issue. I don't think that there is support among the homeowners. I don't know if there's opposition either.
So are you making a friendly amendment?
I asked that P3.6 be removed as well.
Councilmember Sufferton makes a friendly amendment to include the deletion of P3.6. Councilmember Rogers, is that accepted?
I will accept that, and I'll also ask if anybody has anything on P3.4 so we can do it all at once.
Yeah, so I know my residents in the 1st Ward and the 7th have been circulating, and there's a lot of petitions to have this happen, so I wouldn't want that deleted.
Okay. I just figured I'd save us time. And
Thank you. No, so I will support deleting the other ones, but not 3.4.
All right.
Great. So the motion then is to delete items P3.5 and 3.6, but not 3.4. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, items 3.5 and 3.6, but not 3.4, are deleted. I don't want to brag, but that brings us to the things that we tabled last time. So put yourself in the frame of yourself 5 days and several hours ago. So we begin with item 2C, where there was some tension about, or some disagreement, I should say, or a variety of opinions, speaking of a variety of opinions, about how to express the variety of opinions that were expressed to us. Is there a motion on item 2C, or did anyone who tabled it and wanted more time or supported the table kind of think of something that might break the logjam?
I need some more time. I'm trying to find you said 2C.
So in today's packet, this is page 12 of 66. So you get to the end of the preservation, then there's like a blank page that just says discussion items tabled or not discussed. And that's page 11. And then page 12 is the beginning of the 4 items that were tabled. Councilmember Suffredin.
Yeah, I'll move option 1 on item 2C.
I'll second.
Councilmember Suffredin moves option 1. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I would ask that we remove R1, R2, because at some point those may mean something totally different than they do today.
But we're talking about what we heard, not what might follow.
Why don't we add the word existing?
Current
works.
Councilmember Rogers makes a friendly amendment to add the word current between the word between the word in and the string of characters R1. I believe Councilmember Suffredin accepts that as a friendly amendment.
Yep.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Not here. Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and option 1 is accepted. Now on chapter 4, this is the question about how to name the goal of increase housing diversity. Is there a motion here?
Yeah.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns.
So I would move option 1, protect and increase housing diversity.
Second it.
Councilmember Kelly moves acceptance of option 1. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Burns, followed by Newsma.
My motion was going to be advanced housing access, variety, and stability. The reason why I said that is if you read what the bullet points underneath this, I mean, it even includes things like preventing displacement in support of long-term housing stability. So honestly, I don't think any of these, properly capture each bullet point except for, I think a version, either what I'm proposing or a version of it is really what it should be. And I tried to find a way to not make it require so many commas, but if you look at the bullet points, it's just there's a lot that we're covering.
Can you repeat it?
It's advanced housing access, variety, and stability.
So Councilmember Burns makes an amendment to change this with advanced housing
access, variety, and stability.
Advance housing access, variety, and stability. Councilmember Kelly, would you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Almost. Yeah, so I just would like some language in there that directs us to, and I know you might think it's encompassed in advanced, but I'm not certain that it is, So advance and support existing or protect, but I think we need one word in there that lets residents know that we are also looking to protect existing housing diversity, because our city is incredibly diverse in housing.
So, Councilmember Burns, you've got a choose your own adventure here. You can seek a second and have a vote, or you can try to work out something that addresses Councilmember Kelly's concern. What is your preference?
It depends. I'm fine with. I put a lot of thought into my amendment, so I'm happy with it. But so if there's support for it, we can keep moving. If not, we got a workshop.
I'll second.
So Councilmember Burns moves to amend the underlying proposal with advance housing access,
variety, and stability.
Advance housing access, variety, and stability. Councilmember Nusma, second. Councilmember Kelly.
So that's not amending protect and increase housing diversity.
It's a very dramatic amendment, yes, but it's an amendment. Just like earlier when we were working on the question that got the most attention, Councilmember Davis's amendment to Councilmember Nusma's proposal just totally got it and replaced it.
Okay. So can you read it again, Bobby?
It's let me see if I can do it. Advance housing access, variety, and stability. Is that correct?
Yep.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Davis.
Real quick question for staff and for Councilmember Burns, I guess. Do we use the word variety elsewhere in this document? Is that a term we use? I'd like us to continue to kind of use similar words, since they all seem to mean something different to each one of us.
I know we use it in the first bullet point, I think, expanding supply and variety.
Yes, we do use it in the draft.
Okay. All right. I'm fine with that then.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Nusma.
I have nothing.
Councilmember Nusma.
I just have a point of information. Where in the draft document are we looking here? What are we talking about? It's not an action. It's somewhere in the text, right? Let's make sure we know what we're contemplating. And
Yeah,
I, for one, am not crystal clear on that topic.
So this is part of the overarching goals as it relates to the vision statement, and then there are several kind of high-level goals that the plan outlines, and then sub-bullets within it. Pardon my scrolling for 1 second, and I'll bring it up on the screen. So this would be on page, it looks like 29 of the Land Use Commission draft recommendation.
But it's not, we have 7 in the draft, we have 7 enumerated policy statements. We're not talking about that.
Correct,
No,
yes. These are overarching goals for the future of Evanston.
So it's in the text.
And if I could, Councilman Newsman, we cover expanding the supply and variety of housing types and sizes. I'm abbreviating. Then we talk about preventing displacement. Then we talk about removing barriers to affordable housing, and then we talk about climate readiness. So it touches on a lot of different aspects.
If somebody could refer me to the page number in the draft plan, I would feel better.
It is page 29 of 187.
Okay. I was stuck in chapter 10.
Yep.
Okay, got it. You did. You said page 29, and I didn't quite get it. So, okay, I'm tracking with you now. Thank you. My point of information has been answered.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time. We go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4 minutes left.
So I'm on page 29 of the original draft document. So we're looking at changing the title of increased housing diversity, correct? That title. Okay, but, okay, and that's just 4A. Oh, okay, that's just R4A for this packet. Yeah, I don't understand, Councilmember Burns, why you wouldn't want to have also advance and protect access, variety, and stability. Councilmember Burns? Why wouldn't you want to say
I'm not
advance
necessarily against it. I put a lot of time and thought into this, so I think if there's support for it, I'm happy to move
Right, no, but I
forward.
understand that, but
If
why
other
wouldn't
people
but
support that amendment,
I'm just asking you why you wouldn't want to add to, why wouldn't you want to ensure that you're protecting the stability and access that's there right now in variety?
I guess what I was trying to do is develop something that I felt like spoke to the bullet points, which I don't think we're changing. And I think this does that. I don't know if adding that would make it align less with the bullet points underneath it.
I mean, I think the Land Use Commission had a huge debate about this, and they really did settle in on this after much debate about things like advancing access and variety and stability to ensure that we don't undermine what we have. They added the word protect. So I could go with what you're saying if you would consider adding the word protect.
I mean, I don't think it really changes much, so I'm fine with it. I mean, I'm just looking for where everybody. See, that's what I'm saying.
I think we really should be adjourning soon.
If there's support for the amendment, then somebody second that or indicate that you would support it. If not, I would say let's just call a vote on this so we can move forward.
Councilmember Isles.
Can you read it once more?
Let me try this to make sure I got it right. Advance housing access, variety, and stability.
I can live with that, but if you add protect, I won't vote for it.
All right. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Nusma? I'm sorry, Councilmember Harris? Oh, Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
3 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion fails. So the current motion on the table is the unamended option 1 as initially moved by Councilmember Kelly. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment.
Councilmember Isles.
I'd like to change it to what we were talking about last time when we tabled it, where we said increase housing supply for all income levels.
Councilmember Isles moves to amend by replacing it with increase housing supply for all income levels. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Nusma seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So again, I think this is important discussion. We have housing affordability crisis. So you want to increase availability of housing for rich people also, correct?
If you want to add affordable
So
in front of supply, increase housing affordability or increase affordable housing supply for all income levels, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment, but otherwise I'm going to keep the language that I said.
So increase housing
Increase affordable housing supply for all income levels. Would you care to make that motion?
I'd like to say increase and preserve affordable housing supply at all levels. What do you guys?
Do you accept that
I
as
feel like you're all
No,
just like,
I don't.
what's your issue with that?
Increase housing supply for all income.
But why not
levels
preserve
is
what we have too?
A language that I
or maintain, or I don't understand why. I mean, I feel like, what is the deal? Like everyone's like, no, against protect, maintain, preserve, even if it's to help our people. Like, what is the deal? I'm sorry, it's just like baffled.
I already
I'm
explained
baffled.
myself last time.
No, I don't. No, I didn't.
I think
have
those are
yet-
loaded words
Guys,
that have a history, and I don't want
Well,
to add
I'm
it
willing
to
to
what
work
I've
with it.
I just
I know
wanna-
you do want to protect it. I'm not, because I know, I believe.
It's clear that the two of you just have a difference of opinion.
No, I don't
and
actually think we do. I think we actually, I believe that Sean also,
So,
this is what we should be doing. We should be wrestling
Council-
over these things.
I'd like us to have one discussion up here, please. Councilmember Rogers, followed by Burns.
I will not support the proposed language because I don't think it, when we're talking about increasing our housing supply, that doesn't necessarily talk to the implementing policies about displacement, things like that. So I don't think that's quite the right language yet. I would love to go back to what Councilmember Burns suggested with the word protect in the middle of it, or preserve, or something like that. But I will not be voting on this particular language.
Councilmember Burns.
So, Councilmember Isles, the protect is different than preserve. I know you were concerned about the preserve. Are you really, truly that concerned about protect?
I think it's a loaded word that has a history that I don't want to see in the document.
Because I just don't know if I can move the same exact thing I did, so I have to change it, I think, in order to move it again. Because I think with Councilmember Harris here, we might have gotten over this hump. I'm not saying for sure. Is that true that we can't, somebody that voted against it would have
I mean,
to bring
if you're asking a procedural question, I would offer you that there's, and I know you put a lot of thought of this, I'm not sure how much thought you put into the order of the three different items.
Okay. Yeah, so is that in order though? Okay, so I make a motion then to adopt for option or advanced housing, stability, access, and variety.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Burns moves to amend this. So first, Councilmember Burns moves to amend by replacing with the phrase "advanced housing, stability, access, and variety." Councilmember Isles seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Wait, could you say that one more time?
I apologize. Yes, absolutely. Advanced housing, stability, access, and variety.
Councilmember Kelly?
So I had my light on for, so Councilmember Burns, can you, I think as Councilmember Rogers said, would you not
I think we got
We're in the middle of a roll call this time.
No, I'm sorry, I had my light on before you called the roll.
The roll has been called and we're in the process of a roll call.
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries. But congratulations, we've just amended the underlying motion. And so now the motion as amended reads advanced housing, stability, access, and variety is the renamed goal. Councilmember Kelly.
I didn't have my light on.
In that case, would the clerk please take the roll?
Jesus. Councilmember Kelly?
No.
No, okay. Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. I break the tie by voting in the affirmative. With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion carries and the language is accepted. Now on Chapter 6, Community Systems, is there a motion relative to the new actions? Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The words in front of us are just kind of placeholder text that I put on paper, hoping to, advance a discussion. I have been in touch with the 2 council members whose wards include the majority of campus, and I'm not sure we arrived at a definitive proposal for this section here. So I'd love to take your input, but maybe this is something we just need to leave as is or table it for now. But keeping in mind, we have added the goal, we just don't have any actions.
And I would just say my recommendation would be if you don't feel like these are fully baked, or if there's an agreement with relevant stakeholders, I would say take them out. Let's not include something we can't stand behind. Include the goal, and over time we can work on fleshing it out. But I would say I would recommend either voting for something that we're comfortable with, or just saying, hey, this is going to be a goal without detailed policies underneath it. Councilmember Kelly.
So I would move that we just move forward with the goal of developing and expanding a collaborative relationship with Northwestern University, and end it with that.
And just by way of procedural commentary, that requires no vote or motion because that's already in there. So we could just keep moving if no one has a specific motion of stuff they would like to add.
Okay, so then nothing below would be added, correct?
Correct. Okay. Then we move on to Chapter 7, and this is something else, Councilmember Newsman, that I think you wanted some time to think about micromobility.
Yeah, I did have some language for micromobility, which I added to the Google Doc, which I BCC'd everybody on, and so there is now language in that Google Doc. I can email it to everybody right now.
Please.
Give me 1 second. City Council. Who else needs to be looped in here? Okay, email's going out, but the language, which would be on page 58 of the comp plan, would add a paragraph, micromobility devices, including e-bikes, e-scooters, and other small personal vehicles, are a growing trend, offering efficient, low-cost, and eco-friendly transportation options. Thoughtful integration of micromobility into city infrastructure will promote safer, more livable neighborhoods by encouraging active travel and reducing reliance on automobiles.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Newsman moves the addition of the 2 sentences relative to micromobility just read. Councilmember Isles seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Rogers.
Where is this proposed to be added?
On page 58 of the comp plan, it would be inserting a new section. So there's a paragraph that ends forcing cyclists and pedestrians onto roads and increasing safety risks. And I would insert micromobility, this paragraph underneath that one.
Oh, wait a second here.
Give me 1 second, I can explain it a little bit better. Page 58.
And this is going in where? I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is in the Chapter 7, getting around.
No, I get
section.
that. Where in this section is it going? On page 58.
Give me 1 second. Oh, 58. If you would bear with me, I'm shuffling through about 40 different documents here. Give me 1 second. There's a paragraph. It's in the biking and other active transportation section.
Okay.
Which I believe is, on page 58.
It'll be absorbed into the bicycling and other active transportation.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the 2 sentences previously read on the subject of micromobility are added. That brings us to the end of the items, and so now there's obviously a long section in the packet of additional requests, and there are potentially other things that folks wanted to raise. So I would entertain motions relative to any of that stuff right now. Councilmember Nusma, followed by Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will call Council's attention to an email which I shared a few days ago that includes a link to a Google document with a number of changes that I'm going to be proposing. I would be happy to share that link again right now, if that would be helpful. And then I will ask the mayor whether it would be, he would prefer motions made kind of one by one or all together.
And this is the additional comp plan changes NUSMA document. Is that correct?
All right, I just re-emailed that link out, and I guess it is on the screen right there. So thank you, staff, for doing that. So I think our time limit is based on motion, right?
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to move amending Chapter 3, the emerging trends table on pages 25 and 26 of the draft plan as shown here on the screen. And the reason for this is, that it kind of improves on the general language which came from the American Planning Association, makes it a better fit for Evanston, acknowledging some of the unique challenges we have here in our town.
Is there a Councilmember Nusma moves to amend the emerging trends table as described in the document previously shared. Councilmember Isles seconds. Would Councilmember Kelly?
So can you talk a little bit about why you crossed out sustainable energy and replaced it with decarbonizing?
Decarbonizing energy supply is kind of, it's better reflects what we're doing with our healthy buildings ordinance. So it includes sustainable energy, but it's just a little bit more, more specific.
What are you doing with your healthy buildings? I mean, what are you doing with your healthy buildings ordinance? I'm
First
just
of all,
saying
it's not my healthy buildings ordinance. It's the city of Evanston's healthy buildings ordinance.
I just mean, what is it? I'm just
approved,
asking to explain, besides just say it's the healthy buildings ordinance. I mean, you said it relates more to that, like what aspect? I didn't mean.
If you don't like it, vote.
No, I'm just trying to
like,
understand. I'm just trying to understand the difference between sustainable energy and decarbonizing energy. I think we should all understand it. Probably half of us don't. So I'm just asking for a little bit of.
We want to decarbonize our energy supply. Whether that's wind, whether that's solar, whether that's geothermal, all of which can be defined or considered as sustainable.
Right.
But within the energy space, the term sustainable energy is not favored. So I'm just kind of tightening up the language to make it more congruent with discussions of the built environment, which overlap with what we're talking about. The healthy buildings
so
ordinance.
Sustainable would mean. I mean, I'm just trying to understand. So sustainable would not necessarily apply to the built environment.
I mean, built environment is addressed in the third section. I'm suggesting replacing the phrase sustainable architecture with decarbonizing building stock, which again is probably even more in line with what we're talking about on the healthy buildings ordinance. So those are just kind of wording changes based on my understanding of the space and the players and the stakeholders involved. I am adding the words climate change and natural to the section title. So it's not just resources as it currently reads, but very explicitly address climate change and specifies we're talking about natural resources. And since we're talking about Evanston, water scarcity, which is in the general APA list, is kind of a nationwide or worldwide factor that we need to be aware of and might be driving population trends. Here in Evanston, we have to contend with lake level fluctuations, which is why I added that one. Water quality regulations, which are a changing regime based on federal and state requirements that are very much in question. And it seems very appropriate to include extreme weather events in this list of emerging trends.
Is there any further discussion on the Chapter 3?
So this is page 25, right, of our, I'm just trying to see.
Yeah,
it.
pages 25 and 26 of the draft, the PDF draft.
Okay, so I'm looking at 25.
And what we're talking about is the emerging trends table, and there are a bunch of other trends in different categories. I am adding this feedback limited to the category which is currently labeled resources.
Oh, I see. It's broken into 2 pages. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there are demographic trends, there are economic restructuring trends, governance, housing, technology, transportation, and resources trends. I'm proposing these changes to that section of the table, which is currently called resources.
And are you changing the title of resources in the category?
Yeah, I'm making it say climate change and natural resources.
I see. And then the other, okay, food insecurity.
Councilmember Davis, I want to just confirm that you're in line for after Councilmember Newsom's motions, not to speak to this one. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. In that case, would the clerk please take the roll on this motion relative to the table in Chapter 3?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the table is amended. Now on Chapter 4, Councilmember Newsma, do you want to make a motion, or do you want to, you can also make a motion for the whole thing. You can do whatever you want to do here.
Well, let me move the first two together, understanding that Councilmember Rogers might want to weigh in on the third one. So I'll move those first two bullet points to add the words "in collaboration with Northwestern University." This is in the strengthen the local economy section on page 28. That's the first bullet. The second bullet, also on page 28, is to insert the words "and address the reality of climate change" to the prioritized climate action and environmental sustainability section.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsma moves to adopt the changes in the first 2 bullets in the document under Chapter 4, Evanston tomorrow. Councilmember Isles seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll? Oh, Councilmember Kelly.
I'm sorry, there's so many packets, and I'm just trying to find this in, if you can just give us one moment.
Yeah.
So this is under the goals?
It's on
Chapter 4?
page 28 in the draft. So it's just it's in the text.
So
Underneath
not
the
in the
goals section. Let me find it exactly. So the first one is in the strengthen the local economy section.
Okay, that's the first change, that's the first.
That's the support additional development of higher education. That's the last bullet point, which appears in blue text in our draft.
Okay. So that's what we're
Yeah,
voting to add, support additional development.
What I'm adding is what's underlined there, which is the words "in collaboration with Northwestern University."
I would like to make an amendment to that.
I
don't
think
think it's
Councilmember Kelly still has the floor.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Councilmember Davis.
I don't like the addition of in collaboration with Northwestern University, in particular because we have at the end medical industries, but in my ward we have the North Shore Hospital, and I feel like this language hyper emphasizes Northwestern, which in a way excludes the Evanston Hospital. In addition to the fact that, of course, that there is also the oh gosh, sorry, it's late. I'm blanking on the other hospital that's also in Evanston. But we have two large medical industries, and it doesn't make sense for us to call out specifically Northwestern and not those others. But I also don't think there's any purpose in giving a laundry list. I think the language as it originally was is fine, and we should exclude that part.
I'm happy to take that one off the table at this late hour. The idea was to acknowledge the impact that Northwestern's research has on economic development, as we have currently seen with the Evanston Labs building, and build on that intentionally. That is what I was trying to get at here. If I have failed to do that in a way that appears to exclude others, that was not my intent. I'm not gonna force this one. So I will withdraw the motion on that first bullet.
Well, so you won't do that. Councilmember Davis makes a friendly amendment to remove the first bullet so that what's left is the second bullet, and Councilmember Nusma accepts it. Yeah. Councilmember Kelly?
So I would like to keep this to support additional development of higher education research and medical industries in collaboration with our anchor institutions.
That works for me, if it works for Councilmember Davis.
Yep, that's fine.
Councilmember Kelly makes an amendment to add back the first bullet, only this time saying in collaboration with our anchor institutions. Councilmember Nusma accepts that friendly amendment. And now would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? Aye. Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and those 2 bullets are amended as described. Councilmember Nusma, do you want to make the final Chapter 4 motion?
Yes, I will move to change the title of Figure 1 on page 31 from Future Land Use Map and instead call it Preliminary Land Use Map. And this is based on a conversation I had with Councilmember Rogers, so I'm hoping he might second this one. The idea being that the future land use map will be a function of the zoning discussion yet to follow, and we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. That was my understanding of our conversation.
That's not 100% right. So the zoning map will obviously direct the zoning. My concern is that in the process of going through this, we have returned to creating some commercial districts as part of this that are not identified as part of this map or anything like that. So I guess the question is directed to staff. When we get the final plan, will we have the final map for future land use?
I believe you provided a couple of recommendations of where those commercial districts would be located on the future land use map.
Right.
If that is the extent of where you envisioned that they would be located in the city, we can make those changes once this comes back for your final vote.
Let me take a look at that again and confirm that.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say definitely yes, definitely no at this point.
Councilmember Newsome moves to replace the word future with preliminary. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Moving along, Councilmember Newsome. Oh, sorry, was there a second?
Don't.
The motion continues to fail for lack of a second.
Interested expedite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Newsome on Chapter 5 and beyond, if you want.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I move the text in Chapter 5. This is text for the fourth ward description. I don't need to read it all. It's all right there. I've tweaked it to my satisfaction, subject to someone else's review of spelling, punctuation, and grammar. So I will move that text. We'll accept a second from anybody on this council.
Councilmember Newsome moves to amend the fourth ward description as described. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the changes are accepted. Now in Chapter 6 and possibly beyond, Councilmember Newsome.
Yeah, I'm going to move the first bullet in Chapter 6, which is based on a conversation I had with a constituent in the, I think it was in the arts sector, and he was lamenting the fact that his upload speeds from his home office limited his productivity. And he was uploading some super huge video files. And so in the section, in the broadband section on page 50, I'm proposing adding the text, increasing upload speed would benefit workers in the technology and other data-intensive sectors. Hopefully that's non-controversial.
Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Councilmember Newsome moves to add the sentence just described about upload speed. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
All right, what page in our packet right now are we on? In our actual, we're all the way on 50?
That's on page 50 of the comprehensive plan draft.
Right, I have that. And what page are we on in our packet for tonight?
It's not in the packet for tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, this is on the Google Doc on the screen right there.
So we're just, it's not in the packet tonight?
So Councilmember Newsome sent a document several days ago with these recommended amendments in it, and then just bumped it moments ago, so you can refresh your memory.
This one is actually item 8. Some of the ones that are on this list are in the packet under items not considered. This one happens to be such an item. It's item 8 in that section of the packet. I don't have a page number.
I find this, it's already confusing enough, I'm sorry, but we have like so many packets to look between last week's and this week's and the original draft plan, and now we're supposed to consider something separate from our entire agenda tonight. That's
This one is in the agenda.
Oh, okay. So that's why I said what page in our packet for tonight. Because I still have questions about
It's item 8 under that section. So let me find
I really think
that.
we should be adjourning soon. This is.
I shared these several days ago, so hopefully people have had a community systems. Give me 1 second. Community systems, chapter 6. It is on page 39 of 64, 41 of 66, or page 37, depending on which, or page 41 of the PDF packet.
But why are we jumping to those items? I mean, shouldn't we just go in order on those items? I mean, it just seems like we're making this.
No, so I think Councilmember Newsome did us all a really great service of putting in writing several days in advance the amendments he wanted to make tonight, and we're going through that document that we've all had a couple days to look through.
Well, I'm sorry, but there were like 10 documents to look through, plus tonight's, plus the draft. So, I mean, there are many items here that I also want to discuss, but I didn't think we should have said if you're going to have any of these items on here, we'll move them to the top if you email us first. Anyway, okay, so it's on page 39 of this packet.
If you're looking at the PDF of the packet, it's page 41 of that PDF, which is also labeled as page 37 or page 39, depending on which numbering scheme you're talking about. But let's just say page 41 of 66.
Okay.
And it's item 8, the last one on that page.
Implement citywide composting program?
Increasing the upload speed. And staff had not included this one in their opinion because it was unnecessary detail. That it may be. Nonetheless, the motion is on the table.
Councilmember Burns.
My understanding is the way we were going to do this is everybody just, if they want to make a motion from that list, on that list or off that list, because there's a few pages of changes, comments. That's what we're going through now, right?
Yeah, and because there's like two things happen. One is that Councilmember Newsome happened to flip on his light first, and the other is he happened to send over this document. So we're just going through his document right now.
But I guess my point is that I was not under the expectation that we were going to literally go through each one of those comments.
That's right.
You know, I think we're at the point now where if you want to make a motion, make a motion. Like that's what I'm doing now is I'm getting all my motions in order. All of them I think are on that list. Maybe one, may not be on the list, but I see this as an opportunity to get all those on the table now.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
I wanted to make sure
that was my intent. Exactly.
Okay, so we can all start going through all of because some of us wrote a lot and have a lot of changes. I know I did, and I know Councilman Rogers and others wrote a lot that we want to see changed. So we're going to, I'm sorry, but we're after 6 hours of this now, and we're talking about a closed session after this? Can we vote on this one, and then I would like to motion after this that we adjourn. This is...
Your motion to adjourn is always in order.
I know, so I will do that after.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the broadband text is accepted. Councilmember Kelly.
I'd like to move that we adjourn. I guess it's into closed session. I was hoping that there was an option that Luke would tell us he would extend the status of employment so we can meet on the 25th, but since he hasn't, then I'd like to motion that we adjourn to closed session.
I would second.
Councilmember Kelly moves that the City Council move into an executive session. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
I'd like to have an executive session, but I would also like to focus on the task at hand and complete in some semblance the work that's in front of us tonight. And just kind of interrupting in the middle of something here doesn't seem to me to be sufficiently advancing our goal of getting this comprehensive plan behind us. So if, and I got a number of points left on my list, I'm sure the rest of us do, can we at least take this break at a logical place rather than kind of randomly in the middle of nowhere? And I do have, I'll submit the friendly suggestion that I have one more point under Chapter 6, which would be at least a logical breaking place to take a break, at which point I'd be happy to make that motion for an executive session.
And so you're suggesting that we do one more item on Chapter 6 from your doc and then go into an executive session, have a conversation, and then come back out here and do more work?
We'll probably be too brain dead to do that at that point, but let's cross that bridge when we come to it. But if we're going to take a break from what we're doing here, let's at least take a break in a logical place where it makes sense, which would be after one chapter before starting discussion on another chapter.
Councilmember Rogers, followed by Burns.
I mean, I would support that moving through the last item in this chapter for Councilmember Nusma, but then I would support going into executive session at that point.
Councilmember Burns?
I was going to say, as much as I would like to continue this, I do think it's important to do this work when we're fresh. And I also want to say that's one of the reasons why we're trying to start as early as we can. I know there was a lot of criticism from certain community members about us starting at 5. I mean, if we could start earlier than that, it'd be great, because this is what happens, right? We reach a point where we'll have to adjourn, we'll have to schedule another meeting. And what I will say, because this wasn't mentioned, is, and I don't think every community necessarily does this, but all of our meetings, all of our council meetings, you could participate remotely. I don't think every city does that. Not only can you participate remotely, but you could truly participate. So you can also sign up for public comment. You can sign up to make a remote public comment, and you can participate in the meeting virtually. And so hey, it's fair if you still don't think that's enough, but I just don't want people to think the only thing we're doing is it's either in person or that's it, and we're not being transparent. That's not the case. Community is very transparent, above and beyond what OMA requires. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I agree. I think we're, running 6.5 hours now almost is just, unreasonable and not fair to our residents to have us making decisions on a 20-year plan. I don't see, why we're doing these. This is our 4th meeting in 2 weeks. Worst case scenario is what? It would trigger the hearing, and so they'd have a hearing at land use, and then it would come right back to us. they're not going to make any, they're tired of this. So I don't see why we're making us all come for 4 times in 2 weeks, 5-6 hour meetings, Daniel. I think we suspect it's, do you want to speak to it? Because you're the one really pushing this chop, chop, chop. Do you want to talk to us about it? It's not really fair. And it's not a really responsible way to be doing this.
I think really the exact opposite. I think that it's irresponsible to, I think we have a tendency as a body to just fill the available time. And I think we have a tendency to go around in circles when people just have honest disagreements, where 2 different people have different opinions, and instead of just acknowledging that and voting and moving on, we sort of feel like if I just get it out one more time, I'll convince somebody else. And I don't think that's a productive way for us to have discourse. And so, the state law provides us with a deadline of completing this work by, I believe it is August 19th. This struck me as an extremely reasonable deadline. I do not think this effort has been as efficient as I would have liked to see it. And as I said earlier in the evening, I'm hesitant to schedule another special meeting to talk about just this issue, because I think what we tend to do in those special meetings is to kind of extend the discussion without improving it. So that's a great concern of mine. I would like to just have an update from staff on the kind of where we are in the process from a state law standpoint, from a vendor's standpoint, like where are we here, so we can have all that information in hand when we decide how to move forward. But, I think this is an important issue and we ought to continue working on it.
Not suggesting otherwise.
So state law does, and city code does allow, from the Land Use Commission's recommendation, 90 days for this body to act if on a plan. If you do not act within that 90-day time frame, you as the council can hold another public hearing, but that resets that 90-day clock essentially. So it would be for you to decide if you want to extend and have another public hearing beyond the August 19th deadline. In terms of vendors, we are seeking final direction from council so that we can incorporate all of these changes into a final plan document for you all to review. they're standing by and waiting until we have final direction from council. So at this point, the ball's in your court, I guess, in terms of how you want to proceed.
Councilmember Kelly?
Thank you. So, yeah, I mean, I want to continue working on this, but it's not a horrible scenario that we have a public hearing. I mean, it's not. So, I think 6-hour meetings are unreasonable, and I think 4 meetings in 2 weeks is unreasonable. I just think we should all consider it's not the worst case scenario that we have a public hearing, and there's nothing wrong with hearing from residents. That's where the work is listening to our residents, and making sure that we're crafting a plan that reflects it. And so, that's all.
Councilmember Kelly, did you want to withdraw your motion?
No, I think, did we just modify that motion? I think news.
Councilmember Kelly, I have the
2 items.
Formal executive session language on the screen in front of me from staff. I'm not sure why, but the 4th Ward council member seems to be the one who reads that motion. Happy to continue playing that role. I would just really like to please finish chapter 6 on my list, and then I'd be happy to make that motion.
Actually, one more thing I forgot. I've not gone to law school during the course of this meeting. I continue not to be a lawyer. My understanding that I sort of brought to this is, hey, an executive session motion is in order at any time. There's no OMA issue whatsoever. We're not taking action in an executive session. It's a part of an existing meeting that was already noticed. So the fact that it wasn't noticed 48 hours ago is not relevant. I will confess that I got some texts from our friends in the press, always zealously protective of their OMA rights, questioning that. So I want us to go into that eyes wide open. Alex, could you just weigh in on the question of the appropriateness of an executive session relative to the 48-hour rule in OMA?
Thank you, Mayor. You're correct. Under OMA, you can go into executive session at a meeting even if it's not listed on the agenda, so long as the motion and the reason for executive session are contemplated in the Open Meetings Act. So the Open Meetings Act does specify when you make a motion to go into executive session, you read the whole verbiage of the act and the exception, which is what we always do, and then we take a roll call vote.
Thank you for that. So, Councilmember Kelly, do you withdraw your motion in that case?
I would. I'd like to amend my motion to let Councilmember Newsma finish up with his items and then adjourn and into closed session.
Is that in order?
So, Councilmember Kelly and Mayor Biss, I would just suggest that we need to read that formalized motion.
Okay.
So my legal suggestion here would be to withdraw it and then allow that to happen.
So I'll withdraw it, then I'll make it in a few minutes.
Fantastic.
Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelly. So I am going to move the second bullet under Chapter 6 to add an additional action item under Goal 5 on page 54 of the draft plan. So I would add Community Systems 5.11 to regularly evaluate Commonwealth Edison's performance in relationship to the city to determine whether a new franchise agreement would be beneficial. Happy to explain this. Also happy to just have it voted on and approved.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Newsma moves to add item CS 5.11 relative to Commonwealth Edison. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
Can you give me the back of the napkin?
For years and years, the city of Evanston had Commonwealth Edison on a fairly short franchise agreement, a 5-year franchise agreement, which was highly unusual. Most franchise agreements with utilities are 20 to 50 years. We had them on a short franchise agreement because their service quality in Evanston was poor. This goes back several decades. They have subsequently improved their service to Evanston customers, improved grid reliability in Evanston. And our last 5-year franchise agreement has expired. There is not currently a franchise agreement. I would like to keep the option open of imposing a new franchise agreement at some point in the future, should that become necessary. The work we're talking about here is something that the Utilities Commission addresses fairly regularly.
So this is, would it be like another 5-year agreement, or are you proposing some sort of a 50-year agreement?
I'm not proposing the terms of a franchise agreement.
All right.
I'm merely setting the stage for that conversation to happen should it become necessary.
All right, thank you.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Sorry, can you just direct me to the page again in our
Council-
packet?
This is Goal 5 on page 54. This was one of the ones, and I'm sure others have similar motions, that it was in my Google Doc, but for one reason or another, did not make it to the packet.
Right, I have a lot of those too that I hope
Yeah.
we'll have time
So you
to
know what I'm
just-
talking about.
I know that, yeah, a lot of things didn't make it.
Right, which is why I took the trouble of putting this in writing and sharing it with everybody several days ago.
Right, so I mean, a lot of the items that did make it to the packet I had hoped to discuss, but not tonight, so.
Okay.
Okay, so it's on page 54 of our packet tonight.
It's on page 54. It would be in page 54 of the comprehensive plan draft.
Oh.
It does not appear in our packet for tonight.
Councilmember Kelly?
Right. Okay, so I guess I'm just wondering about including language about specific providers in a comprehensive plan, if that's typical? I mean, it just seems.
Yeah, I think this is a unique situation where it would make sense to look at that. It's an action item.
I guess I would think, I mean, I understand that ComEd has a, monopoly on the deal, but I just wonder if it should be something like regularly evaluate performance of providers. But, I mean, it's fine, but it just seems like for a comp plan. I mean, you never know. You never know what might happen to ComEd. I'm just saying. It just seems to me to have names of commercial enterprises in our comp plan. I would just say regularly evaluate performance of providers. But I'm not going to, it just seems to me that would make more sense for a comp plan.
Would the clerk please continue the roll?
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and this addition is accepted. Councilmember Nusma, I hear you have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statutes 120/2C, I move that the City Council convene into executive session to discuss agenda items regarding litigation. This agenda item is a permitted subject to be considered in executive session and is an enumerated exception under the Open Meetings Act, that exception being 5 ILCS 120/2C11.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, is this litigation or personnel?
I'm reading it as litigation because there is an attorney
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
engaged.
All right, I second.
I think it's personnel, though, really.
Councilmember Nusma moves that the City Council resolve itself into an executive session to discuss items related to litigation. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Kelly, did you seek recognition?
I'm sorry, but.
Councilmember Kelly.
But this is personnel, right? I mean, we're meeting to talk to Luke Stowe to evaluate whether we feel that he's acted appropriately to represent our residents, or is acting, or if there's not a better way. I mean, I'm just not clear. It's not litigation per se that we're going into. So could you reword that to say personnel? To matters related to personnel?
I'm going to ask for.
I mean, I just want to make sure we're able to
Corporation Counsel
discuss
to
what we
guide us.
want to discuss. That's all.
I'm going to ask for guidance from Corporation Counsel.
Thank you. So the exception for litigation contemplates potential litigation. And so when reviewing the situation, we thought that it would allow the city to brief the council in a more broad sense under potential litigation due to the presence of an attorney on the other side. The personnel exception under OMA is very narrow and would restrict the discussion.
So can we say to litigation and personnel then? Just to add both. Why not? To make sure we have, that we can discuss whatever we need to discuss.
That's fine, and it's C1 for personnel.
Happy to do that. So let's add personnel, which is item C1, 5 LCS 120/2C1.
Councilmember Newsome withdraws his motion and makes a new motion that the city council resolve itself into an executive session to discuss items related to personnel and litigation. Is there a second?
I will second.
Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Burns.
We're not coming back to talk about zoning. I think we should indicate that to the people that are here for zoning stuff.
Keep going.
I don't think we're coming back, but we should make that clear though while they're here.
I would say I'm willing to come back. Anybody else who wants to speak their preference, speak their preference.
I will not be coming back.
I'm not coming back.
I think you have your answer.
Thanks.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kelly, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Isles,
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton, Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And 8:34 p.m., the City Council resolves itself into an executive 11:34. 8:34, whatever the time zone just west of Pacific is. At 11:34 p.m., the City Council resolves itself into an executive session to begin immediately in the Council Library.